Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 11 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 201, Nuke Incoming. Takuma weaved hand seals for water style. 8 tentacles and water from the wet mud and dirty puddles formed from the monsoon season showers rose and collected behind his back. With a flex of his shoulder blades, 8 tentacles burst out. He equipped a kunai in one hand as he skipped forward toward the enemy in disarray. As Takuma dashed ahead before realizing that he had reacted without taking his teammates into account, he glanced back and was surprised to see Kimiko and Riku following him closely. He looked ahead and picked up the pace. Normally, the obvious choice was to stick with teammates in a chaotic situation. However, teamwork wasn't Team 9's strong point. Perhaps it was due to Anko's hands-off style of leadership. They didn't work together as a team often. She would hold infrequent team exercises. They weren't enough to foster functional teamwork. Takuma locked onto the nearest enemy affected by the explosive tag. But before Takuma could reach his target, a shinobi from the back of the enemy group took to the air with a tall leap. The man had a handful of senbon between his fingers that sparked with lightning currents which he flung towards Takuma's group. The lightning jumped between the senbon as though they were resonating, charging the current on each individual needle. Takuma dug his feet into the wet mud to stop and merge the tentacles into a shield in front of him, but just a moment before Kimiko shot past him, her feet skidded on the ground and she released a burst of wind from her sword in a swing that blew away the senbon and neutralized the lightning chakra in the needles. The next moment, Riku sent mud flying everywhere as she shot into the sky towards the enemy. Seeing they were handling it, Takuma returned to his original target. The delay had given the target time to recover. The man raised his guard as he saw Takuma sprinting towards him. However, before the last second before their clash, the target side-skipped, and a kunai shot forth from behind him. There was another man behind the target. It was dark, but Takuma caught the glimmer of the burning explosive tag fluttering past behind the kunai. Takuma jumped high as the tag exploded as it passed below him. He braced for the shockwave that did its best to disrupt his balance, albeit unsuccessful. The 2 enemy shinobi worked together and positioned them around his land location. The wind fluttered in his ears as Takuma landed on the ground. All 8 of his tentacles slammed on the ground, dragging themselves in the mud to fling it towards the 2 enemies. They raised their hands to prevent the mud shower from getting into their eyes. Chakra flowed through Takuma's dominant arm as he propelled the kunai toward one of the enemies by using his brand of chakra augmentation. Despite him blocking it, he froze, the power behind the kunai evidently startling the man. That bought Takuma another moment. He darted towards the other man and socked him with an augmented punch. He tried to dodge, but the tentacles shot forth like snakes, holding him in place as Takuma moved the man's organs with his fist. The tentacles slithered around the man's body, restraining him from moving. Takuma pulled the man in front of him as a shield as he turned towards the first man, who was weaving hand seals. But seeing his comrade being used as a meat shield, his hand stilled the reaction turned into a stunned astonishment when Takuma started running towards him. The enemy took a solid stance with a kunai each in both hands. While Takuma closed in, the man restrained in his tentacles began to struggle. Takuma didn't mind the struggle as the moment he was close enough to the other man, Takuma threw his captive into his comrade, but not before stabbing him in the back with his kunai. The tentacles threw the captured enemy with force, not giving his comrade any time to dodge. The 2 men crashed into the mucky ground. The man pushed his comrade off of him and shot to his feet, and at that moment, he heard his comrade's cries and pain moans from his comrade and stared at the kunai sticking out of his back. He didn't see Takuma's flying knee until it smashed into his chin, shaking the brain in his skull. He stomped the man's chest with an augmented kick before crouching. Takuma grabbed the man's hand when he fumbled for his weapons pouch and gave the man a pretty red necklace, granting him eternal peace. He croaked as lifeblood sputtered out of his mouth and met the trails oozing through the gash along his neck. Takuma left the spasming man behind and walked to the wailing man with the kunai on his back. He was crawling away in hopes of escape, and each time he dragged himself on the wet ground, he let out an involuntary moan. Takuma grabbed him by his mud-caked hair and yanked his head up. 2 quick stabs with his kunai into the throat and the man was put out of his misery. Takuma freed the kunai from the man's back, wiped the blood on the dead man's clothes, and slipped it into his weapon's pouch. He looked around for Kimiko and Riku and found them fighting against 3 people. He immediately headed in their direction. But then he noticed the strange movements of the enemy. Riku rolled to the side to evade a cluster of Senbon charged with lightning chakra. She dug her foot into the ground and shot forward. The loose mud made for a lousy foothold, not allowing her sufficient leverage to push against. The annoying enemy immediately jumped back to make some distance but then took a sharp turn to the side when Kimiko charged him with her sword. It looked like she missed until an oozing gash appeared on his outer thigh. The man stumbled as he screamed in agony. He drew more Senbon in his hands, aiming for Kimiko, but Riku shouldered him into the ground so hard that loose, wet mud enveloped half of his body. The man slipped as he tried to get up and Kimiko moved in for a kill. She positioned her sword, ready to deliver the killing blow, but at the last moment, 2 frothing blasts of water targeted her and Riku. They jumped away from the fallen man and saw 2 more shinobi in hidden frost colors arriving to help their fallen comrade. "Go in," Kimiko said. Riku nodded, and the 2 teammates immediately jumped toward the 3 enemies. Riku weaved hand seals in the air, and as she came down to the ground near the enemy trio, she slammed her fists into the ground. Chakra seeped into the ground, and it started to shift and revolve, turning into a quagmire with Riku as the epicenter. One of the 3 jumped at the last moment, but the other 2 sank into the quicksand like ninjutsu. Earth-style, quagmire jutsu. Kimiko dropped into the quagmire, but she didn't get trapped. She channeled to the soles of her feet, running on it as if it was a wall or surface of water. It was a weakness of the jutsu. It was easy to avoid if you saw it coming. Kimiko simply used it for the team's advantage. She released a wind cutter so strong that the blade almost vibrated to its breaking point. However, she wasn't the only one to take advantage. The one who avoided Riku's sinkhole put himself between Kimiko's wind cutter and his comrades and weaved hand seals for a lightning jutsu. It dulled the wind cutter, but it wasn't able to stop it. However, it was enough that the trapped pair could defend against the cutter. As the man dulled Kimiko's wind cutter, Riku came behind him and smashed a kick into the side of his head. Riku didn't relent and struck the fallen man's nape, cracking his backbone and spine, instantly paralyzing him. Riku finished the job by driving a kunai through his back, piercing through his heart. Kimiko moved to her next move without wasting a second and went for the next kill. One of the trapped enemies weaved hand seals, and arcs of lightning zapped into the quagmire. "Give me cover," the man said to his comrade. They were already waist-deep in the mud and still sinking, but the moment the lightning touched the mud, it solidified and turned cakey. They pushed their hands against the semi-solid surface and pushed themselves out. Kimiko raised her sword, emitting a shrill shriek. Hey, what? Wait! You! The shinobi that was evidently supposed to stall until his comrades freed themselves leapt away the moment he got the chance, leaving the other one alone and unprepared in the face of Kimiko's attack. He screamed, going from weaving hand seals to hastily switching to wielding a kunai while trying to get out of the neutralized quagmire, all while staring in horror at the comrade who betrayed him. "Silence," said Kimiko as her sword cleanly beheaded the shinobi. The head rolled with the horror still etched on the man's face, eyes glassy. Riku and Kimiko surrounded the last remaining enemy. Kimiko raised her sword and slowly pulled the blade against her sleeve to clean the blood off. The man flinched in nervousness before jumping in fright when he heard Riku move in his peripheral vision. He jumped back away from Riku, and Kimiko took the chance to close in. The 2 hidden leaf shinobi closed in at the lone enemy, but before they could move in for the kill, a large bolt of lightning hit Riku square in the chest, blowing her into the air. Kimiko's instincts moved faster than her eyes, and without looking, she raised her sword in front just in the nick of time for another thick lightning bolt to crash into the sword. Kimiko didn't move and threw the sword down, and the lightning-charged blade dug into the mud, essentially grounding it. Kimiko screamed with her mouth jammed shut as a sliver of lightning jolted up the arm that held the sword. She shook it while jumping away as another enemy shinobi appeared beside the man they were about to kill. The latest arrival was older. The man's mere presence exuded experience and danger. Naughty, naughty intruders, he chuckled as he looked at Kimiko gleefully. Naughty girls like you must be punished, no? Fear and disgust painted Kimiko's face as her eyes drifted to her sword. It was out of reach, and the blade was still sparking. Whatever jutsu the man had used was powerful. Her eyes then glanced towards Riku. The girl was glaring at the older shinobi, but her entire body was shuddering and shaking, and she pressed a hand to her chest. She was the one who took that jutsu head-on, and while she had gotten up, she didn't look well. Do you know how it feels to have a flood of current course through the nervous system? It's one of my favorites to see. The expressions people make are just delightful, said the perverse man. I shall honor you with the privilege. Kimiko froze in momentary dread when a shadow appeared behind the man. It took her only a split second to identify, and when she did, it brought out a primeval fear from within her. It hissed. The smile fell from the man's face. He turned his neck and caught a glimpse of a forked tongue before he saw its face. The human species had extremely high pattern recognition skills. And through the ages of evolution, they had learned to quickly recognize a certain species that put extremely high predatory pressure on them. The red and yellow snake, as thick as a telephone pole, slithered behind the man. The serpent's movements were slow, deliberate, stealthy, with a dangerous elegance, the movements of a prime predator. The golden-slitted eyes shone in the dark as the snake's head rose above the man, who was unaware of its presence until the snake emitted a deep and rich hiss. The prey and the predator were still until they weren't. The man tried to run, but the moment his feet ever so slightly moved, the mud betrayed him, squelching. The snake opened its maw, revealing a set of fangs on the top and a row of sharp teeth below. Before the man could even move, it struck down, chomping his head off in one vicious bite. The snake raised its head, and the protrusion in the snake's long form due to the man's head sunk steadily into its stomach. The last remaining enemy screamed in dreadful horror at the sight and presence of the snake so close to him, but the wails were silenced by Anko, who drove a short sword through the man's heart. The red snake slithered to Anko, coiling around her feet, and resting its bloody face on her shoulder. Don't worry, she's not going to bite, Anko said to Kimiko with a smile as she lovingly patted the large snake that hissed as though pleased. Anko looked at Riku. Do you need medical assistance, Riku? Riku took several deep breaths. She was trembling pretty badly, but then she yelled loudly as she flexed every muscle in her body, and suddenly, the shaking subsided like it was never there. I'm good now, Riku patted her chest with her fist. Unbelievable, Kimiko thought. Riku's freakish durability continued to surprise her. Kimiko walked to her sword to pull it out, and Takuma suddenly landed between them and yelled in haste. Everyone, to me! Attack incoming! Quickly! She was confused for a moment before she felt the quick and abrupt rise in temperature. She looked down and suddenly saw the ground bathe in a yellowish light, and turned her head to the sky to see big balls of fire descending towards them. Chapter 202, The Biggest of Booms. A strange permeating silence covered the pit, even with an ongoing invasion from one side and a defensive effort from the other. The silence hung over Gojiro Gold Mines. However, that strange silence made the sounds of steel clashing steel, explosions, words and shouts, footsteps in the mud, and everything else more audible. As Takuma ran towards Kimiko and Riku to assist them, he took in the greater landscape to ensure he was aware of the battlefield. Only a few moments ago, the enemy forces were rushing towards them to kill, but now, as he watched the movements of his allies and the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Frost shinobi, both dressed in the latter's colors, it was clear they were moving away. He wondered why. The sound of his heart in his ears was distracting. He stopped in his tracks, which only worsened it, but he observed with renewed focus. The enemy's second wave of the enemy, which was larger than the last and was due on their heads and most likely would have posed a real, life-threatening pressure on them, was backing away. Why? He looked around for clues, but the sun was still not high enough to peer through the abyss that was the sunken pit. But then it hit in an instant. The enemy wasn't running away, they were making space, clearing away, and his mind just barely arrived at the reason why he thought they were doing it. There was only one reason why a force would suddenly move away when they were on the cusp of putting on real pressure. They didn't want their people to get caught in something. A fucking AoE attack, Takuma muttered. The enemy was going to bomb them, which was when he saw the flickering light of a fire in the distance. Takuma stopped carrying what it was and sprinted as hard as he could towards his team while flying through hand seals. Everyone, to me. Attack incoming. Quickly. By the time he reached them, there was a rain of fire descending on them from the sky. Kimiko, Riku, and Anko all moved, but they did it after spending a moment staring at the blinding rain. That wasn't quick enough, so Takuma followed his instincts. The 8 tentacles combined into 3, and the thicker appendages shot toward his teammates and leader. They wrapped around the 3 and forcibly pulled them towards him. What the fuck? Anko yelled at Takuma, but she released the summoning jutsu at the same time, showing that she understood the situation. Her snake disappeared into a puff of smoke. Takuma slammed his palms onto the ground, pouring excessive amounts of chakra into the jutsu and letting the chakra seep deep below them. The muddy soil made for poor structural material, so he put in more chakra. He wanted to make it stronger, so he poured in more. The situation brought up a past fright which only made him pour in even more chakra. The last time he had been in a similar situation was also against the Hidden Frost mission, and an enemy Chunin had released a lightning release jutsu that covered an entire area. That single jutsu had ripped away his defensive jutsu, and he barely came out of the attack, avoiding getting hit. And he could instinctually feel that the fire release jutsu was much more dangerous than what he had faced all those years ago. Earth-style, Earthen Dome Jutsu. The mud rose around Takuma and the other 3, quickly forming a dome around them. It solidified, hardening into a solid structure with chakra coursing through the soil to increase its defensive power. The moment the dome formed, Takuma felt something slam into it. A cloud of fire made direct contact with the dome and then it exploded. "Brace yourself in case it tears through," Takuma said through gritted teeth. Outside the dome, he heard the fire hit a large area in front of the dormitory where the majority of the evacuation unit was standing. The clouds of fire exploded when they met the ground, creating a sea of flames. Almost immediately, the intense fire burned through the dome. Intense heat burst into the already smoldering crevice they had packed themselves into, causing everyone to gasp. Takuma huffed as he shoved the tentacle mass against the gap. The water began turning into steam, creating a hissing noise, but was enough to close the gap. "It won't hold," Takuma warned. Before the dome crumbled, he retracted the tentacles that burst so everyone was doused in water. "Jump!" Riku yelled. When the dome crumbled, everyone jumped high up in the air before the fire could stick to them. While in the air, Takuma weaved hand seals as quickly as he could, almost making the wrong seal while doing so. Water release, wild water wave. He aimed below and moved his neck to spread the water around, which extinguished enough area for the team to land safely. "Good work," Anko patted him on the shoulder. The danger wasn't over yet. While the Hidden Leaf struggled from the large-scale jutsu, the enemy's forces that had backed away to escape its range began charging towards them with an even larger number than before. Just as the situation seemed bleak, a chain of nearly a dozen explosions went off on the opposite end of the pit. They were big enough to send a brief and faint tremor through the ground. Everyone stopped for a moment and turned to look at the explosions. "That's Stage 2, said Kimiko. Chunin Hideki and his 2 genin, who had broken off the evacuation team to forcefully complete Stage 2, which was to plant explosions around the pit, had finally come into play. If that was all, it wouldn't have been a big change on the battlefield. However, Stage 2 was simply the opening play for the real deal. Sharp horns pierced through the air as the remainder of the Camp Banana forces split into 2 and appeared on the 2 sides of the pit before jumping down, raiding the pit with full force. Battle cries filled the pit as shinobi ran down the slopes with their weapons drawn. Both sides of the conflict now had their complete forces in play. As the Camp Banana forces came down the sides, Anko turned to Kimiko. Go find Iori and Daiki. Bring them to the front. Kimiko nodded and sprinted toward the dormitory, making her way around the large fire puddles. Both of you follow me, Anko said to Riku and Takuma. Pick your fights sensibly, remember to protect each other's backs, and our troops pose just as much danger to you as the enemy, so don't overlook them. Takuma and Riku nodded, and they dashed forward towards the enemy. As planned, the Camp Banana forces pressed the enemy from 3 directions. As the evacuation unit was the weakest side, the enemy moved in their direction to cover more space. As he ran, Takuma weaved hand seals for water style, 8 tentacles, and the water from the environment and surroundings gathered behind his back. Takuma called out to Riku and pointed ahead. The group right there, he yelled as more explosions from ninjutsu wrecked the field. I'm going to disrupt them, you start picking off those who stumble. Understood, Riku nodded. Takuma pushed the chakra into his legs and feet and launched himself into the sky. He traveled long, skipped the front lines, and landed right in the middle of the enemy forces. Immediately, there were eyes on him, and he was surrounded by more hostiles than he had ever faced. Several of them stopped and surrounded Takuma. They're killers, not trained assassins, he thought. The thought made him chuckle, but it was true, shinobi could be killers, but not all were trained to be in the art of killing. Even Takuma wasn't trained to kill, he simply had capable tools of killing. However, he had practical experience. He ran towards the nearest enemy, a brawny woman. She had a polearm that she immediately stabbed toward him with a battle cry. Takuma sidestepped and a tentacle shot forward, wrapping itself around her polearm. The tentacle pulled on the polearm, but the woman was more than powerful enough to resist its pull. Takuma threw an augmented kunai and she gasped and ducked her shoulder at the last moment, but it still left a gash, spurting blood. Takuma rushed in at that moment. The tentacle around the polearm slipped off and latched onto the woman's leg and pulled. She wobbled and Takuma kicked her unstable leg and destroyed her balance. The tentacles grabbed her arms for partial restraint, and then he grabbed her open torso and tossed her into the nearby swarm. Some rushed to dodge her, others stepped in to catch her in haste. As they did, Takuma chucked a burning explosive tag towards them. They couldn't use explosive tags because of their allies, but Takuma had no such problem. The tag exploded in the brawny girl's lap while the others scrambled away with the explosion at their backs. He weaved the hand seals for water release, wild water wave, and assaulted another line of enemies with a strong water blast that hit like a shipment of bricks and forcefully drowned them under a wall of water. His senses sizzled. From the corner of his eyes, he saw crackles of lightning. Takuma immediately shed the water tentacles off his back and leaped to the side. Water conducted lightning, and he would be fucked if even the weakest lightning jutsu hit him while he had water tentacles around him. Nenro had done that once and his nerves burned for half a day. He didn't want a repeat of it. Riku burst into the circle like a wild bull with her arms swinging at anything that moved. She hit a stout man with heavy armor in the chest. It looked like he wasn't used to wearing heavy armor and tripped on his feet. Riku caved in the man's throat with a punch as he fell, finishing him instantly. She then jumped onto a man like a beast. Someone pulled her off, with another one moving in to stab her. Riku kicked him once, and it sent the man flying through the field before smashing the back of her head into the nose of the man holding her. The hold loosened, and she reversed the situation and pummeled him into the ground, blood splattering from his dented skull. The people who were moving toward her stopped in the face of her overwhelming strength and turned cautious. Takuma, while weaving hand seals, landed on the ground with his back to Riku. Jinjutsu, Mist Servant Jutsu. He didn't have the preparation time to spread the Jinjutsu to everyone in his vicinity, but it was enough that it latched onto enough people. The targeted folk started seeing multiple Takumas riding out of the ground like a zombie horde. With only a few trapped, it would not be long before the unaffected ones broke the Jinjutsu on their comrades, but it was enough time to do damage. Takuma weaved hand seals and dipped into the ground using Earth Style, hiding in the rock jutsu. One of the enemies released a jolt of lightning towards a group of Jinjutsu apparitions of Takuma but hit her own allies instead. The Jolt jumped twice and crawled over their downed bodies till hit 3 people who weren't expecting their own ally to turn on them. It was as Anko had said, the people on the same side were just as dangerous as the enemy. Takuma emerged just a little while away from his circle of Jinjutsu and immediately headed back inside to take advantage of the chaos. He immediately stopped and jumped back. All of his senses barked like a guard dog seeing a trespasser. A short blade made of pure lightning impaled the patch of ground he would have landed on if he hadn't stopped. It crackled and burnt the earth, turning it black with embers. His eyes darted around to find the source, but it was difficult to find the attacker in the chaos of the battlefield. He pulled up his guard and switched to defense. Someone had very deliberately targeted him. "I'm right here if you're looking for me," the voice whispered from behind him. It was so close that Takuma could all but feel the breath on his ear. Takuma turned back and swung with an augmented fist without looking. A man with a fake, thin-lipped smile that didn't reach his eyes caught Takuma's augmented punch like it was nothing. Takuma pulled his arm back and launched another augmented punch from his free arm. Before it could make contact, the world slammed to a sudden, jarring stop. He felt the taste of iron in his mouth, and pain shorted the thoughts out of his mind. The enemy had hit him before his punch could reach. He couldn't even react when a second attack, a palm strike, hit him flush in his chest. He felt his ribcage bend as though his bones were elastic. A fracture or two were the least of his problems. This wasn't someone he was supposed to fight. This wasn't someone he could fight. Takuma fell to the ground and coughed out blood-stained vomit. He couldn't breathe, and for a horror-filled moment his lungs refused to expand. With the sharp pain and lack of air, he felt like a fish dying out of water. The dark-skinned, light-haired enemy, wearing just a tank top, yanked Takuma to his feet by the hair. "You must be one of those geniuses," said the man in a plastic-sounding merry tone. "So young and so deadly, caught my attention right away. How about you play with the grown-ups?" "Oh, let me go," Takuma said. "Pardon me, I didn't catch that." The man pulled Takuma closer and turned his ear towards Takuma's face. It was a mistake, as Takuma immediately bit it as hard as he could. Surprised, he punched Takuma in the chest once again. He choked up more blood and bile as the man let Takuma go in surprise before kicking him away furiously. "You fucker," he cursed, the fake voice vanishing for a moment before it returned. "No worries about the ear. I'll get it checked out once this is done, and capital punishment will teach you not to do that again." The man stepped forward. A low crinkle led his gaze down at his abdomen, for explosive tags lined his tank top and cargo pants. "Fuck!" Boom! Chapter 203, Snake Summoning. As he struggled to get up, Takuma knew he wouldn't eat properly for at least a week. The bastard with the fake smile had done a number on his stomach, all of him, really. He flinched and whimpered in pain. The pain was simply a symptom. The main problem was the cause. Strenuous movements with cracked or broken ribs could further damage his body, and strenuous was the only way to move his body currently. When his swimming vision settled, Takuma took a score of his surroundings before looking for the designated location at the edge of the pit where Irionin were stationed for emergency care. He needed to get there or catch the attention of a roaming Irionin. He was practically useless in his current condition. Takuma finally looked at the bastard he had blown up. The man was kneeling on the floor, his body burned and bloody. He was trembling like a leaf in the wind, with his mud-stained face twisted in agony. He looked up at Takuma with fury burning in his eyes. That was the realest thing the man had done in the 2 minutes they had known each other. They stared at each other momentarily before Takuma started to move away. The blonde bastard didn't chase or throw a kunai towards him. Takuma kept an eye on him, but he wasn't worried. Neither of them wanted to fight each other in their condition. It was a mutual decision to leave the fight and get themselves patched up. Imamura of the Hidden Cloud dragged his feet through the battlefield. His skin had suffered high-degree burns, and he was losing blood at an alarming rate. He wasn't in danger of dying, but the hidden steam boy had done a number on him with the explosive tags. If not for the quick action of ripping his tank top off, his body would have been torn apart by the explosion. He had underestimated the boy. He hated to admit it, but misdirecting him by biting his ear to plant explosive tags on him was a smart move. Imamura had noticed the boy when he dropped himself between a group of their forces without any support. The boy started to pick off the grunts one by one. If that wasn't bad enough, the chaos the boy caused allowed the hidden steam side to take out more grunts. Things became ridiculous when he watched them get caught in a genjutsu and start taking each other out. He isolated the boy before he caused more trouble. Imamura couldn't allow the pit to be taken away as his career depended on hidden frosts, and therefore the hidden clouds hold on the pit to extract the gold out of the mines. He would be promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin if he kept the pit safe until the Land of Frost had pushed their borders significantly into the Land of Hot Water so that the gold pit wasn't in immediate danger of attack. Imamura should have already been promoted to a Tokubetsu Jonin a couple of years back, but a mission under his leadership had gone south and a Jonin's kid on his team had died. It wasn't his fault that the kid couldn't do his job as a decoy, but the old Jonin took it out on him. Imamura's promotion was pulled and he was stuck indefinitely as a Chunin despite the mission's partial success. They said it was his fault for not preparing properly and assigning inappropriate responsibilities to members who weren't equipped for it. No one wanted to go against an old Jonin with lots of influence, and suddenly, Imamura found his career in the gutter with no possibility of a promotion. So, when the war between the Land of Frost and the Land of Hot Waters came along, with Hidden Cloud supporting Hidden Frost, Imamura saw it as an opportunity. He pulled in all of the favors he had, persuading those who owed him, and somehow netted himself a post at the Gojiro gold mine. It was an important asset for the Hidden Cloud as they were taking 50% of all output for protecting the mines for Hidden Frost. As long as Imamura did a good job, he would be promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin, his career would have a second wind, and if he leveraged his situation right, the old Jonin wouldn't be able to obstruct him anymore. He wanted to make Jonin one day, and this was only a tiny obstacle to overcome, a bump in the road. While he made his way through the battlefield, Imamura felt a cold flash across his nape. He jumped ahead in a forward roll to evade a flurry of shuriken that covered the spot he was standing at. Two hidden steam shinobi dropped from above and surrounded him on either side. Imamura clicked his tongue and raised his hands in defense. He moved to the side in an attempt to put his two assailants in front of him, but they moved with him, keeping themselves on either side so that he wouldn't be able to see them both simultaneously. "What, scared of facing me alone?" he spat. They chuckled and one of them unsheathed a pair of short swords. He immediately weaved hand seals. His focus was broken when he heard the sound of clinking metal and looked toward the other man to see him release a swinging chain sickle. Imamura ducked to evade the sickle coming for his head, but in doing so, his focus scattered and he lost the progress he'd made on the hand seals. Before he could restart, the sword-wielding man charged. Imamura threw a volley of shuriken at him before turning away with a kunai in his other hand to thwart a second throw of the chain sickle. The sharp clang of metal against metal echoed. Imamura's chest throbbed from the impact. He wanted to spit to get rid of the taste from his mouth. His condition wasn't great and fighting two opponents wasn't the most ideal thing for him to be doing right now. "I can defeat them." Imamura caught a glow of yellow and red around his shadow on the ground. He jumped to the side to dodge a searing pillar of fire, but it followed him, forcing him to keep moving despite the pain assaulting his body. He could see them coordinating, forcing him to move according to their plans. His plan of making quick work of the two men changed to fleeing to a position where backup would take the load off his back. When the fire ninjutsu ended, the two enemies dashed towards Imamura with their weapons held out. He bit the inside of his cheek and flew through hand seals. Chakra filled him before turning into concentric waves of lightning that danced between him and them. It was a desperate ploy to gain some time so he could put some distance between them, which he did, but it was for naught. Ah! The chain sickle cut clean through his thigh, only nearly missing the bone. Imamura sagged to the ground, but he desperately rose to move ahead. Before he rose his head properly, the other enemy slashed his short sword across his chest. He stiffened when the pain registered, the jingle of a chain rattled behind his head. He barely felt the cold prickle of the blade before the sickle removed his head from his body like grass from its roots. Takuma lugged himself across the battlefield. He took the shortest path he could afford while resorting to stopping occasionally and even crawling near bodies to avoid attention. It was slower than he liked, but Takuma continued to work his way towards the Irionin, hoping they were able to follow the plan and were in the pre-decided spot. Oh, fuck! He ducked under a stray stone boulder that almost took his head off and broke into a run, knowing he was in a danger zone with high activity. His eyes followed a building-sized lion made entirely of lightning ramming into the place where, assumedly, its target stood, ripping everything around it to loose debris. Takuma stood frozen in his place, a shaky breath escaping him. The Jonin were finally picking up the pace. He watched a car-sized bird fly into the lion before exploding in a mass of fire that created a shockwave so strong that it knocked Takuma off his feet, and he was nowhere near the two chakra monstrosities. I need to hurry. He returned his eyes to the corpse-littered path ahead where a woman crashed a few meters in front of him. He recognized her as an ally shinobi, having seen her in passing a few times in Camp Banana. She struggled to her feet and jumped to the side, a wise decision as another woman flew down and dug her feet into the ground with force. She wore hidden frost colors like everyone defending the pit, just as their side donned that of the hidden steam. Takuma watched the two women fight, and his ally was clearly losing the fight. She was injured, there was a gash in her left shoulder, and from the looks of it, she was left-handed. It was never good to have one's dominant taken out. He silently took out a scuffed golden bell from his weapons pouch and carefully inched towards them while ringing it. He made a point to move slowly and stay out of their vision. Even though they were on flat ground, a battlefield was an assault on the senses, making it common to miss out on things. He spread his chakra through the bell, layering it within the shockwaves. Ding! The bell rang while the two women wrangled against each other, too consumed by the fight to notice his jinjutsu. The shoulder injury was clearly bothering his ally, she was being pushed and forced on the defensive. Come on, just a few more moments, Takuma thought. He could hear his breathing in his ears, impatience bubbling underneath the surface. The enemy kunoichi stabbed the hidden leaf kunoichi in the side and kicked her in the abdomen. She fell on her back, with the enemy kunoichi dashing towards the prone woman with a dripping kunai in her hand. Fuck! Ding! The enemy kunoichi froze up with her kunai pulled high above her head, ready to strike. She trembled as though struggling against invisible bindings. Her body trembled as an expression of fear and anger twisted her frozen face. Jinjutsu, Golden Bell Jutsu. Takuma broke into a full-speed sprint, bearing the pain and risk. He had to be quick as he hadn't applied enough chakra, and Jinjutsu was already fragile. It wasn't particularly strong anyway, but now, it could break at any moment without her releasing it. He took out a kunai, but as he reached the two women the Jinjutsu broke, and the enemy kunoichi blocked his kunai with her own. She forcefully pushed Takuma back and tried to turn that into a lethal heart stab, which Takuma barely sidestepped. He charged his leg with chakra and swept the enemy kunoichi's leg out with an augmented kick. The kick pulled on Takuma's abdomen, sending pained lances racing across his torso. He bore through it and mounted the fallen woman, pinning her hands above her head to stop her from resisting so he could put her down. The kunoichi struggled and managed to free one of her hands and punched Takuma in the face. Takuma held on, but then she punched him in the side, which made Takuma crumple and drop his kunai. She hit a place that sent spikes across his entire body. The enemy kunoichi noticed her progress and went in for another punch, but before she could swing, the hidden leaf kunoichi grabbed the arm and pinned it back to the ground. Hurry, she yelled. Takuma fumbled for the fallen kunai as the woman below him thrashed to get free and pierced her neck. He freed the kunai and stabbed her again, dragging it across her throat. He waited, alert, watching her face, feeling her body below him, and only after she went limp did he let go. Takuma fell to the side, breathing heavily, while his hands lightly rested on his stomach. Blood dribbled down the side of his mouth and his face was twisted in pain. One moment, just one more, he said to himself. After taking deep breaths to prepare himself, Takuma got up, swaying so much that he almost fell. He walked to the hidden leaf kunoichi and put his arm under his shoulder. Get up, come on, Takuma said as he pulled her up. Thank you, she barely managed. Takuma didn't reply and continued to move forward one step at a time. The medical station was just a small distance away. Even though he was considerably slower than before, he had already covered most of the distance on his own. A sound entered Takuma's ear, and he looked up to see a massive sphere of fire, larger than the building-sized lion, soaring through the air above his head, which then slammed into the pit's walls. It exploded, sending huge debris airborne. A cluster of boulders flew right in their direction. Not only that, but the explosion also caused a landslide, and Takuma was close enough to get buried under a mass of rolling rocks. Fuck me! He put the kunoichi down and started weaving hand seals for Earth style, Earth and Dome. He didn't know if the ninjutsu would work, and if it did, they might still get buried. However, halfway through, Takuma felt something slither around his stomach, which sent more pain up his body, but in the next second, he was streaking through the air and weaving around the debris. He looked down to see a snake's body wrapped around him. The kunoichi also had a snake thicker than his arm wrapped around her torso. Takuma looked up to see the snakes disappearing into the wide sleeves of one Mitarashi Anko. What a terrible time to get injured, she said. Chapter 204, War Crimes. Anko dumped him and the kunoichi at the location away from the battle where the Irionin were treating the injured. She said a few words to them about being careful before dashing away back into the battlefield. Takuma watched her disappear into the pit. He glanced up at the sky. The sun was now clearly visible over the pit's walls, pouring down ample light into the hole, illuminating everything clearly. The Irionin had their hands full, and after doing a quick visual check on him to judge that he could wait for a moment, they left him alone and went back to the more critically injured. In the waiting time, Takuma unzipped his flak jacket, pulled off his shirt and chainmail undershirt to bare his torso. He looked down. His chest was littered with red blotches, and his abdomen was covered in black and blue spots. His lungs burned, every breath hurt, and his mouth was overflowing with the taste of blood and iron. After a few minutes, a middle-aged Irionin with thinning hair arrived beside Takuma and began patching him up. When he saw Takuma had removed his clothes, he paused for a moment, seeing the scars, but then praised him for his foresight while checking his injuries. Good, very good, said the Irionin, touching and pressing Takuma's torso with his fingers and palm, causing Takuma to gasp sharply. Okay, this isn't bad, we can work with this. You will be fine, don't worry, the Irionin spoke comforting words, thinking Takuma was panicking. But Takuma was already thinking of the near future. The Irionin's hands began to glow green above Takuma's abdomen. A sharp, burning pain clutched Takuma's body before a hot comfort made him slack and relax. It was a sensation very similar to a high fever breaking. Takuma took out his water canteen and drank in small sips as the Irionin fixed the damage. I think my ribs are cracked, said Takuma. The Irionin checked, nodded and moved one of his hands to Takuma's chest. There wasn't an instant relief like before, but he breathed a little easier with some of the pressure lifted. He lay there looking at the sky, listening to the explosions, the clash of metal, the screams and shouts. The smell of smoke hung on his nose, and his skin prickled from the oversaturation of chakra in the environment from several dozen shinobi throwing jutsu around, pumping chakra into the environment. After a few minutes, the Irionin removed his hands from Takuma to bandage some nicks and cuts. This is good enough for now. Rest here for, hey! What are you doing? Takuma grunted as he got up and put his gear back on. You said this is enough and I feel alright, so I'm going back out. Don't worry, Doc, I'll be here again if something happens, he said, putting on his chainmail undershirt with a little stiffness. It was the best course of action he could think of. The faster the battle ended, the lesser the casualties. There was also the fact that if people just retired after injuries, their side would weaken. They needed more bodies out there doing the work. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he alone could change the tide of battle. Only the Jonin from either side had the actual power to do that, but if he could kill one more person or take two more out of the battle, injure three others, he would have done enough. Takuma zipped his flak jacket. He looked behind at the Irionin, who didn't stop him. It was solely his decision to go back into the battle. He then looked at the kunoichi. She was still being treated and was swaddled in bandages more bloody than his. She raised her hand and shot him a thumbs up. Takuma chuckled and gave her a nod before jumping down into the pit. Kimiko couldn't catch her breath. Her legs were little more than deadweight. They felt like someone had injected lead into her muscles. Her arms and shoulders were the same. She couldn't lower her sword because there was danger in every direction and her sword was the only thing between her and it. Kimiko couldn't see her face, but she was sure it was matted and tangled with blood. None of it was hers. She was pushed down to the ground and ended up landing in the pool of blood surrounding a body. It was awful, gross, and she had vomited after the fact from the thought. She was sick of the rainy weather going on because of the humidity, but she wished it would rain now so she could wash herself. Too many people had died, both ally and enemy. She saw two enemies cornering someone she'd seen around the camp. As tired as she was, she gripped her sword and forced her protesting body forward to help an ally. "Hey, listen to this." Kimiko turned around in a flash with her sword ready to cut her enemy down. She came to a sudden stop when she saw Takuma behind her, looking worse for wear. A gust of wind hit his face from her kinjutsu, but Takuma looked unbothered that she could have sliced his head off. "Come on, I need your help," he said quickly before turning away, expecting her to follow. Kimiko turned away from Takuma to look at the man she was about to help, only to find him dead on the ground with the two enemies absent. She stared at the dead body for a moment, her mind blank, without any thoughts. The man had been alive just a few moments ago, and she had just turned her attention away for not even half a minute, and he was dead. "Kimiko!" She was snapped out of her stupor by Takuma's voice. Without giving it any thought, she turned away and followed him. She was too tired to think about anything else. Kimiko glanced at Takuma, who was moving through the battlefield, but quickly shot toward any movement or sound near her. Her nerves were frayed from panic that a sharp blade was always only an inch away from stabbing her. She took deep breaths to calm herself down. It wasn't good for her to be this prickly. "Control, you're in control," she repeated to herself. Kimiko brought herself down and found the composure to stop jumping at everything. She eased her grip so that the sword's handle didn't dig so painfully into her palm, and even though the exhaustion slammed into her all at once, she felt much better. She returned her attention to Takuma, wanting to ask what he wanted to do, and noticed him talking to a chunin from Toradesu's ranks. She listened to their conversation and was shocked at what she heard. "I'm going to attack their Irionin at the medical station." "I need some help," Takuma said to the chunin, shouting as the surroundings were too loud. "What?" She stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder and shook it violently. "What are you talking about?" The chunin's face was thoughtful. He asked, "Do you know the location?" Takuma nodded. "They've set up inside a mine, just near the entrance. It's a bit troublesome location-wise, but I think it's doable. What do you say?" The chunin nodded. "All right. What do you need?" "Get 2 or 3 genin, and meet me there." Takuma pointed at a point on the pit wall that was cut into steps for easier access to the mines in the walls. He turned to her and shouted, "Let's find Anko. We have to be quick." Kimiko wasn't able to say anything as Takuma dashed away. She hurried after him, the gears in her mind turning at Takuma's plan. She couldn't believe Takuma developed a plan like that in the middle of a bloody battle. Not to mention, he had managed to convince, and some people would even say that he had ordered, a chunin to do his bidding. Were they experiencing the same battle? "Anko!" Takuma yelled. His chakra-modulated voice pierced through the noise and reached their team leader, who was spewing a river of angry flames at a group of enemies, trying to burn them alive. She looked at them after her ninjutsu was over and reached their position with a single high jump. Anko smiled at Takuma. "You're already back." "Very good," she gave him a nod of praise. "We are going to attack the enemy's Irionin. Chunin Ito has agreed to join with a couple of genin of his choice." I think that combined, we can do enough damage to hinder if not outright take out their healing capabilities, said Takuma. There was a moment of silence from Anko, where she stared at Takuma before her quick agreement came. Let's get a move on then, she nodded. Takuma led Kimiko and Anko to the meeting location. They were there first. Takuma took out some of his kunai and quickly began looping explosion tags on the rings at the ends of the handles. He did it with surprising nimbleness and speed. Make more, he said to Kimiko. Kimiko followed his lead and tied some tags to her kunai. By the time she was done, Chunin Ito had arrived with 3 genin. They were all under his command. As far as Kimiko knew, Ito and Anko didn't have much interaction with each other, but she had seen them exchange nods on the streets, so she knew that they weren't adversarial to each other. Did he think about that when he chose him? Kimiko wondered as he looked at Takuma. It's your idea, you lead it, Anko said to Takuma. She gave Ito a look, saying that she didn't want any resistance from him. Ito gave Takuma a nod. We're fine with that, he said. Takuma didn't hesitate as he asked everyone to huddle. He wasted no time in revealing his plan to the gathered people. There are guards in front of the mine who need to be drawn away for this to work. The 2 Chunin are going to do that. You 2 will start alone, and we will move in only when the guards are occupied. The point is to overwhelm them. When they see us appear, after a moment, they will try to hastily readjust. That will be the window for the rest of us to slip in. When we're inside, don't worry about anything else, just cause as much damage as possible. Takuma held up a kunai with an explosion tag. Chuck them in before you attempt any ninjutsu. Don't try to ration your tags. If you want more, scavenge later. Kimiko felt a cold hand close around her heart at Takuma's suggestion of pulling tags from the bodies of not only their enemies, and their allies as well. She nodded stiffly when he looked at her. As everyone got ready to move out, Takuma addressed the team one final time. He said, if something unexpected happens, remember, improvise, adapt, overcome. Now, let's go. Kimiko hadn't heard that one before, but it hit deep. She had no time to contemplate his words as they stealthily proceeded towards the target mine. They took the long route so as not to attract any additional attention from others. As they neared the mine, they arrived at the last bend that gave them cover. Takuma raised his fist, signaling everyone to stop. He then looked at Anko and Ito and motioned them to go in. The 2 Chunin first peered around the bend to study the situation before they charged and disappeared. The sounds of battle reached their ears a few moments later. Out of the assembled genin, Takuma peered ahead while everyone else waited for his command. Go! The moment he said those words, the ground of scuffed shinobi burst around the corner and dashed towards the mine with bloody weapons in their hands. Kimiko saw Anko and Ito fighting against 3 guards who had surrounded her and Ito. Kimiko was overcome with worry momentarily before steeling her heart and focusing on her task. As they approached the mine entrance, a couple of enemies stepped out. At the front of the group, Takuma weaved quick hand seals before spitting out a torrent of water that startled the enemy group. Kimiko and the rest took advantage of the successful water ninjutsu and charged the enemy group. In the chaos of battle, Kimiko slipped into the mine. She noticed how Ito's genin weren't very keen on following after her out of fear of who was inside. What if there were injured Chunin still capable of combat? They could also quickly be outnumbered by a number of genin, so their hesitance was understandable. The fear of unknown was strong, and this was Team 9's mission. They didn't feel particularly. Takuma, however, kicked one of the enemies down the wall before rushing inside after Kimiko. The moment you see them, throw the kunai, he whispered to her. Understood, she whispered. It only took a few seconds of running until they saw a makeshift camp. There were a few injured shinobi with Irionin working on them. The scent of disinfectant mixed in with the smell of blood and the cave's natural earthen dampness and lingered in the air. However, the camp wasn't as defenseless as Takuma's plan suggested. It seemed that the sound of fighting and rushed footsteps had alerted the camp, and they were ready. Unfortunately for them, Kimiko and Takuma weren't looking for close combat. They took out their explosive tag-equipped kunai and immediately threw them towards the camp. The able-bodied people and the Irionin tried to run further into the mine. The tags exploded faster than they could move and caught those who tried to run. Takuma moved further inside and threw a few kunai deeper into the mine, setting off more explosions. Kimiko followed his example and did the same. But then, as she was about to follow Takuma, she caught the mine's craggy roof sinking inwards, releasing a dusty shower. She gasped in realization and yanked on the back of Takuma's collar. And this time, she didn't stop until she had his attention. "What?" he asked, utterly surprised. "It's going to collapse. We have to leave," Kimiko urged, going as far as to drag him with her. He tried to ask the specifics, and she just pointed at the top at the cracks and crevices. Takuma looked up at the ceiling, and, at that moment, a big chunk of rock fell just a few feet away from him. He didn't need to be told anymore and ran out with her. But as they ran out, Kimiko noticed Takuma throwing tagged kunai into the wooden beams that were reinforcing the collapsing ceiling. He was trying to make the mine collapse faster. "Fuck you, Takuma," she cursed and ran faster. A string of explosions erupted behind them. Kimiko could feel the heat and force behind her back as they exited the mine, which had collapsed behind them, completely blocking the entrance. Kimiko looked at Takuma in shock. And then the madman had the gall to say something other than an apology. "I think we can count them out," said Takuma. There was a possibility that the innermost portion of the mine hadn't collapsed and there were survivors, but they had meters of rocks in their way to escape. They could get out, but they would either have to dig out by hand or risk using powerful ninjutsu that could trigger a collapse. Whatever the case, she realized that Takuma was right. The enemy's Irionin were not a problem anymore. Chapter 205, Jinjutsu Expert. While Takuma was lugging himself across the battlefield, trying to get himself to an Irionin to get himself healed, in another part of the battlefield, two opposing Jonin faced each other. "I didn't think I would meet you here, Rainy Cloud Ogata." Toradesu smiled at the bare-bellied man while he fanned himself gently with his folding fan. "I didn't know the Hidden Cloud was involved in this war. I must say, I'm unpleasantly surprised to see someone like you." Ogata the Hidden Cloud was a large and hairy man with a wide frame, big, meaty arms and legs, and a broad torso. He had been a resident of the top-level bingo books issued by villages other than the Hidden Cloud. There was a large bounty on the accomplished Jonin's head and no one wanted him alive. Ogata scratched his scruffy beard. "Color me surprised to see your bald head here. This isn't a place for old bones like yours. Go home and have your nanny tuck you in. I don't want to be accused of abusing the elderly." Toradesu laughed behind his elaborate folding fan with metal tips. "But I'm not here, Ogata." "None of us are," he said. "And you are going to be nowhere after today." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Ogata sighed as though finding the conversation utterly dull. He had a heavy gauntlet around his left hand, and he put on another on his right hand as he exchanged words with Toradesu. "You made a mistake coming here, old man. All of your men will perish here because of that. Worry not, I will give all of you a proper burial. Unlike you Hidden Leaf folk, we are honorable people." The two Jonin stood facing each other with bloody chaos around them. Dozens of shinobi from each side fought around them, but no one dared to approach the two men, leaving a wide berth for their own sakes. "Really? Kidnapping a toddler from her home to steal her bloodline is honorable?" Toradesu shot back. "I have no idea what you're talking about. All I know is that you people killed one of ours on the day we visited your filthy village to sign a peace treaty conference," Ogata said in counter. The infamous incident, now known as the Hyuga Affair, was an episode between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Cloud, who were in conflict with each other. However, because of the prolonged fighting, the two villages sought to end it and came to a mutual decision to cease fire and sign a peace treaty. Both villages sent an envoy each to the other village. However, the treaty was soon revealed to be nothing more than a cover when the Hidden Cloud envoy in the Hidden Leaf village kidnapped Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, on her third birthday. The envoy was killed during the attempt by Hayashi before he could leave the village with the little girl. However, the Hidden Cloud denied all accusations of the kidnapping and demanded the body of Hayashi as compensation for the death of their envoy as per the stipulations of the signed peace treaty. Ultimately, the Hidden Leaf conceded as they didn't want to break the peace treaty. The Hidden Leaf had suffered from the Nine-Tail incident a few years prior and desperately needed time to recover. The continuance of the war with the Hidden Cloud would only drain the village's already dwindling resources, and the daimyo had tightened his purses. The Hidden Leaf village sent the body of Hyuga Hayashi to the Hidden Cloud, but everyone involved knew that the Hidden Leaf had sent Hyuga Hizashi, Hayashi's identical twin brother, instead. The Hidden Cloud didn't say anything, rather, they couldn't. They too wanted peace, and it didn't matter whose body they got, they weren't getting anything of use because the Hyuga's cursed seal rid the body of all the Byakugan secrets, and anything else would be removed surgically before the body was sent out. Toradesu snapped his fan shut, and the landscape changed drastically. The wet, muddy ground cracked, and bubbling lava flowed from between the gaps below. A series of cracks appeared around Ogata, and harsh lava in the shape of large monster claws snapped towards him. They grasped at the empty air with Ogata nowhere to be seen. The large man was much faster than his heavy frame suggested and shot forward Toradesu like a whistling arrow. The cracks in the earth deepened and more lava burst to the surface. A dozen more claws burst forth, grabbing for Ogata, who evaded with agility and precision beyond what his frame suggested. More than his physical prowess, his mind was more impressive as he calculated the locations of a dozen moving lines on the fly. He finished his hand seals and stomped his foot on the ground that cracked under his force. Cobalt sparks crackled around his leg before the stomp forced the concentrated lightning into the ground. There was a split second of silence before the earth groaned. Chunks of earth were sent hurtling in every direction and the cracks widened, and the ground shook as though struck by a mid-magnitude earthquake. The land shifted, displacing in every direction, making the cracks bigger. The lava surged, engulfing the claws in wide pillars that roared angrily. They were on the same plane at the start of the fight, but Ogata's stomp had altered the landscape through pure force that resembled natural calamities. He looked down at Toradesu from a height and weaved hand seals with his metal-gloved fingers. His gauntlet-covered fingers sparked, but just as he was about to leap toward Toradesu, the fiery claws burst out of the pillars, dripping and brighter than before, to surround him from all directions, jumping at him akin to starving wild wolves. Ogata changed direction in the blink of an eye and leaped up high in the air to avoid certain death and looked down at Toradesu's smiling face. You tricky old bastard," Ogata scoffed. The false world around him, constructed by Jinjutsu, shattered, and in the next moment, he was standing in front of Toradesu, taking a step forward. Toradesu looked surprised before taking a step back and standing upright. "So there's a tiny bit of brain behind all that brawn," he said. "I think it's good to have that tiny amount, it means there's less for your kind to play around with," said Ogata. The two Jonin smiled at each other and simultaneously flew through hand seals. Ogata finished first, a second earlier than Toradesu. A spark of lightning rose up into the air before the arcs and currents grew until a humongous lion made up of lightning stood behind Ogata. When Toradesu finished, he moved his hands apart for a growing ball of fire to mold itself into a bird akin to a phoenix. As the lion roared and thrashed, jumping towards Toradesu, the tiny phoenix flew into the lightning lion and ballooned from within it. The two ninjutsu melded together, creating a dangerous flux of high volumes of chakra and a kaleidoscope of flashing light and color before resulting in an explosion that disrupted more than half the battlefield. When the dust settled, the two Jonin, who were deep in the blast's territory, hadn't moved an inch from their spaces. Toradesu was covered in a deep shroud of gentle winds while Ogata had erected a dome of chained lightning that snapped angrily. Ogata dropped his defensive jutsu first and immediately went on the offensive. He appeared before Toradesu and punched the wind envelope. A crackle of lightning sparked around the wind before lighting lit up the surface. Within a moment, the wind defense broke down, already weakened thanks to the explosion the two had caused. "Get hit by my honorable fist, old-timer," Ogata roared in laughter. Ogata smashed Toradesu with a lightning-charged gauntlet, but it passed through Toradesu as though he were an illusion. A cold chill shuddered down Ogata's back, and he turned to see Toradesu hurling gouts of sweeping fire in his direction, but in the exact moment before they collided against him, Ogata flexed his chakra and the fires vanished, but the danger wasn't over. Toradesu vanished in the distance and appeared beside him with a different, fully metal, folding fan in his hand. Ogata sensed chakra flowing through that metal. At the last moment, Ogata brought his other arm up to block the sharp edges of the folding fan with his gauntlet. The two metal weapons screeched and scratched against each other as both Jonin channeled their strength through the instruments, putting their best behind them. "Your little tricks are annoying, old geezer," Ogata spat. "Why not face me like a man?" Toradesu beamed, taking Ogata's words as praise. Treating Jinjutsu as tricks in this day and age? What an old-fashioned belief. I worry about the Hidden Cloud's future if they let someone like you crawl up to Jonin. Ogata snarled the beginnings of a response but was cut off by an ear-shattering explosion in another part of the battlefield. He and Toradesu briefly turned part of their attention to see a cluster of fire, large enough to see from where they were, crashing into the side of the pit, causing a widespread landslides. "Worried about your friend?" Ogata asked. Toradesu shook his head. "My colleague is a proud Jonin from my village. He will never be in danger against mere Hidden Frost Jonin. These little hidden villages have no standards, they allow anyone to become Jonin, as I'm sure you're aware." The snide mockery against the Hidden Cloud was not hidden in his tone or voice. While Toradesu and Ogata were fighting each other, Shirakumo was fighting two Hidden Frost Jonin alone. "He can take care of himself," Toradesu continued. "You worry about yourself. You're bleeding, you know." Ogata looked down at his body and saw that he was bleeding from his lower abdomen above his thigh. "This is a Jinjutsu," he scoffed and disrupted his chakra to lift the Jinjutsu. Ogata felt the Jinjutsu shatter. However, his eyes widened when the wound didn't appear, and instead, two more injuries, shoulder and calf, made themselves known to him. Did he place a Jinjutsu on me so that I would not notice my injuries, so I would continue fighting? Ogata thought. "Are you thinking that I hid your injuries with Jinjutsu?" Toradesu's words snapped Ogata out of his thoughts. The smile on Toradesu's face grew as he said, "Or maybe these injuries are Jinjutsu to deceive you into thinking that you're injured." Ogata once again disrupted his chakra. Toradesu laughed, full of amusement. "Are you trying to break the Jinjutsu? Maybe it's not Jinjutsu, and this is reality. Or maybe every time you try to lift the Jinjutsu, it's not you, but me tricking you into thinking that you disrupted your chakra? Try it again, perhaps it will work this time," he chuckled. Ogata felt a distinct fear settle into his heart as he disrupted his chakra. Once again, he felt the Jinjutsu shatter, but nothing changed. The wounds on his body remained and Toradesu still stood in front of him laughing. "And so, are you in a Jinjutsu, or are you not? What is real and what is not?" Toradesu asked. His lips then flattened, and his voice dropped a few notes into a menacing laughter that echoed in Ogata's ears. "This thing you call a trick will kill you today, my thick-skulled foe." Chapter 206, No Survivors. It had been around an hour since those in the evacuation unit capable of chakra masking had descended into the pit to evacuate the dormitories. His training sessions were always longer than an hour, but he hadn't felt more exhausted than he was at the current moment. Even the assassination attempt on his life was more overwhelming than exhausting. Takuma felt his concentration was slipping and all his brain wanted to do was listlessly stare at the ground and stop processing the excessive input his senses took in from the chaos around him. He wanted to stop moving and just drop flat, but that wasn't an option. The cave-in that had eliminated the enemy's Irionin had only happened around 10 minutes ago, and while it didn't end the battle it pushed Camp Banana up to a clear advantage. 10 minutes was a significant time in a shinobi battle where people drop faster than flies. He had to return to the battle at the bottom of the pit after bombing the mine. The feeling of frustration that the enemy didn't opt to cut their losses and retreat gnawed at his mind. He wanted it to end, and the lack of enemy, even if it meant through them escaping, was the end condition. But simultaneously, as he looked around the pit, he could understand why they couldn't. Their escape route was blocked by the ongoing battle between the Jonin duking it out against each other. Anko had told him that Jonin Shirakumo was fighting 2 Jonin in that part of the pit, and that he had successfully killed one of them, making escape an unattractive choice. Takuma felt a strange relief as he stared at the battlefield. Through the lingering smoke and bright fires, he could see more hidden steam gear than he did hidden frost. So long as Toradesu and Shirakumo didn't die, Camp Banana had won the battle over the Gojiro gold mines. They had the win in their grasp, and they needed to do was stand their proverbial flag and declare their victory. So many corpses littered the ground that he had to look out for them not to trip and inadvertently get killed by an enemy. In that sense, the dead were still fighting in the battle. The thought made him want to vomit. Takuma didn't have the mental capacity to contemplate the sheer loss of life from the battle. He was sure it would linger in his thoughts and disturb his nights when he had the chance to rest. A group of Camp Banana shinobi surrounded 2 enemy shinobi, poised and ready to kill the pair. Takuma lifted his heavy feet to join them, weapons drawn. They didn't have any orders to accept surrender. A horn blared across the battlefield and brought a short burst of energy to the hidden leaf troops and despair to the last few remaining enemy forces across the pit. It was the signal that they had won and successfully occupied the Gojiro gold mines. Evidently the enemy was still alive, but the horn meant that the Jonin had defeated their counterparts, which for all intents and purposes was victory. Takuma let his shoulders relax as he approached the group, cornering the 2 enemies glued to each other's backs for protection. Surrender, Takuma straightened himself as he spoke. Everyone, ally or enemy, turned towards him as he continued to talk. You either die here where you've already lost, or live another day to potentially be traded back to your nation in exchange for our own imprisoned in yours. If you cooperate, your stay will be as comfortable as possible given the situation. Choose or I will choose for you, he said authoritatively. The Camp Banana shared confused looks but held their tongues. Takuma kept his eyes on the 2 enemies, who didn't bother to hide their suspicion, which was to be expected. The gathered ground could kill them, but they were suddenly asking for surrender, but Takuma knew they were exhausted enough not to notice the confusion around them. Takuma sighed. He turned to the kunoichi beside him. Will you lend me your dagger? I misplaced mine in the battle. The kunoichi was surprised but unsheathed the dagger strapped to her lower back and handed it to Takuma. All right, let's get this over with, said Takuma as he stepped towards the 2. Wait, shouted one of the 2 enemies. We will surrender. The second one wasn't as thrilled. What are you doing? He hissed. Shut up. The first one turned to Takuma. We surrender. Please, spare us. We will surrender. We will, so. He licked his cracked lips and looked at Takuma with damp hope and desperation in his eyes. Takuma silently played with the dagger in his hand as he stared at the 2 shinobi. With each silent second, the desperation and despair grew thicker in his eyes. Drop your weapons and lay down on your stomach with your hands on your head. We will apply chakra seals and then take you in, said Takuma, dropping his hand with the dagger limp down by his side. The second, unwilling shinobi looked suspicious but was quickly persuaded to surrender when his comrade did as instructed. He followed and threw his weapons and pouches away before lying on the ground with his hands clasped behind his head. Takuma pointed at the weapons and weapon pouches, and a couple people collected them before he alone approached the 2 and crouched down beside them to whisper, You made the right choice. He first approached the unwilling enemy and planted a knee in the center of his back. Takuma pulled the man's hands down from his head, raised his head by the hair, and quickly slit his throat. He gurgled wetly, alerting his more willing comrade. Takuma knew he didn't have time, so he skipped to the next. Before the panicking enemy could rise, Takuma booted him across the face and mounted him. What? Why, you said. He thrashed desperately beneath him. No, please. I beg. Takuma grabbed the man's arm with his free hand and plunged the bloody dagger deep into the man's heart and twisted it violently. The man flailed for a few moments before the resistance faded. Takuma gazed into the dying man's betrayed brown eyes until the light faded completely, never breaking eye contact. Takuma kept the man company in his last moments before wiping the blood on the dagger from the dead man's pants and returning the dagger to its owner. "Thank you," Takuma said to her before tiredly walking away. The kunoichi reclaimed her weapon and kept it at arm's length, glancing furtively between it, Takuma, and two men he'd killed in cold blood. Everyone in the small group looked at him with a mix of shock, admiration, and a strong dose of fear. They turned to look at him as he walked away. None of his previous sharpness was present as he swayed from side to side. After the battle ended, everyone was called to gather in the middle of the pit. Takuma slowly wandered around the crowd, looking for his team. Camp Banana had come with 14 teams, 2 Jonin, 14 Chunin, and 70 Jinin, but the group was thinner now after the battle. While they had wiped out the enemy, they had paid a steep price in lives. Takuma stopped in his tracks when he saw 3 of the 4 people who he called his teammates. His heart beat faster as he approached the group. Where is Iori?" he asked. Kimiko, Riku, and Daiki turned to face Takuma and gave him a fierce one-armed hug. Takuma patted the big guy on his back. "I'm glad you're safe," said Daiki. "Iori?" Takuma asked again. "She's with the Irionin," said Daiki, his expression unpleasant. Takuma felt flustered. "How bad is it? Will she make it?" Daiki was taken aback and for a moment looked like he didn't know how to answer the question. "Her life is not in danger," Takuma breathed a sigh of relief, "but she lost 2 fingers from her writing hand. They're trying to reattach them right now, but the Irionin aren't sure if it will work." Takuma gasped with wide eyes. As a Fuenin, Iori's hands were extremely important to her. Accurate calligraphy was an essential part of Fuinjutsu, and losing her fingers would put a huge handicap on her progress, if not outright destroy her future prospects as a Fuinjutsu expert. It was imperative that they fixed her hand. "She could switch to her other hand, but that doesn't sound good, does it?" Daiki said. Takuma nodded, but knew that was the last thing Iori would want to hear. He didn't know how much time and effort switching to the other hand would take, let alone returning to her previous level of skill. He gave the other 3 a look over. Kimiko looked ragged but mostly uninjured. Riku had a bandage around her head and right leg, and her left arm in a sling. Daiki had a limp that he tried to hide, and had only hugged Takuma with one arm. It seemed there was something wrong with his shoulder. But seeing them alive put Takuma's heart at ease, which brought more fatigue. His legs were begging him to amputate them so they could be put out of the misery. "Anko is up front with the Jonin," said Kimiko. Takuma nodded. "Does anyone have some water?" Riku threw her canteen to him with a small gulp of water that Takuma downed. "Thank you." He looked around the pit and at the bodies of those who had died fighting for both sides. Takuma opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing emerged. He couldn't think of anything that would suit the current situation. "It's always numbered, isn't it?" They looked at him. "The dead. When I was in the Hidden Leaf, they only ever mentioned the number of casualties. 14 perished, 3 found dead, 10 killed in action, 1 missing. They rarely mention names, not unless it's a Jonin or someone important. Newspapers don't have enough space, radios not enough time. Even if they do mention names, do we remember them? I don't. And with these numbers, the names won't show up except the official documents and reports." He turned towards his teammates. "That's why we should make sure they get the most honorable shinobi funeral for them, in the hopes that when, if this happens to us, we'll be fortunate enough to get the same treatment." The 3 of them nodded somberly. Anko met with them a few minutes later after her brief discussion with the Jonin. She looked better than all of them and seemed completely uninjured, but there was a burden that weighed down her usual carefree expression. Considering the overwhelming presence of death around them and their proximity to it, Takuma didn't blame her. One of the enemy Jonin, the one Toradesu was fighting, decided to escape. "The 2 Shirakumo fought are both confirmed dead," she informed them of the larger picture of the battle. "There might be enemies hiding in the mines, so be careful, but with most of them dead, they aren't a priority problem. Everyone who can still move around will work on the funeral preparation, after which we'll proceed to the bombing of this hellhole. Yes, ma'am. All of you did good. Anko looked at Kamiko and Takuma. Especially you two. The Jonin will want to talk to you after we return to camp, I'm sure. Her eyes lingered on Takuma as she gave out the praise. Now, let's go meet Iori together. Yes, ma'am. Takuma gazed at the dozens of burning funeral pyres burning before him. The deceased shinobi were recorded thrice to ensure everyone was included, and their belongings, if available, were carefully packaged to be returned to their families. They were cleaned and prepared for their funeral and then respectfully placed on the funeral pyres provided by the nearby forestry. The hidden leaf shinobi went first. The enemy were also given funerals, but they weren't treated the same. They weren't cleaned and were pushed into larger group pyres, while the hidden leaf shinobi were all given their own individual pyres. Were you close to anyone? Takuma asked Iori, standing beside him. Her hand was heavily bandaged. While the Irionin had successfully attached her fingers back, the results would only show as they properly healed and if they worked for Iori when she completed physical rehabilitation. I could recognize all of them. I knew a few of them, Iori answered, fire reflecting in her eyes. I haven't seen anything like this. This is too many. She was the most social member of their team, and was even well-liked despite being on Anko's team. Takuma gave her a side hug to offer her some comfort. She'd been too occupied by her own uncertain future to truly process it all, and it was for the first time in the last few hours that she'd pulled herself together, only to have the reality of the deaths of her friends and peers shoved in her face. As he comforted her, Takuma stared at the funeral pyres. He didn't feel much in the face of so much death. He had only attended a shinobi funeral once, and he was the only attendee, and looking back on it, Takuma recognized the shift in his reaction to it all, even when the scale of the two events was on different levels. He wondered what might have caused such a drastic shift. He thought that he wouldn't get an answer out of himself, but it came surprisingly easily when he personally set fires to the larger group pyres in the distance. Takuma was sure he would have hurt like Iori and the others around him in grief if he was close to the deceased. He was confident that he had at least that much humanity still burning alive within him, but was terrified of losing what made and kept him human, what kept as himself. He knew that he would be perfectly fine being that person, that version of him that stabbed the surrendered enemy in the back after promising them sanctuary. He was afraid if that part of him would bleed into every aspect of life. It utterly terrified him. The cause of his current indifference was relatively recent. This wasn't the biggest concentration of death he had seen. The largest was the massacre of the innocent civilians who had been killed by the small group of shinobi. He was there, right in the middle of it. He heard the piercing screams and cries for help. That was much worse than what had happened in the pit. The shinobi could at least fight back and would kill him in a heartbeat. That was why he didn't feel much. He was sure that if any of the shinobi, deceased or alive, enemy or ally, were asked to kill him, they would do it, and he knew that because so would he. It didn't matter if they liked it or not, or if they were just following orders, he was sure all of them would do it. It was a norm in the shinobi world, killing. Some hated it and only killed when necessary, others learned to enjoy it, but every single shinobi killed. It was a fact of life as true as the sky being blue. Those strangers who could do that didn't deserve his empathy and compassion. He could kill hundreds or thousands of them and he wouldn't feel anything for them. They were in a profession where those ready to kill should be prepared to be killed. It didn't matter if it was his own compatriots or a foreign enemy, every single one of them was the same. The same went for himself. Takuma knew that if one day he was killed, he absolutely deserved it. In his pursuit of survival, he had made himself a man okay to kill in his own eyes. He blinked, the image of the begging enemy shinobi flitting across his vision for a moment. But it wasn't the time to contemplate on the implications of that. Right now, he had to provide comfort to his teammates and friends. Takuma took a deep breath and gave Iori's arm a comforting rub. He said, "I know this doesn't change anything, but your memories of them will at least keep them alive in your thoughts. They will live in your heart, so take some solace in that. Iori leaned against him. You're a good one, Takuma, she said. That wasn't true and he knew it. Unlike him, she shed tears. Takuma thanked Iori in his heart for it anyway, because at least someone liked him, because he didn't like himself very much right now. Chapter 207, The Shinobi Life. Takuma rubbed his ear in irritation. It had been ringing for over a frustrating hour. The dynamite explosions used to destroy the mining infrastructure were to blame, even though he was wearing earplugs when they went off. Sure, they weren't professionally made earplugs, but Takuma expected them to at least do something. His ears were especially sensitive because of training. You should get that looked at, Anko commented as she ran beside him. They were journeying back to Camp Banana after the successful raid on the Gojiro gold mines. Some of the troops had to stay back to escort the miners who had planted the dynamite, as the shinobi weren't experienced in that field. The miners also couldn't run as far as shinobi and needed to be escorted to a safe location. The rest returned to Camp Banana as they couldn't leave the position unprotected for long. It's fine. I'm not going to bother the Irionin right now. They must be exhausted, Takuma replied to her. It was true, everyone was exhausted. They first traveled from Camp Banana to the Gojiro gold mines, then fought a bloody battle, lost too many people, destroyed the mine, and then journeyed back to Camp Banana. They'd barely rested during the entire process when the Jonin insisted that they return to Camp Banana as soon as possible. Takuma didn't want to disturb anyone until they reached the base. Takuma looked ahead and at one of the teams traveling with them. That's them, isn't it? Takuma pointed them out to Anko. The team that ditched the evacuation unit. Hideki, Anko spat and she evil-eyed the Chunin in charge of the team. Chunin Hideki and his two Jinin were meant to be part of the evacuation unit but broke away from the unit to set off explosions around the pit at the start of the raid to surprise the enemy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think he's going to get reprimanded for what he did, said Takuma. No, they won't. Toradesu most probably ordered them to do that regardless of how the evacuation unit was doing. He wouldn't have dreamed of doing that if he wasn't protected by Toradesu. As she ran, the ground under her feet cracked under the oppressive weight of her chakra, startling the people around her. You know what the kicker is? Those explosions were actually fucking useful. He's going to get fucking praise for it. The bastard. I want to feed him to my babies. Takuma shuddered at the remembrance of Anko's snakes. He had one of them wrapped around him when she was rescuing him, but he was so out of it that he didn't pay any attention to it. However, from how Kamiko described it during a small break, her snakes were absolutely dreadful. You can have partial credit for the mine collapse if that will help us get more sway in the camp, said Takuma. He was a genin, and getting full credit would be huge for his reputation and career, but in the current moment, Anko, a chunin, getting some sway in the camp would do the entire team, including Takuma, some good. It was in trading some of his rightful credit and investing it in hopes that it would yield more benefit in the future. No, Anko shut Takuma's down immediately. Like hell you will do that. I'm going to make sure that there's no ambiguity in the report when I mention your actions and how crucial they were. Be careful when you say things like that. People will swallow whole when you offer a bite. But I know what you're trying to do, but I'm not comfortable with it. Takuma nodded when Anko's intense gaze lingered, as though seeking a response from him. New people are going to come to the camp, Takuma said. They had lost a significant number of people in the raid. As such, Camp Bana needed to refill its ranks with new blood. Guess I won't be the new guy anymore. A lot of people still called him the new guy till date. We might be looking at an advantage at our hands. The number of complete teams has decreased. The number of Chunin have decreased, but Team 9 is a complete team that can go on active missions on short notice if required. There's a chance if we play it right, we might be able to get on the precursor missions. Precursor mission? The Gojiro Gold Mines was a late addition to Camp Banana's mission calendar. Before that became a priority, we were in the midst of planning a big operation. Apparently, Camp Banana was created by the enemy's advance, who had already invaded the borders and captured numerous important bits of territory in the Land of Hot Water. They had the dual purpose of being a line of defense to stop them from capturing more while also responsible for recapturing enemy-occupied enemy territory. Before the Gojiro gold mines came along, Camp Banana was working on a plan to accomplish the recapture part of their purpose. The enemy had captured 3 essential border cities that had great strategic locations as they were the hubs for trade routes and roads built in the region. Everything flowed in and out of those cities, and by controlling the cities, the Hidden Frost, and the Hidden Cloud by proxy, had established a chokehold on the entire region. Camp Banana was planning to break that chokehold by recapturing the cities and move their base location up to one of those cities to ensure that they had a stronger position in the region. Anko continued. With our losses, the operation could only realistically start after about 45 days so the new blood can integrate enough to function as teams, but there were talks of a precursor mission before the operation, and I think I can get us into that precursor mission. What's the mission objective? Asked Takuma. There are several towns and villages that feed into those 3 cities. Those villages and towns are still selling their harvest and produce to the cities because if they don't, they will go broke. The few villages that refused are being forced to sell because of the fear of being pillaged and massacred. The mission, whatever it is, will be to weaken the defense of cities for when the main forces go in to liberate the cities. We want any advantage we get, no matter how small it is. Sounds like a lot of time outside the camp, said Takuma. Anko shot him a challenging grin. Are you up for it? It's up to you, boss. If you think this is worth it, then why not, he said. Takuma didn't want to waste his time. He could be doing the precursor mission outside the camp or do equally meaningful work inside the camp. He didn't care where he did or what he did so long as it was useful and moved him closer to becoming a Chunin. If we're taking this mission, the preparation period will be busy, said Takuma with a sigh. Busier than what we did for the raid, Anko nodded. Much busier, Takuma sighed. The battle at the gold mines made him painfully aware that he lacked attack variety and needed to gain another weapon as soon as possible. The question was how. Fortunately, he had some ideas. Dear Taro. How are you doing, buddy? I hope you didn't quit your job because it was too hard. I just completed a long and hard mission that I can't really share the details about because I'm technically not supposed to be here. As I write this letter, I have just woken up from a 16-hour deep sleep because I hadn't slept in more than 2 days. The appeal of all this wore off very quickly, you know. The food sucks, the water tasted off for weeks, my mattress should be ashamed of being called one, and the fucking humidity is the curse that doesn't end. I'm finally seeing the appeal of getting an off-the-field position so much. However, I'm good at what I do, so I guess I can only complain so much. Well, I guess I'm just writing this because I miss you and everyone else. I've made friends here, but it's somewhat difficult to care when you don't know if they will be alive by the end of the month. Kamiko's here, and I still do not like her very much. She hasn't changed much from the basic training days, but at least she reminds me of home. Forgetting the above, while I'm homesick, I'm as safe as possible in my current situation. Take care of yourself, okay? I will see you soon. Takuma. Dear ma'am. I hope this letter finds you in good health. This morning, as I sat on my bed, my mind fetched the memory of our discussion when I brought you my deployment order. Your words about it being an opportunity when I was so adamantly against it was the start of it all. You were right. This is an opportunity, a great one at that. I still would have preferred working at my office in the police force, though, but I believe that'd be most people's preference. Regardless of my preference, I believe this was the right move. I might be made for this, for wars, or is it for violence, or maybe it's simply for killing. There was a mission with a lot of deaths, and afterward, the Irionin were asking everyone if they slept well, how they were feeling, or if they were experiencing any out-of-the-ordinary distress. I knew what they were on the lookout for, and I'm thankful that they care. But I didn't feel anything. I don't like taking lives. I don't feel any sick pleasure from it. If given the choice, I don't want to do it, but, to be honest, it comes really easy. It's no different than doing any other activity. Alright, this is enough. I didn't intend this to be so heavy. Regardless of how I feel about it or don't feel about it, I'm focused on making the most of what I can get out of here. Your student, Takuma. P.S. How's Sasuke doing? I hope he's having a great time at the academy. P.P.S. I think I'm done with pre-made Genjutsu. It took a long time, but I think I'm ready for some customization. Dear Kano, I hope you're in good health. I know you're not supposed to tell me about the investigation, but I wonder if there has been any progress in finding the blacksmith behind the touchmark or anything else related to the assassins. I have attached the details of the office through which you can send letters to me. Please send me a reply. Regards. Takuma. Chapter 208, Wholesome Riku. Riku knocked on the locked door, but there was no reply. She waited for a couple of moments before knocking again, but again, there was a response. Go away! The voice was muffled, which meant that Iori was still in bed, hiding underneath the covers. It had been 3 days since they had returned from the Gojiro gold mines, and Iori had spent most of her days in bed, rarely getting out of her room, and not once had she stepped out of the dormitory, even on a clear day with ample sun, and Iori loved the sun. Being in bed itself wasn't a problem. They had just returned from a deadly operation, and they deserved the rest. Iori had her fingers severed, and reattached rest was certainly recommended. But she refused to eat more than 1 meal a day, which was left barely touched at her door as she didn't come to the mess hall. She bathed only once after returning to the base and refused to do any cleaning except letting Riku do bandage work on her fingers. None of it was healthy, and Riku knew that it couldn't be allowed to become the norm. Right, I'm coming in, she announced. Wait, no! Riku ignored her and kicked open the locked door. A wave of must slammed into her, and she waited for a moment, mind whirling. She glanced at the closed curtains and back at the door, where the light from outside pierced through the room's darkness. After resting for a day, cleaning their gear was the first thing every shinobi on the Gojiro gold mine operation did upon their return. Dirt, grime, and blood needed to be scrubbed off from everything. As Iori's hand was injured, Riku did it for her. The clean clothes and gear were still exactly where she had put them, completely untouched. Get out! Riku moved to the curtains and pulled them apart, flooding the room with light, and then opened the windows to let some much-needed air in. Iori pulled the covers over her head and shrunk into herself, assuming a fetal position. Riku didn't say anything and sat on the bed beside Iori. A silence sat with them as Riku said nothing and simply sat on the bed with her feet on the ground. Riku didn't mind the silence, but she knew that no matter how much Iori wanted to ignore her, she would find the silence awkward. It was just who she was, even in this state. Riku was right. After a few minutes, Iori pulled the covers down from her head and stared out the open window listlessly. Her right hand was bandaged with a splint to keep her fingers in the correct position for healing. Let's get you out. A walk around the base will be good for you. Please. Come on, said Riku softly. I'm not in the mood, Riku. Please leave alone, Iori croaked, turning her back to Riku. Riku knew what to say to get Iori moving in her current mood. There was only one thing her teammate cared about right now. It's time to have your hand checked out by the Irionin. Come on, get up. I will be waiting outside, so wash up and meet me downstairs. We leave in 45 minutes. Riku got up and left without waiting for a reply. An hour later, Iori was bathed, dressed, and downstairs, ready to visit the Irionin. This is coming along nicely, Irionin smiled. It'll be maybe another week or 2 before it's completely healed and you can start rehab. Riku stood to the side as the Irionin checked Iori's hand. Will there be any complications? Asked Iori, desperation in her eyes. The Irionin's smile was comforting, but there was also a hint of something that told Riku Iori had asked that question multiple times before. The reattachment was done properly, but it depends on how long the fingers were detached before the reattachment, explained the Irionin. There's no infection, and the swelling is low, which are excellent signs of a full recovery, but we will only know for sure after it heals completely. Iori's body shook for a moment. She closed her eyes and then calmed down before nodding and leaving the room. Riku nodded to the kunoichi and then followed after her. She caught up to Iori, who was heading toward the dormitory, but Riku steered her away onto another path in the complete opposite direction. 1 hour. We stayed out for 1 hour, she said. You can't fixate on your injury like this. Iori seemed reluctant but nodded slowly. They walked around, the ground drenched and muddy after another night of rain. Riku didn't know anything meaningful to say to Iori. From her perspective, Iori was right to be worried, but she was overreacting. Her recovery period wasn't even over and she was so down in the dumps that Riku could barely recognize her from the well-spoken, the social girl she knew before the injury. She'd understand if Iori had definite confirmation that her hand was ruined for delicate work, but she didn't know that and already lost all hope. That bothered her more than anything, but she didn't know how to say it. How does a storage seal work? Asked Riku. If her words couldn't bring hope, then perhaps Iori's passion would do that itself. Iori glanced at Riku but then continued to walk in silence until a minute later when she started to speak. Storage seals are an application of space-time ninjutsu. They work by creating an artificial space parallel that can be used to store objects, with the seal itself serving as the access point for the artificial space. There are restrictions, of course. Weight and size of the load need to be within the parameters of the created artificial space, otherwise there's a risk of the seal failing, which is dangerous. Riku asked. What dangers? There are 2 fail states, Iori replied. The good failure state is that the seal spits out the stored items as the artificial space deteriorates and the seal goes bust. It's annoying and bothersome, but doesn't do much harm. However, the not-so-good failure state is that the artificial space deteriorates, destroys the stored items, turning everything inside a dangerous flux of matter that, in many cases, is spat out with an explosion. It was a huge problem back in the day. There was a time when ignorant shinobi would stuff storage seals beyond the recommended load, thinking that a little over the limit wouldn't do any harm, but it did do harm, a lot of it. Which led to the popular belief that storage seals were inherently unreliable, which was false, but people blamed the storage seals anyway rather than accepting it was their own fault. The first Hokage had to issue a statewide order to fix the unreliability problem. The Fuenin around the Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire got to work. After 3 years of intense research, someone figured out how to implement constraints to storage seals. The constraints added a weight and size restriction to the seals, which made it so that any attempt to put a load beyond the storage seal's capacity wouldn't be allowed to enter the artificial space. The unreliability problem was solved as shinobi could no longer misuse storage seals. However, the Hidden Leaf didn't figure out a solution, said Iori, her dull eyes now holding a glimmer of admiration. The Hidden Whirlpool, our allies, figured out the solution to the problem. Their Uzumaki clan, renowned for their Fuinjutsu, are the ones to be praised. Lord First and the clan head of the Uzumaki clan were close friends, and when Lord First told the Uzumaki clan head about the problem, he asked the experts of the Uzumaki clan to look into it. Riku didn't care about any of that, but seeing the light return to Iori's eyes was all the reason for her to continue the conversation. Iori held her index finger and thumb at a small distance away from each other. When a Fuenin creates a storage seal and primes it, the artificial space is the size of a small glass marble. The chakra provided by the Fuenin is enough to sustain that marble-sized space for a long time, but it's not infinite. The space will collapse eventually, rendering the storage seal useless. When a user wants to use the storage seal, they provide chakra and activate it to expand that small space to its intended dimensions. Same as before, storage seals have finite lives, especially when in use as the dimensions are expanded and utilize more chakra. They will die down and spit everything stored out once the chakra sustaining it runs out. Why can't you just pump more chakra in? Asked Riku. It's not currently possible. I prime the seal, you activate it. That's the only 2 times the formulae and the ink can handle chakra input, Iori replied. Riku made an "is that so" expression. They continued to wander around and chat until they reached a small field where they found Kamiko sparring against Anko. I didn't know Kamiko was sparring with Anko, said Iori. Today's the first day, Riku replied. Kamiko wasn't happy with how she did in the mines, so she asked Anko to spar with her once a day. In fact, there was an increase in training all around the base. Fear and a close encounter with death had driven people to put in more training. Riku had seen this behavior before from other shinobi before, which was why she knew most would stop training and return to normal before the month ended. She didn't know if Kamiko would be the same, but hoped she'd keep going. She glanced at Iori, who was staring at Kamiko desperately trying to fend off Anko's attack. Riku had no idea what Iori was thinking, but she could sense that she shouldn't disturb her. Riku also watched Kamiko and Anko, focusing on the Chunin's every move in the hopes of catching some useful insight into her style of combat that she could integrate into her own. In the middle of the fight, Riku noticed Anko look in their direction. She flashed Riku an almost imperceptible smile, which she knew was for bringing Iori out of her room. "Let's go," said Iori. They continued to walk in silence, and Iori immediately headed home at the end of the hour. Riku didn't expect Iori to make a complete turnaround with just a walk and some talk, but she did hope that it would elevate some of her gloom. But Iori returned to her room and shut the door. Riku sighed before continuing with her day. She would try again tomorrow. However, that evening when she passed by Iori's room, the door was open and Iori was at her desk, flipping through a book on some obscure Fuinjutsu script that Riku couldn't make heads or tails of, but it brought a smile to her face. She didn't disturb Iori and let her continue reading. Chapter 209, Takuma's Future. Takuma huffed and puffed as he ran around the village's muddy roads fighting against his own worst enemy, gravity. The weight vest pulled down at his shoulders and he could feel it with every step. It had been 5 days since the return to base and 2 days since his abdomen had stopped hurting. That pain was replaced with muscle pain from lugging the weighted vest around all day long. He was part of the wave of increased training and effort after the Gojiro gold mines operation. Down in the pit, he felt rigid as he fought. It wasn't his body not obeying him, he was in great shape. It was his lack of options. He hadn't felt like that in a very long time, but the pit had been a new scenario for him. The number of people on the ground differed from anything he had ever faced. It was almost flat terrain with no place to hide. There were as many allies as there were enemies, which was again as much of a problem as the environment because there were too many things to keep track of. Allies might as well have been enemies at that point. There was too much chaos, and the tools he currently had didn't work for him, or at least he wasn't using them properly. He lacked a long-range option. Water Release, Wild Water Wave was a good jutsu. It had turned into something of a preference, but it didn't do enough damage for him, it never did. It was always a setup for destabilizing the enemy before he was forced to go in close for a killing blow, and if he wasted that opportunity, he was always in danger. He needed something that didn't require a follow-up every single time or at least did enough damage on its own to have some lasting effect. He had Lightning Release, Shock, but he sucked at it so much that it was an embarrassment. Even if he put in the extra effort into improving the jutsu, it wasn't worth it because of the D-rank classification. He wanted different things from his D-rank jutsu, and offensive capabilities were not one of them. Second, he lacked a serious crowd control jutsu. Something that would exert his control and influence over a larger group of people. As much as he adored water style, hidden miss jutsu, it was terrible when he was working with allies, which was a harsh restriction. He needed something that wouldn't involve his allies. Additionally, he had let his Jinjutsu progress go stale with the sudden war deployment. He was delighted with Earth style, Earth and Dome, Earth style, Hiding in the Rock Jutsu, and Earth style, Tremor Sense Jutsu, as they worked as intended with high efficiency. He did think he needed an offensive Earth ninjutsu option, which was in his plans. The only problem was time. Time. He didn't have any. It seemed like he was chasing after a runner while being pulled down by his weighted gear. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. The feeling of helplessness, frustration, and anxiety weighed down on his heart. Had he been too focused on the current moment that he had neglected to keep the upcoming threats in mind? He was fortunate to survive an enemy who had dismantled him before he could even move a finger to defend himself. The explosive tags were a last-moment, desperate gambit that had very luckily paid off. Takuma had seen that man's dead body. In fact, he was the one to pull the corpse onto the joint pyre. If the man had taken him on as an equal opponent, the situation, without a doubt, would have been different. He had been having dreams every night without fail since his return to the base, and his own bloody corpse had been a mainstay in his nightmares. He had to figure out how to get in front of the problem. Takuma! Takuma came to a skidding stop and turned back to see Anko looking at him strangely. Only then did he notice that his lungs hurt and burned and his breathing was noisy. He looked down at the muddy ground and noticed how his strides were very uneven. Toradesu and Shirokuma want to meet you, Anko said to Takuma, who was dripping sweat as though he had been soaking in the rain. Come on, no, first clean yourself up and take a bath. Meet me in front of Toradesu's office in 30 minutes. Chop chop. For what? He asked between breaths. About your performance in the gold mines, of course. Now get your ass moving. You don't want two Jonin waiting for you. Looking sharp, good, Anko complimented Takuma as he landed on the road before Toradesu's office. Now flash me a smile and we'll be good to go. Takuma resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Anko laughed boisterously and she slapped his back. Where are the others? Are they already inside? Takuma asked, looking around. Others? It's just you and me. Huh, why? Kamiko and Shunin Ito's team were just as important. They should be here, said Takuma. That is true, but they only want to meet you. I'm just here as your team lead, Anko replied. Takuma felt a spike of nervousness. He cracked the knuckles of his hands one at a time, wondering what the meeting would be like. He had attended a fair share of meetings with Jonin presence in the police force, where he was the only Jonin every single time, and he had gotten used to the pressure, but he was rarely the main focus of those meetings. This time, he was going to be alone, and didn't know the two Jonin very well. Hey, chin up, Anko smiled. They obviously want to praise you, so just go in and bathe in the compliments. It's time for you to cozy up to the leadership. Who knows, Toradesu might look at us favorably if he finds you pleasing to the eye. Takuma looked up at Anko and nodded. I'll try my best. He straightened and followed Anko into the building. He had only been in Toradesu's office once, which was his first day at Camp Banana, where he handed Toradesu a brief on the refugee camp incursion. Just like the last time, Toradesu's secretary was sitting at her desk outside his office room. She clocked the two when they entered and rose to greet them. Jonin Toradesu will see you soon. Please take a seat until then, she said. They sat down, and Takuma looked around. This is the place where we first met. Did we? Oh yeah, I remember, Anko chuckled as she propped her muddy shoes up on the table, much to the chagrin of the secretary, who couldn't say anything to Anko because of the difference in ranks. So, do you have any family waiting for you at home? Takuma asked. Oh? This is rare for you. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. It's fine. My parents are alive, they still serve as active shinobi, and both are Chunin like me, but they moved out of the Hidden Leaf a long time ago. They moved to a city in the north where it's nice and cool when I was your age, she said. After the Third Shinobi World War and the Ninetales incident, Anko's parents decided to slow down their careers and focus on their personal lives with each other. They couldn't do it if they stayed in the Hidden Leaf, the hub for Leaf Shinobi, so they decided to move to a big city with enough work for Shinobi but at a level where they would have sufficient time for their personal lives. They must be proud of their daughter. Damn straight, they are, Anko flashed a grin. Anyone special waiting for you back at the village? Someone who has my dear leader's heart. Anko raised an eyebrow at Takuma with a smile. Look at you, trying to be playful, she said. Would it make you jealous? Unfortunately, no, I don't have anyone like that. Life hasn't given me that luxury yet. Takuma could see that. She had gone from the very sought-after position of Orochimaru's student to having the unjust stigma of being a traitor's accomplice. From then on, her life's work had been trying to get rid of it. It was understandable that she hadn't had time for her personal life, and that people would refuse to be with her because of the stigma. "What about you?" she asked. Takuma couldn't help but laugh out loud. It startled the secretary, who fixed them with a displeased look. Even Anko looked at him with surprise. "What?" she asked. "It will sound sad, but I don't have a personal life. Except for the very little time I could spare for my friends, I spent the rest of it working. You know Kimiko and I from the batch, right? It seems our batch has regular reunions, but I wasn't invited. It's a long story, don't ask, it's embarrassing. The point is that even if they did invite me, I probably wouldn't have gone. Even if I somehow freed up time, I would have given it to something else at the last moment." Sometimes, he wondered if it was all worth it. He wanted to live as long as possible, survival was his goal, which had eventually evolved into survive and thrive, but was all he did to achieve that goal, the price he was paying, worth it? Let's say that he survived the terrible future he knew was coming, what about the future after that? The world wasn't going to change. Peace and unrest were cyclic, humanity would return to their destructive ways and start more wars. Was he supposed to deny himself any happiness and continue his struggles until the day he died? "That's a surprising level of self-awareness," Anko said. "Well, I have a lot of time to think," Takuma chuckled with self-deprecation. A clear bell rang from within Toradesu's office. Anko and Takuma looked at the secretary, who instructed them to head inside. Toradesu and Shirakumo were both waiting for them. They were seated around a table in the office. "There you are," Toradesu said as he fanned himself with a folding fan. "Come, join us. We have tea and snacks." Toradesu and Shirakumo sat opposite to each other while Anko and Takuma sat together on the two-seater between them. While Takuma sat with his back straight, not making contact with the support, Anko leaned into the couch as though Toradesu's office was her living room. Neither Jonin paid her any attention and focused on Takuma. "Good work on the field, Jin and Takuma," said Shirakumo with a smile. Unlike Toradesu, who seemed vain with his silk haori, Shirakumo was much more professional in the crisp hidden leaf uniform. Shirakumo Hayama had long, dull, dark gray hair held in a ponytail. He also has a scar running down the right side of his mouth and pronounced tear troughs under his eyes. "It was a team effort, sir," said Takuma. "Be that as may, it was only possible because of your initiative. Both Chunin Mitarashi and Chunin Ito commended you in their reports, and I must agree, targeting the enemy's Irionin was a fantastic decision," said Shirakumo. Toradesu said, "I heard that you also pulled one of our injured through the battlefield and got them to our Irionin while you yourself were injured." "Thank you, sir. I wouldn't have been able to get her to help if not for Chunin Mitarashi. She was the one who pulled us to safety. The idea to attack the Irionin came from my treatment. I would have been out of commission without them but was able to return to the battle, taking that advantage of the enemy just looked like a tide changer to me." "It was the correct decision," said Shirakumo. "I must admit, I wasn't surprised seeing you contributing in such a way. Anyone as highly praised by Mr. Maraboshi has to be someone special." That colored Takuma surprised. He asked, "You know my teacher, sir?" "Yes, I do. I was a new Chunin when I became acquainted with Mr. Maraboshi. I was as green as they came and was looking to set up my team. We were matched on a mission, and he was so wise and insightful that I requested him on literally every mission I took after that. I was the Chunin, but he taught me everything I needed to know then. I'm sure he has forgotten more about being a shinobi than I have learned in my career." Takuma felt pride surge in his chest from praise being showered on his teacher. A Jonin spoke so highly of the man whom Takuma held in the highest regard, and it didn't feel one bit strange. A Jonin respecting Maraboshi was only natural. Takuma was sure he would feel the same way if the Hokage praised Maraboshi in such a manner. Toradesu snapped his folding fan shut and looked at Takuma with much more interest than before. Maraboshi took a student? Now that's more surprising than coming across a thin Akimichi. Teacher really helped me when I was in the academy. I have consulted with him on every major decision in my career. I wholeheartedly believe that he would be the perfect fit for the headmaster of the academy, said Takuma. That would fit him, but he would have been much more useful if he let his stubbornness go and accepted his promotions, Toradesu said, clearly not a fan of Maraboshi's career decisions. He's too old now, they won't even allow him to be a teacher at the academy. Takuma didn't appreciate Toradesu's tone, but he didn't say anything in response. Somewhere in his heart, he did agree. Maraboshi had trapped himself into being a Jonin when he could have done a lot more if he was a Jonin or even a Chunin. Moving on, I heard something interesting, Toradesu continued. Jonin Takuma, I heard that you were the one who suggested the idea for the Gojiro gold mine operation to Hidden Steam's Benzu. May I ask what you were doing discussing such a topic with an outsider? The pleasant vibe fizzled out at that moment. Shirakumo didn't look surprised, but Anko was, and she sat up straight. Pardon, she asked. Benzu told Shirakumo that he got the idea for the gold mine operation from Jonin Takuma. I didn't know you two were close, said Toradesu. Takuma could feel the gazes on him. While Shirakumo did well to hide it, Toradesu's suspicion was blatant. Anko was confused, but her eyes were silently asking Takuma to explain himself. We are not close. I'm happy if my words inspired Tokubetsu Jonin Benzu to push for the operation, but I can't take any credit. My 5 minutes of impromptu conversations is nothing when compared to all the work that went into planning by so many people who made the operation planning. Takuma kept his involvement to a minimum. He could sense that they didn't know he gave Benzu the entire plan point by point, so he took a gamble that someone in Benzu's position wouldn't credit somebody else as the brain behind his very ambitious plan. Your team wasn't on the evacuation unit initially. Benzu pushed for your team, and from the way he tried, I'm to believe that you two are close, said Toradesu. Takuma shrugged. Or perhaps he was returning a favor he mistakenly thought he owed. He leaned forward and looked at Toradesu and Shirakumo. I will say this outright so it's clear. If you think I have a budding relationship with Tokubetsu Jonin Benzu, then you would be wrong, and it would be better for everyone to boot that idea from your minds, and that's all I have to say about it. He was purposely rude and direct. There was no need to be polite, sensing the accusatory vibe in the room. If you say so, Toradesu smiled. Takuma glanced at Shirakumo and found him staring. Seeing that, Takuma leaned back into the couch, letting them stare, no matter how awkward it got, until Anko asked to be excused. That went terribly, she said after they got out. And you said I'd be bathing in compliments. I think you jinxed me, Takuma said and then harshly kicked the ground to reflect how he was feeling. Chapter 210, Asshole Bishop. The mess hall was warmer than usual and everyone was eating slightly better tasting food with smiles on their faces. The restriction on alcohol had been lifted. Camp Banana welcomed the new arrivals who would replace their fallen numbers. People mingled with each other, exchanging names, stories, and information about their lives at and before Camp Banana. There was a rowdiness present that was usually missing in the base. The monotonous clink of cutlery and hanging boredom were swept away as people opened up to each other. The night was young, and Camp Banana had enough stories and booze to keep it going early in the morning. At a table in the mess hall, half of Team 9 sat with full plates of food. Daiki had his back to the table as he chatted with his friend Hajime from the neighboring table. Riku was absorbed in her food, and Kamiko gazed at the socializing crowds. Hey! Are you guys having fun? Anko half-danced toward the table with Iori joined to her hip. Both had alcohol in their water canteens and looked as though they were having a merry time with their blushing cheeks and wide grins. Pace yourself, Kamiko warned them. Buzzkill, Iori laughed and took a swig from her canteen. Her hand was no longer fixed with a split, it had healed enough to be moved down to light bandaging for minimum support. She had already started physical therapy to regain function. There was still not knowing if Iori's fingers would make a complete recovery, but she was no longer pessimistic and was taking it one day at a time. "Where's the workaholic?" asked Anko, looking around for the missing team member. "Speaking of the devil." Kimiko pointed with her chin. Takuma walked toward the mess hall in a fresh set of clothes with his hair wet. He looked like he had just taken a bath. Anko frowned lightly. She asked, "Was he training?" "That's all he does these days." Daiki looked away from his friend to answer Anko. "I thought you put him to it." "I don't want to question your methods, Anko, but I do believe that rest is just as important. I suggest that you decrease his load." "I did ask him to do things, but," Anko gazed at Takuma, who broke into a jog to reach them as he entered the mess hall. She sparred with him once a day, but had stopped accompanying him for morning training. He had gotten a hang of it enough to do it alone. "This is so different. I was stopped and checked at the gate like a criminal when I first came here. There was no grand welcome for me," Takuma said when he arrived. "You arrived alone." "At least you got a guide to show you around," Kimiko replied. "When we came here, we had to do a major cleanup and set up the base. It felt like I was intruding on someone else's place for weeks. There were family photos on the walls and everything. And I will never forget your lovely attempt to boot me from the team, Kimiko." "That was a wonderful welcome." Takuma smiled when she scowled and walked past the table. "I'm hungry. The grub smells different today." "He's not in a pleasant mood these days," Daiki muttered as she gazed at Takuma, loading up his plate in the distance. "Really?" "I think he's always like that," Kimiko scoffed. "Well, you two don't get along spectacularly, Miss Kimiko. I've lived with him long enough to see that he's not like this normally." Daiki looked at Anko. "He has been like that since the meeting with Toradesu and Shirakumo." "Did something happen?" "Who knows," Anko replied. "Maybe it was time for her to have a chat with him." Takuma had come to appreciate the feeling of fatigue after a good day of sweating and hard training. It was a marker that he was going to have a nice and deep sleep at night, the best kind of sleep. "You guys pulled out all the stops for today, Kai?" Takuma chatted with one of the kitchen staff. Kai laughed as he refilled the fried chicken tray. "The food tastes the same every day, Takuma. You're the only one complaining about it." Takuma smiled. "Because the rest of them lost all hope that food could be good. See, I'm the newest, been here the shortest. I wasn't defeated by you guys. But now, I'm not the newest. I have all these new folk, and I will lead them to all blue. We will succeed. The food will become tastier than ever before." "All blue? That's the dream, my friend." "I don't get you sometimes," Kai said, shaking his head and walking away with the empty container. "I get that a lot." Takuma chuckled and moved forward the buffet line. There was a group chatting near the tables, blocking his path. "Hey! Move, please," he said. The man blocking his path cleared the way for Takuma, who stopped in front of a heated tray of soup. As he ladled some into a bowl, he caught the group's conversation. "So, they called me Bishop, right?" "That was my fighter name," said a man who seemed to be the center of the conversation as everyone was facing him. The man who had given Takuma space interrupted the conversation. "Sorry, I didn't catch that." "Bishop, fighter name, what?" The man who was telling the story repeated. "As I was saying, none of you are from the Hidden Leaf Village, so you might not know it, but there's this underground fighting scene." Takuma subconsciously straightened up. He stopped stirring the soup with the ladle and eavesdropped on the group's conversation. "It's called the Ring. Shinobi, Jonin, fight each other in a closed dome for money and mission points. People pay to watch and bet on the fights. There's a huge gambling scene on it." Someone in the group asked, "And you were a fighter?" "Yeah. I went by the name, Bishop. One of the best before I had to retire." Bishop. Memories of being thrashed on the bloody arena floor until he was beaten into unconsciousness froze him on the spot. Takuma closed his eyes and he could hear the crowds roaring as their favorite fighter thrashing him, with the best he could do being defense. Takuma slowly turned to face the group and saw the man telling the story. Takuma didn't recognize him, which meant he was one of the new people who had arrived this morning. The man proclaiming to be Bishop was short, just like Takuma recalled. He had imagined what Bishop would look like behind his mask, picturing him as the ugliest man alive, but the man looked average from all accounts with thin, slanted eyes, a nose on the smaller size, and a broad smile. He wasn't Scars, the premier fighter, when he fought Bishop. He was still in the taijutsu category, barely settling into his first contract and had finally started to win a few fights before they matched him against Bishop, who had retired after having an impressive record in the ninjutsu category. Why? Because Bishop, who shouldn't have been allowed in the ring, wanted to blow off some steam and with an easy opponent to push around. The fat fuck called the ring's boss had chosen Takuma as the sacrificial lamb to appease Bishop. In all honesty, Takuma never thought he would meet Bishop. He didn't think the man would talk about the ring so openly. To be fair, they were far away from Hidden Leaf, and Takuma didn't have the time to go seek out Bishop's identity so he could have his revenge. But now, the man stood before him as though served on a silver platter, and the desire to exact it was so very tempting. He was no longer that scrawny unknown fighter called Scars who was cut or stabbed every fight. He was sure that if they fought now, things would be very different. Maybe everyone would enjoy a good fight as an entertainment piece at the welcome event. He could just let go one time and act on that impulse. What would be the harm? Wasn't there a time-honored culture of hazing in places like these? It would be something everyone would look back at as something fun. Not for everyone involved, but it would be fun, at least for him. But as those thoughts churned, he caught Toradesu in his vision. The Jonin was laughing with a larger group. He recognized the expressions on the faces of the rest of the group. They were brown-nosing him to get on his good side. Takuma didn't blame them. It was a natural thing to do if one had any ambition in life. In fact, Takuma felt that he should be there with them, trying to do the same. It was clear that Toradesu wasn't pleased with how he had tipped the first domino on the long chain that was Gojiro gold mine operation. His eyes then drifted to the table where his team sat, and he was half startled to find Anko staring at him. Takuma calmed down and sighed as he thought of her. Things were already difficult for her and he had made things worse, and she hadn't said a single word to him about it. Anko was a very lax leader, and while Takuma wouldn't run a team like that, he had no doubt she was a good leader who'd make sure to have his back. Which was why Takuma turned back and resumed filling his plate with food. He didn't want to get Anko and the team into more trouble. It was okay if he didn't get to beat the crap out of Bishop with all of their peers and superiors watching. Now that Takuma knew who Bishop was, if he ever felt frustrated, he could get the man in trouble with the police force. That would be a different kind of fun, but fun nevertheless. Takuma wrestled with his conflicting emotions as he processed the sight in front of him. Hello, my name's Masamoto Shoei. I'm the new Chunin leader of Team 3. Bishop, or Masamoto, introduced himself along with his team. We are looking forward to this joint exercise between the teams to be a great learning experience. The new shinobi had only arrived the day before yesterday, and Masamoto Bishop had set up a joint sparring exercise with Anko's Team 9. It was surprising and almost alien, as no other team had ever asked for a joint exercise with Team 9 because of Anko. Other teams held joint exercises regularly, but Team 9 had not been part of any of them even once. It made sense that a new Chunin was the one to request it, given Anko's past. The same goes for us, Anko smiled. Masamoto gazed at the team before asking Anko. You're missing one of your team. Is everything okay? He should be here. Anko glanced at Takuma. Where is Daiki? Takuma said he should be on his way. Said he needed to go to the bathroom. Oh look, there he is. Takuma pointed to Daiki running towards them. I apologize for being late. I hope I didn't keep everyone waiting. Daiki bowed to both Anko and Masamoto. Not at all, Masamoto smiled. Don't sweat it. Get in line, Anko said to Daiki. Daiki hurriedly stood beside Takuma and immediately whispered into his ear. "You were right. He's doing it to make an impression on Toradesu." "Knew it," thought Takuma, turning his unamused eyes to Masamoto. Takuma was skeptical of the joint exercise offer. They hadn't kept it a secret, and the entire base would technically know they were conducting a joint exercise. He was sure that after Masamoto got the gist of Anko's past, he would rescind the offer and make some excuse, but he didn't do that, so he asked Daiki to poke around to see if something was wrong. And Takuma was right in his doubt. Masamoto wasn't doing the joint exercise for a learning experience, he was doing it so he could prove that he and his team were better than Anko and Team 9. Masamoto must have heard that Toradesu wasn't the biggest fan of Anko and was trying to please him by trouncing Team 9 in the joint exercise as a token offering to the Overlord. "Alright, let's do it then," Takuma said. "What?" asked Daiki. As both teams prepared, Takuma went to Anko and whispered what Daiki had gathered to her. "Are you sure?" Anko asked. Takuma nodded. "Okay, and what do you want to do?" she asked. "I think we might be able to make another move for that precursor mission," Takuma said. If Bishop was trying to trounce them, then he was opening himself to having the situation turned against him. Chapter 211, Bullying. While Anko believed that her Jonin wouldn't give her incorrect information, she already held some healthy skepticism that the joint exercise wasn't just for the purpose of training and that Masamoto Shoei was trying to make a name for himself by using her as a stepping stone. Thinking about a situation from both sides of the spectrum was always helpful for analysis. It angered her very much so, but logic and reasoning prevailed. Even if it was true, she wasn't that worried about it. She understood that her reputation as the snake student would haunt her for life, but people liked to forget that the snake was one of the legendary Sannin and she was his student. As ill-fated as their relationship was, he had taught her his techniques. If they thought she was some small fry that could be swept aside, they were sorely mistaken. She always welcomed the opportunity to present a feast to her babies. Anko had already thought of a way to handle the situation, but it seemed that Takuma had his own thoughts. She was interested to know what little scheme he'd cooked in his head. He had ruined the chances of Team 9 getting on the precursor mission thanks to the stun he pulled with the hidden steam's Benzu, and she was mighty displeased to know that he had been in contact with Benzu behind her back. It wasn't that he had talked with Benzu, which pissed her off, but the fact that he hadn't told her about his involvement. She was of the mind to shut Takuma down and take control of the situation as a punishment, but she decided to let him have a go. Going behind her back was his first offense, and she was willing to give people a second chance. Her 5 Jonin were a good group of shinobi. They had bright futures ahead of them. Iori had a good head on her shoulder, and Anko was sure she had what it took to become a Chunin through her Fuinjutsu. The girl had a prosperous future like most skilled Fuinin. Communication wasn't Riku's strong suit, which meant it would take her more effort to rise up as she couldn't market herself properly, but if she kept improving, Anko was willing to bet that she would be one day made Chunin and put on a strike team under a Jonin's command. There was nothing to be said about Kamiko. She was the little miss of the Take Torai clan and had enough political sway behind her that Chunin was guaranteed, but that same sway could tie her down to the Chunin rank and her further progress would solely depend if she could set herself apart. As she was now, Jonin Take Torai Kamiko was simply a pipe dream. Anko knew that Daiki would leave the service and return to being a civilian one day. His mindset wouldn't take him far as a shinobi and he would promptly switch to being an overpaid bodyguard for some rich mook, but that wasn't a bad thing. Then there was Takuma. Everything about him painted a picture in Anko's mind. The boy was special. Not because he had some gift that made him valuable. It was the little things. It was as though he was carefully molded into being the ideal image of a shinobi. Lord Third Hokage was called the god of shinobi and was the ideal in the minds of many. They wanted to be like him, mimic him in the hopes that they could achieve a fraction of what he had. But in Anko's mind, the boy before her was so much closer to the ideal. The Hokage shone too brightly. Jonin, like the copy ninja and the green beast, had too strong of a presence. She had met the young Uchiha prodigy once, and all her senses whispered danger when he was just seated and silently sipping tea. She could only imagine what would happen if he had his eyes on her. Even Orochimaru, as much as he wanted to hide it, oozed malice that prickled, and his two peers, the Slug Princess and the Toad Sage, had similar problems. Perhaps that was what happened when shinobi stood at those high stages. But Takuma showed nothing. He didn't stand out and looked like an overworked grunt who couldn't catch a break half the time. Even with those scars of his, that by all right should make him look menacing, he seemed harmless until he didn't. That lack of danger from him was what made him dangerous. People weren't cautious until they had a reason to be, and Takuma didn't usually give people a reason to be cautious against him, so when he became a threat, it came as a massive surprise. She had seen him fight Kimiko and Riku. Both seemed like they could win until the last moment before they lost, and the conclusion seemed natural. In his fight against Riku, Anko was so taken aback by her instincts, yelling at her that she needed to stop the fight or Riku would be dead. There was no reason for Takuma to kill Riku, but seeing him atop her with a kunai, Anko genuinely thought he would for a moment. When she found that Takuma had given Benza the idea for the reed, she was displeased, but she was also alarmed that a few words from a Jonin had led to something as big as the Gojiro gold mine operation with several Jonin, dozens of Chunin, and hundreds of Genin involved, and it had happened just like Takuma wanted it to happen. Takuma had told her that he didn't think it would lead anywhere, but then it did, so was it intentional, or was it all by chance, as Takuma said? She did not know, but she was sure that Takuma would go a long way as a shinobi if he managed to stay alive long enough. Anko returned her attention back to Masamoto. As we discussed, as this is our first joint exercise, we will start with tag team sparring today, Masamoto said with a smile. Only one member from each team is allowed to spar at a time. If they lose, they're replaced by one of their teammates and the spar continues. You can't stop sparring unless you lose, meaning no forfeiting. We, Chunin Mitarashi and I, will be recording everyone's performance, and the people with the worst from both teams will be punished. He looked at Anko and she nodded. They had decided that a tag team format spar would be a good exercise for both teams. Even though it was solo sparring, it was a team exercise if the team strategized. She turned to her team. Decide who will go in first. Study your opponents and choose the matchups smartly. This is training. I want all of you to fight, so don't try to sit Iori and Daiki out. Who's going first? Takuma turned to ask Kimiko. May I? He asked. Kimiko thought for a moment before giving him the nod. Takuma stepped closer to Anko and whispered in her ear. We have an audience. He clearly invited people to watch. Anko turned her head to see groups of people walking toward them with a merry pep in their step as though they were about to watch an entertaining show. She glanced at Masamoto, who was conversing with his genin as though clueless to the gathering gallery. Then you better win, she said. A dangerous smile crept onto her face. Takuma nodded. He turned away before facing Anko again. He hesitated for a moment before asking. I will be embarrassing Masamoto Shoei, him directly. That's fine with you, right? Anko wondered what he meant, but she gave him the go-ahead anyway. She volunteered to referee the spars and stood between Takuma and Yuka, a new genin to Camp Banana. Takuma raised his hand to form the seal of confirmation that Yuka mimicked. Start! Yuka jumped back, putting distance between her and Takuma, who remained in his place. He didn't pull out a kunai, which surprised Anko. She had sparred against him and seen enough of his spars against Riku to know that he grabbed a kunai at the start of the fight. She was surprised again when Takuma approached Yuka measuredly. He either waited for his opponent to make a move or charged them at the first moment. This was once again different from his usual. Yuka allowed Takuma to close the distance and then rushed him, abruptly changing from cautious to aggressive. Takuma didn't look surprised and received her effortlessly. She struck out fast and firm, aiming high for his head, but Takuma kept pace and blocked all of her attacks. Seeing that she failed to get him by surprise, Yuka fell back. Takuma, however, didn't allow that and moved forward with quick steps. He struck with a quick sidekick that Yuka blocked. Anko waited for Yuka to be blown back by the augmented blow, but it didn't happen. She looked at Takuma strangely. It was the perfect opportunity and he had more than enough time to prepare it. Why is he fighting weird, she thought. Yuka opted to take a stand and confront Takuma. She grabbed a kunai and pushed Takuma back, who once again didn't equip a kunai, electing instead to dodge Yuka's sharp blade play. It had rained in the morning, leaving puddles in the fields. Their footwork sprayed standing water and dew, quickly drenching their pants. The sound of splashing water grew louder and chaotic as the fight picked up, but Yuka wasn't able to nick a hair on Takuma's body. He grabbed her arm, twisted her wrist to disarm her, and then headbutted her nose. She stumbled back, dazed, and he lightly kicked the back of her knee to force her down, running back and smashing a spinning kick into the side of her face. The gallery cheered and hooted at the solid hit. Anko glanced back and saw that more were joining the audience. Her eye went to Masamoto. Displeasure flashed across his face, but he got his expression under control in a moment. Yuka hit the ground and scampered back in an attempt to put some distance between them. When she tried to get up, she found the sharp tip of her dropped kunai held a few centimeters from her throat. Takuma looked to Anko, waiting for her decision. Next, she said to Masamoto's team, who'd picked a Jonin called Akio. Unlike Anko, Masamoto actively advised his team. He gazed at Takuma and pushed one of his Jonin forward. As Yuka walked back, Masamoto gave her a disapproving shake of his head and said something that made her face drop. Just a reminder, the use of ninjutsu is allowed, Takuma said to his new opponent. He threw Yuka's kunai away and raised his bare fists up. You can use anything you want. Akio was taken aback but pulled his hands up. Anko smiled. She could tell what Akio was thinking. He was wondering if Takuma had reminded him of ninjutsu because he was going to use ninjutsu during the fight. A few words from Takuma had made Akio cautious and on the lookout. Takuma very slowly stepped close to Akio and started with an intentionally telegraphed jab to Akio's guard. The strike was so light that it confused Akio, who struck out with a cross that Takuma effortlessly slapped aside and countered with a lightning-quick cross straight to the chest, bypassing Akio's half-guard. The cross tapped Akio's chest, once again not doing any real damage. Akio frowned, anger flaring in his eyes. Are you making fun? He wasn't able to complete his sentence as Takuma lightly kicked his calf with no real force behind it. Akio was so stunned that he forgot his anger for a moment before it flooded back in full force. I'm going to fuck you up, Akio spat heatedly and charged Takuma, who skipped back with a butterfly's grace. Akio raged after him like a bull, with the intention to harm, each strike carrying the full force of his body. Takuma was the mirror opposite, the picture of calm. His defense was dexterous and he was agile on his feet. Like he did with Yuka, he evaded most of Akio's rush and blocked what he couldn't with a practiced ease. Takuma continued to tap Akio with weak punches, striking through and around Akio's guard. The onlookers laughed every time Takuma managed to get a tap in, openly making fun of Akio, who only got angrier the more Takuma played with him. It was like Takuma was putting on a show. This was entertainment, not training. Akio was the bull, and Takuma, the matador, was doing his best to anger him more and more. It was so unlike Takuma that Anko couldn't figure out his aim. Takuma's core combat philosophy was to do hard damage and end fights as quickly as possible, no matter the execution. He aimed to do enough damage and pain that the opponent wouldn't want to fight. His augmented strikes landed where it would hurt the most, his kunai cut where it would bleed most. While most tried to do just enough damage to make their opponent surrender willingly, Takuma very much preferred to beat his opponent within an inch of their lives, giving them one choice: surrender. Akio threw a kunai at Takuma's face from a very short distance. Takuma caught it, and in the same continuous, fluid motion, he flung it back at Akio's legs. The kunai didn't draw blood and only lightly ripped Akio's pants at the inner thigh, very close to his crotch. Akio flushed as she glanced at the spectators, who laughed like they were at a comedy show. He turned his eyes back at Takuma, who raised his hands and shrugged. Ninjutsu, come on. Akio jumped back to put enough distance between them and then weaved hand seals for ninjutsu. Unbothered, Takuma took out a shuriken and launched it toward Akio. The shuriken flew so fast that Akio was staggered. He abandoned the hand seals and skipped to the side, where another 2 shuriken landed next to his feet, making him to a lurching stop. 3 more shuriken passed by him, leaving rips in his clothes and not breaking skin. The next moment, Takuma was before Akio with a kunai in his hand. He tapped the shaken Akio's face with the flat of the kunai. Takuma turned to Anko and said, "Next." Anko snorted and rolled her eyes at him. Next. Chapter 212, Warming Up. On the sidelines, Team 9 watched the spars together. They should have been discussing their strategy, but that topic died when Takuma didn't use his chakra augmentation against his first opponent. Like Anko, they too noticed that Takuma wasn't using his typical combat idiosyncrasies. "I want to fight, too," Riku said with irritation in her voice. Daiki towered over her and draped her in his shadow. "We have just started, Miss Riku. You will get to spar. Takuma has barely broken a sweat, and we are already 2 up. I think we will be winning this exercise." He had a rare half-malicious smile on his face. He had already shared Masamoto's plan to upstage Anko with the rest of the team. They were naturally not fans of the plan, as using Anko to shine was the same thing as using them. Standing on Riku's other side, Kimiko said, "She means that she might not get a chance to fight here." Her sharp eyes stared at Takuma's back, and as usual, she looked at him with obvious displeasure. "What might you mean, Miss Kimiko?" asked Daiki, confused. He knew that Takuma had asked Anko's permission to do something, but he didn't know what that something was. "He's not coming back before he takes out their entire team," Iori answered with an amused snort. She looked at Kimiko. "Am I right?" Kimiko nodded. Iori continued, "Masamoto wants to use Anko and us. He even called everyone to watch." She gazed at the people standing a few paces away from them, "but Takuma's going to use them to make a mockery of Masamoto and his team. A single member of Anko's Team 9 wiped the floor with Masamoto's Team 3. If he succeeds, that'll be the possible gossip for the next few weeks. Depending on when Masamoto pulls it, Takuma might wipe the floor with them multiple times over." "Then why are you so sour, Miss Kimiko?" Daiki asked. Kimiko and Takuma's arguments were always of interest to him. It was genuinely fascinating that they managed to argue about anything and everything. "This affects the team should handle it together." Kimiko narrowed her eyes at Takuma, "but he's doing it all alone, that I don't like. The last time he did something on his own, he got chewed out by Toradesu in front of Shirakumo." "Fascinating," Daiki smiled with admiration. He really wanted to give Kimiko a round of applause for reacting as he expected her to. "Absolutely hilarious." "What?" Kimiko frowned. Nothing at all. "I agree that the entire team should be involved," Daiki said in support. "But as long as he's fighting, I don't think we'll get to do anything today." Kimiko clicked her tongue. She unsheathed her sword and started observing the edge of the blade. Daiki chuckled merrily and returned his attention to the field where the third genin from Masamoto's Team 3 stepped to face Takuma. His name was Bun, and he was in his mid-20s, 3 heads taller than Takuma, only slightly shorter than the giant Daiki, and was one of the oldest genin. As Bun faced Takuma, the man looked nervous and even scared. "That's strange, isn't it?" Daiki commented, seeing the nervousness of Bun. "Bun, right?" Iori nodded in agreement. "Why isn't he acting like a douche? I expected him to try to make Takuma ask him to go easy on him by now." "Exactly," said Daiki. Bun had a particular reputation in Camp Banana. He was one of the oldest genin in Camp Banana and thought his seniority gave him the right to preach and push younger genin around because he was more experienced. His experience of many years couldn't be discounted, and he could pull his weight in a fight, which did yield him some privilege, but he was way too obnoxious about it. It was his way or the highway, and he'd shit on anyone who disagreed with him. The only people he listened to were the Chunin and Jonin, to whom he was utterly subservient. No one really liked him, but they had to tolerate him because he got along with quite a few Chunin, so seeing him act all nervous and scared was out of character for him. "It's because of what happened in the gold mines," said Riku. They looked at the girl who had sat down on the wet ground with a wince. "You all heard it, right? How Takuma tricked 2 enemies into surrendering and then killed them when they surrendered." The team exchanged dark looks. There were a lot of stories that floated upon their return to the base, and Takuma was one of the hottest topics. He was the mastermind behind the plan that killed the enemy Irionin and then murdered 2 enemy Jinin after they surrendered. The people who saw him had painted a picture of a cold-blooded murderer who lied as though it was his second nature and had no mercy in his heart. "I think he saw it firsthand," Riku pointed to Bam. "He fears that Takuma will do something to him?" "That's ridiculous," said Daiki. Iori breathed a heavy sigh. "Fears often are," she muttered, and everyone in the team heard her. Takuma turned to look at them, and they froze. He gave them a comforting smile. "See, can he hear us?" asked Iori. "He has terrifyingly sharp ears." "He would make an excellent tracker," said Daiki, but he was similarly startled at the prospect of Takuma hearing them. That went beyond having sharp ears. While Takuma was facing his team, faint courage flashed through Bun's eyes. He hastily raised his hands to weave hand seals for a ninjutsu. "Takuma!" Daiki yelled to warn Takuma, but then Daiki clearly saw Takuma's eyes shift to Bun when the latter raised his hands for hand seals. Takuma calmly raised his hands as well and weaved hand seals of his own. Flaming tongues lit from the inside of Bun's mouth and streamed forwards. Takuma turned into a blur and vanished a split second before his spot was engulfed by the flames. Daiki's eyes darted, hurriedly seeking out Takuma, but the bright fires hampered his vision. "Where is he?" "There," Kamiko pointed. Takuma was a short distance away from the remains of the fire-release ninjutsu, completely unharmed by the flames. "He used the body flicker," said Riku. "That's too risky," Kamiko shook her head, stating that she wouldn't have used that move in this situation. Riku nodded in agreement but simultaneously said, "It's an open and flat field, there's only one enemy, and it was the first, and so far, only use." I can see why he thought the risk was acceptable. The body flicker jutsu was a jutsu that propelled the user forward at an extreme speed. Changing directions while using the jutsu was a Herculean task until the end of the jutsu, but because the body was physically propelled forward, the user had to prepare themselves for the extreme speed and then take a moment to gather themselves before doing so. This left them open for attack, so those 2 moments that bookend the body flicker invited danger. Takuma dashed to Bun the moment the fire-release ninjutsu ended. Bun drew the sword on his back and charged. Takuma pulled out a kunai as he engaged his opponent. Bun's experience showed as his movements became sharper and faster with time as he quickly fell into a rhythm. And yet, Bun was on the back foot, forced to react while Takuma dictated the flow of the battle. He used the short kunai against the long sword, skillfully parrying the attacks. Even an untrained civilian could tell that Takuma's footwork was far superior as he moved in and out of Bun's range, dancing around Bun's sword that seemed incapable of slicing anything other than the open wind. Takuma's control over his body allowed him to use the humble kunai to make Bun look like a novice. Bun made the mistake of giving into frustration. One overcommitted downward slash that Takuma sidestepped with ease was all Takuma needed. He stamped on the blunt end of the blade with his foot, plunging the sword into the soft earth beneath the grassy field. Bun tried to pull his sword out. While he did, he saw Takuma pull his arm back. Bun let go of his sword, but couldn't guard in time. Takuma's fist smashed into his head and he slammed into the ground, dragged through the mud. Takuma casually kicked the free sword away from Bun's vicinity. Bun rolled to his feet. Takuma hopped forward before hitting Bun again in the head, this time with a devastating rotating back fist that hit Bun right below the ear. The man fell down again, falling twice in less than 5 seconds. Takuma might have been fighting differently, but some things didn't change. As Bun fell, Takuma caught his face with a front kick. Even without augmentation, Takuma's bare strikes were so powerful that the back of Bun's head hit the ground hard. Anko quickly appeared between Takuma and Bun and placed Bun behind her back. The right side of his face was swollen, he had a bloody nose, and black and blue splotches marred his left jaw. His face was unrecognizable from before the fight. He was already knocked out before you kicked his face. Remember, this is a spar, Anko said, but her words lacked any heat. She gestured for the Irionin in the crowd to come close as she dragged Bun to where Team 3 stood. Send in the next one, she said. Mitarashi, do you think this is helping our teams? Masamoto said to Anko. Anko looked at Masamoto in surprise. I don't understand, Masamoto. They're sparring. Of course, it helps. This might not be my place to say, but have some trust in your team. We haven't even completed a single rotation. Give them some time, for God's sake. Your guy knocked one of mine out cold. He was unintentionally heavy-handed. Anko laughed and brushed his accusation aside. It was an accident. Things like this happen during spars, and I have given him a warning. He won't do it again. Your guy will be fine after he's looked at. Masamoto didn't look assured or happy with Anko's answer and blasé tone. Accident? And what if I pulled my team out of this exercise now? There won't be another accident. He looked at Takuma in annoyance, who stood there with a hint of a smile. Are you sure that's wise? Masamoto looked back at Anko. She continued. Do you want to pull back in front of so many people? Do you want them to look at it like you pulled your team from the exercise because you didn't even have the backbone to let your team try to win? A week leader, it's your first week, Masamoto. A grand failure will look terrible. Anko leaned close to his ear and whispered, I heard that the quartermaster is looking to get on the field. How do you think Toradesu will see this? Didn't you want to impress him? At this rate, he might give the quartermaster a chance and you'll be left counting the number of Senbon in stock. She drew closer and very softly hissed in his ear. Masamoto stiffened, and his face twisted in sheer discomfort as he stepped away from Anko. She patted his shoulder firmly and walked away with a smile. Let's get going, Takuma called out to Team 3. Wasn't this supposed to be quick to keep on the pressure? Masamoto looked at one of his Jonin, Chotaro, and told him to go. And me? Masamoto looked fed up. Yeah, you. Hurry, go on, actually, wait and listen. Stay away from him. He's strong with taijutsu, so go for long-ranged attacks. Use kunai, shuriken, paper bombs, anything, but start strong with a ninjutsu and try to throw him off his mojo. He might be bad under pressure. Don't give him time to breathe. Go now. Chotaro walked towards Takuma but stopped a good distance away from him, fidgeting with nervous energy. He and Takuma stared at each other as though waiting for the other to make a move, but then suddenly, Chotaro moved erratically. He pulled several shuriken out of his pack, threw them around him, and then pulled a kunai and randomly slashed at the air. He was like a madman, but everyone instantly recognized what was happening to Chotaro. Genjutsu, said Daiki. When did he cast it? Asked Iori. When Anko was talking to Masamoto, Kamiko answered her. I saw him weaving the hand seals. Takuma stepped forward but stopped when Chotaro weaved the hand sea. Less than a dozen baseball-sized fire orbs surrounded him and fanned outwards. Takuma resumed after they sailed harmlessly over his head and moved closer to Chotaro, who once again swung his kunai at an invisible foe. Takuma took out a bola, a capture weapon with heavy iron balls on both ends of a rope, and threw it low and straight. It snagged Chotaro and wrapped around his ankles. He thrashed around in a panic on the ground, but Takuma was already there before he could reach for his ankles to untie the rope. Takuma flipped Chotaro onto his stomach, held him down with his knee, and used a kunai he picked up on his way and stabbed the ground just beside Shotaro's ear, nicking it and drawing blood. He released the Genjutsu and got up, letting Chotaro free himself. He got up and found the 24 Takuma formed by Genjutsu, Mist Servant Jutsu, and breathed a sigh of relief with a hand over his beating heart. He wasn't an opponent for one Takuma, facing 24 of him was a terrifying nightmare. Takuma ignored Shotaro's muttered thanks and turned to Anko. He said, I agree with Chunin Masamoto. This isn't helping either team. At this rate, I'm going to beat them over and over. No offense, he said to the last remaining Jonin on Masamoto's team. How about we do something different? Anko held her silence but asked a moment later. What do you suggest? The exercise is between Team 9 and Team 3, and seeing that Team 3's Jonin aren't doing it for me, how about the Chunin? Takuma regarded Masamoto with a challenging look. I want to fight you, Chunin Masamoto. Masamoto looked like he had misheard Takuma. He stared at Takuma before turning to look at Anko with a smile. But when she didn't say anything and stared back, he gawked. You're joking, right? You can't be serious. Takuma, was it? I mean, not really, Takuma shrugged. A Chunin lead is also part of the team. You should take part in this joint exercise, it will help build teamwork and let you guys bond. Masamoto laughed like he'd heard the joke of his life. I will give it to you, kid, you're good, but you don't want to fight me. You're not there yet. Oh, but I think I'm there, Chunin Masamoto. Why not give it a try, and I will make it a learning experience for you. Takuma clenched his fist, and all his knuckles cracked loudly. Masamoto licked his lower lip as he thought about how to respond, but someone else entered the conversation before he could say anything. Everyone turned their heads at the sound of a folding fan snapping shut. The entire audience had stood up in the presence of the leader of Camp Banana. Toradesu looked like a delighted kid staring at his favorite toy. His gaze shifted between Takuma, Anko, and Masamoto, and he silently smiled. I like it. Let's do it. I agree with you, Jin and Takuma. Chunin leads are part of the team, they should participate in the exercise. He looked at Masamoto. You're new. I want to see what you can do, so fight Jin and Takuma, and if it's as you say and you can beat him quickly, then you can fight Chunin Mitarashi and you two can put on a demonstration for all the Jonin in the camp. Chapter 213, Reversal. Takuma wasn't expecting Toradesu's appearance, but his words had made it a welcome thing. It made sense that Toradesu would come as Masamoto was trying to impress the guy, but Takuma thought he would observe without being seen. Perhaps that was a wrong assumption for a flashy man like Toradesu. However, Takuma discerned from Toradesu's words that he didn't think Takuma would win. His true want was a fight between Anko and Masamoto. He was playing with the Chunin, and Takuma was just the best way to make it happen. He couldn't guess why because he didn't have any real understanding of the man. Maybe Toradesu was bored and wanted some entertainment. I personally think this is a waste of time, but if you see some merit, I will comply. Masamoto had long hair that he tied up in a messy bun with a hair stick as he entered the field. He regarded Takuma with an air of superiority. Maybe you think you earned your arrogance, but you just haven't been knocked around enough, kid. I'll make a quick lesson out of this. Masamoto accused Takuma of being arrogant, but his words were full of arrogance and overconfidence that his own ability was so much better than Takuma's. He considered those words, savored them, and decided that it was time to start the battle. He bent down to fold his pants above his calves and pulled his shirt off, then the weighted gear, followed by the chainmail undershirt, and finally the innermost white vest, leaving his torso bare. Takuma usually wore full-sleeved clothes because his scars drew too much attention, but he wanted Masamoto to know who he was fighting. He noticed the whispers when he ditched his wrist and ankle weights. He knew it would happen, but he didn't mind it, he had long gotten used to it. In some ways, his current attire was freeing. It took him back to his days in the ring. He closed his eyes, and breathed through nose, filling it with the heavy scent of sweat, and as distant as it was, he heard the crowd's roars. Knocking those weights isn't going to help much, said Masamoto, but his eyes lingered on Takuma's scars as he watched Takuma throw his clothes away. You should at least put the chainmail back on. It won't make a difference, but at least, you'll feel safer. Takuma's reply was to take out 2 blank masks from his pouch and toss one of them to Masamoto. I will wear one if you wear one. Takuma held up the mask in his hand. There's no dome, or that awfully bloody floor, or a roaring audience screaming at the top of their lungs, but I think those masks will be enough to bring that hateful vibe here. Masamoto's eyes widened in surprise at Takuma's very pointed words. He looked at the mask in his hand, and realization dawned on him. He looked around, at the crowd, at Toradesu, for their reactions and recognition. He looked half worried even though he had been bragging about the thing a few nights ago. "Bishop," said Takuma, clearing any and all doubt. The surprise tripped away from Masamoto's face. He looked at Takuma's exposed torso and arms. "Scars, was it?" he said. "I don't think we ever fought, did we? You were after my time." "We fought, we did. But I was a baby back then." "You beat me good," Takuma smiled. "This is what, revenge?" "Oh no, I don't care about it enough for it to be revenge. It's a simple rematch." The growing grin on Masamoto's face said that he didn't believe Takuma. "Sure, it's not like I have a choice in the matter." He asked, "Rings rules?" "No rules." "No rules, ballsy." "Fine by me." "A repeat performance it is." "A reverse performance," Takuma corrected him. "I'm going to thrash you so hard that you will lose a few inches. Not that you have many of those." "I doubt that, boy." Masamoto threw the blank face mask away. And unlike Takuma, he didn't remove his clothes. "I hope you don't mind." Takuma smiled. He threw the mask as well. "No rules, remember," he said. Some distance away from Takuma and Masamoto, Anko was in her own mind. She was going to fight Masamoto after Takuma, and she was planning to carefully observe the fight to gain insight into Masamoto's combat style. She readied herself. Watching a fight and observing a fight to get actual insight were two very different things. But then she heard her name called. Anko turned back at Toradesu's voice and walked to him. "Yes, sir?" she asked. Toradesu was once again playing a game, and she was displeased to be a part of it without knowing what it was. "What are they talking about?" he asked her. "Pardon, I'm not sure what you mean," she returned. "Don't act clueless, girl. They obviously know each other somewhere else, but not by their true identities. Scars and Bishop, those are aliases of some kind." "What are they? And why do you think I would know about them, sir?" "Let's just say it's a hunch. Both of them were stationed in the Hidden Leaf Village, and so were you." Toradesu stared at her from the side, expecting an answer from her. Anko sighed before starting. "They're talking about an underground fighting ring called the Ring. Scars and Bishop are obviously their stage names. Takuma mentioned a dome and a bloody floor. All ring arenas are chain-link domes." She pointed at the masks both of them had thrown away. The fighters wear masks to hide their identities, and male fighters fight bare-chested with shorts like Takuma's emulating now. "You seem knowledgeable about it all. Did you, perchance, participate in prize fighting?" "I wouldn't be surprised." Toradesu hid his smile behind his fan. "Purely as an audience member, sir." She raised her eyes to match his gaze. "I'm surprised you didn't know about it. You, too, are stationed in the village." Toradesu laughed boisterously as though mocking Anko. "I've been a Jonin longer than you have been alive, dear Anko. Yes, I have heard of the ring, but I'm not familiar with it to a degree where I can deduce it from a vague conversation. I'm in a far different social hierarchy than all of you here. I frequent the circles the daimyo is part of. Watching shinobi fight might be of interest to the civilians, but it does nothing for me. I've already seen a lifetime of it and continue to see more." Anko rolled her eyes. She couldn't care how posh Toradesu's life was, he was just a bald get to her. "But it's impressive that you could piece it together so quickly. No wonder you were selected into the TNI department," Toradesu commented offhandedly. Anko's thoughts came to a crashing stop. She stared at him, doubting what she had just heard. Even Toradesu looked like he didn't realize what he had just said. "What did you just say?" she asked. Toradesu stared back and a flash of understanding shone across his face. Oh, he laughed. They didn't tell you? It's in your file. Yeah, you got selected into TNI, but you were deployed before you could join. Maybe that's why they didn't bother telling you. Pretty funny if you ask me. Anko had already stopped listening. She looked ahead, unable to focus on anything happening around her. She wanted to flee to a place where no one could find her so she could be left alone. The best time of her life was training under Orochimaru. The training was harsh, and he was tough on her, but she felt gratified when he praised her and when she felt she had improved. When she made Chunin, she was showered with praise from all over the country. Most of them were because she was Orochimaru's student when he was still the Honorable Sannin, but she didn't mind it as she had made herself a Chunin and no one could deny it. Everything came crashing down when Orochimaru was branded a traitor because of his involvement with criminals. He had even left his mark on her. All the paths that had opened to her as a Chunin and Orochimaru's student vanished. People from the biggest clans lined up to work with her, but after his escape, she became something no one wanted to touch, a pariah. It was tough, but she decided to put her head down and work it out. She thought that if she worked hard, her efforts would pay off. She didn't need to be Orochimaru's student to succeed, she could succeed in spite of being his student. She understood that she would need to work twice or even thrice as much to get the equivalent treatment to others, and she accepted that unfair reality. To prove herself and her worth as a kunoichi, she applied to various departments and prominent Jonin teams in hopes that one would pick her up. No avenue was not considered important. She studied the departments extensively, from their work, history, and people, leaving no stone unturned. She took more and more missions to improve her qualifications and applied for more dangerous ones, so it didn't seem she was padding them. The torture and interrogation department was her dream job. She wanted nothing more than to get selected into its ranks. The department head had the reputation of being fair and judged people on their accomplishments and deeds rather than their background. Anko thought if the head was fair, then the department's culture would be similar, filled with like-minded people. That's all she could ever want, a place that would look beyond her taint and accept her for who she was. In her opinion, she crushed the test assignments, aced the interview process with flying colors, and was confident that the letter for her probation period would come in the post any day. It never came. Instead, she got her deployment orders in her mailbox. For the past several months, she had been under the conception that she had failed to get into the TNI department, that her everything wasn't enough, that she couldn't even blame Orochimaru because of the department head's reputation of being fair and just. She wanted those months back where every time she had any time to herself, her mind would dip to a low, and she would torture herself that everything she had gained since she was 10 years old was due to Orochimaru, and when he was gone, she couldn't even get the job she wanted. Her own cruel voice in her head told her that she wasn't deserving of her rank as a Chunin. All that time she had knocked herself down, she wanted it back so she could hold her head high and be confident in her ability as a proud shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Anko clenched her fist, digging her nails into the flesh of her palms. The pain was almost not enough to stop tears from pouring out. She couldn't let those emotions show up in front of everybody, especially not in front of Toradesu. The man would take advantage of her weakness and make her feel even more terrible, which she didn't think possible, but she wouldn't put it past Toradesu. It's good to know that at least someone has an eye for talent, Anko said, faking her usual front. And what about you? Do you have an eye for talent? Toradesu asked. He was looking at Takuma when he said that. You seem to be going along with this well. I give my team chances to flourish and prove themselves. Even after what he did? We got a successful massive operation. Net profit. And do you think he will hold up against Masamoto? Anko shrugged. If he does, good for him. At the end of the day, Team 9's going to take the prize home either way. She looked up at him and smiled. If Takuma couldn't, then she would beat Masamoto into the ground. Chapter 214, Rugmin. The grip around the kunai felt perfect. He gripped it tighter to feel the cold metal underneath the wrapping as he contemplated on how to proceed. Masamoto matched his steps with a heckling grin as they kept an unchanging distance between them. Takuma could wait for Masamoto to make his first move, influence him into making the first move, or make the first move himself. What do I want? Takuma asked himself the question. He wanted to know more about Masamoto. He had no interest in knowing about the man called Masamoto, but he had considerable interest in knowing Masamoto the fighter. The man in front of him wasn't just Bishop, just like Scars wasn't Takuma. Even then, he didn't know much, if anything, about Bishop, so his mental image of Masamoto was lacking. As his wants became clear, Takuma broke the equilibrium and strode towards Masamoto, who grinned wider. The man stood there, welcoming Takuma to have a go at him. Takuma broke into a run and lobbed the kunai at Masamoto. He took another kunai and threw that as well, but this time, he gave it an extra push through augmentation. The second kunai caught up to the first one despite the difference in release. It surprised Masamoto, but he handled it effortlessly. He avoided one of them and parried the second. But the twin kunai were only the start of Takuma's offense. He breached Masamoto's range with a feint. Masamoto moved to block, but the punch was only a cover for the kunai in his other hand. Masamoto jerked his torso back to avoid the kunai, so Takuma switched to a reverse grip and slashed the kunai back. Masamoto latched hold of Takuma's arm to stop the sharp kunai, so he let go of the kunai. It dropped into his other hand and went for a vicious gutting stab. Masamoto, of course, still had another hand that he put in the kunai's way. The blade ripped through Masamoto's lower sleeve, but it drew no blood and scratched against a metal armguard. With his other hand in Masamoto's firm grip, the other man forcefully redirected the kunai away from his body. Takuma's hands were now in Masamoto's firm grasp. The two fighters looked at each other and moved simultaneously. Takuma tried to overpower Masamoto and bend the latter's arms into an awkward position, but Masamoto was quicker. He kicked Takuma in the stomach. The hit pushed him back a couple of meters but was now free from Masamoto's grasp, though not for long. Masamoto rushed at Takuma, not bothering to feint or force Takuma's guard down. He overwhelmed Takuma with a dense flurry of combinations. Takuma blocked, dodged, and countered wherever he could, but it was clear that he was being pushed back. He's a melee fighter, Takuma deduced. He looked up at Masamoto with a smile, and his heart spiked for a beat when he recognized the look on Masamoto's face. The dull brown eyes were looking at him, really looking at him. Takuma wasn't the only one observing and making deductions. Takuma dug his feet into the dirt, his soles skidding on the slippery grass before he could find his feet. He took a stand and turned up the aggression. Takuma used what he noticed and drove a heavy straight into Masamoto's side, followed by a few more solid strikes, but he left himself open to a barrage of kicks that left his lower half throbbing painfully. Both sides got in satisfying hits as the tactics switched up. Takuma snaked his hands around and under Masamoto's guard and grabbed him by his clothes, tossed him to the ground over his shoulder with a grunt of effort. He raised his right fist and his chakra flooded the pathways in his arm and slammed it down. Masamoto winced when he hit the ground but gathered his focus in time to see the throbbing vein on Takuma's forehead and the raised fist capturing the sun behind it. Danger! He slapped away Takuma's other hand, the one pinning him to the ground, and rolled to the side, using the momentum to continue rolling. The earth exploded, and from as far as he was, he felt the ground sink and shudder as he was showered. Takuma growled as pulled his arm out of the soft ground. He noticed Masamoto's dirt-covered face staring at the crater he had just created. Their eyes met, and they sprang into action again. Masamoto, on all fours, turned his back to Takuma and tried to pull away. Takuma leapt forward, grabbed a leg, and dragged his opponent back. Masamoto turned again, now facing Takuma. He kicked him, digging his heel into his shoulder. Takuma's face twitched with pain, but he didn't let go and gave a sharp tug to yank Masamoto closer. He was going to cave Masamoto's chest in with an augmented stomp if it was the last thing he did. 3 shuriken headed for Takuma's face, but he raised an arm and hissed painfully when they dug into his upper arm. Masamoto laughed at Takuma's painful grunts as he pulled away, having secured the time and space he needed to get back to his feet. As Takuma pulled the shuriken from his arm, Masamoto weaved through several hand seals. Takuma jumped back and did the same, ignoring the twitch his punctured arm gave. Fire style, Twin Tiger's Fury. Water style, 8 tentacles. Starting from his fists, Masamoto's arms were engulfed in fiery flames up to halfway above his elbow. The pooling fire made Masamoto's fists look thrice their actual size. Each time he flexed, the fires expanded, burning hotter. "I'm hungry, let's do some cooking, boy," Masamoto said as he cracked his neck. The water in the field rose and collected behind Takuma. With a flex of his shoulder blades, 8 whole tentacles shot out from behind his back. Each of them moved like they were alive. Takuma dipped into the pack around his thigh and threw 4 kunai that were then snatched up from the air by 4 tentacles. "I won't trust you to boil water properly. It'd probably be lukewarm, like you," said Takuma. Masamoto chuckled with a smile that didn't reach his eyes before dashing toward him. Takuma responded in kind and rushed forward as well. Masamoto pulled one of his arms back and punched a jet of fire toward Takuma. It roared as it blasted out of his hands. The water tentacles writhed into action, forming a protective umbrella in front of Takuma. Despite its usefulness, 8 tentacles wasn't a defensive jutsu, and while it managed to block out the flames, he felt the intense heat wash over him as though he was standing in front of a furnace. The water began to boil, and even steamed to Takuma's surprise. Wasn't water supposed to have an advantage over fire? Takuma jumped away, but Masamoto didn't release the pressure, pursuing Takuma and blasting him with consecutive fire jets with incredible reach. Takuma tried his best, but Masamoto was just as fast as he was, and any difference in speed between them was easily made up for by the extended reach that accursed fire jutsu provided. The heat stung, and Takuma was dripping with sweat. He tried to whip Masamoto with the tentacles in hopes of extinguishing the flames, but they would replenish and lick angrily against his tentacles. Takuma quickly realized he needed to douse all or most of the fire to break the jutsu. The tentacles had already nearly halved in length, and he knew they wouldn't last long, and he couldn't go in close to knock Masamoto out because of the harsh flames. "Is this hot enough for you?" Masamoto laughed and punched forth, and Takuma had to pull off his tentacles in front of him to block the fire that was the same size as his body. Takuma didn't reply and jumped up high into the sky. The ground cracked under the force of his chakra, pushing him high enough to see the camp stretching across the field. Masamoto was directly below him, his arms still shrouded in fire. The tentacles moved before Takuma, hiding him from Masamoto's view. Behind the tentacles, Takuma weaved hand seals for water release, wild water wave. As Takuma descended, the tentacles moved aside, and Takuma poured down a furious flood on Masamoto, who failed to dodge it in time. The fire jutsu broke, and Masamoto was drenched from head to toe. His hair was flat against forehead, and Takuma laughed, the sight reminding him of a wet dog. The pressure of the jutsu, acting with gravity, weighed down on Masamoto, forcing him to kneel and then lie flat against the ground. Even though it didn't have high offensive power, Wild Water Wave was still a C-rank jutsu. Takuma landed and 2 half-length tentacles dropped their kunai into his hands. He launched both forwards, one nicked Masamoto's shoulder but he caught the other. He rose shakily and stumbled back when Takuma charged at him. It was clear that he was still feeling the battery from the Wild Water Wave. He threw the kunai back at Takuma, but it was so weak that Takuma didn't even think of slowing down when he stepped out of its way. Takuma pushed off his back leg and swung his fist wide as he dropped over Masamoto. The augmented force hit Masamoto's forearms, blowing him away. He rolled like a tumbleweed in the high wind. Takuma could feel that this was his chance to pull the victory into his court and gave chase. He covered ground in one long leap and jumped up high to then descend right over Masamoto, intending to redo the augmented stomp he had missed, but this time with both of his feet. Masamoto's arms trembled from the force of Takuma's blows and his face was flushed beet red with pain. He saw Takuma coming down on him once again and rolled away at the last moment. A crater thrice the size of the previous one marred the earth. Takuma was irritated that he missed again, but Masamoto was close this time and he didn't intend to miss a third time. His fist grew hot at the amount of chakra flowing through it and he brought it down. Masamoto, who was struggling to get up from the ground, suddenly lashed his arm towards him. Takuma saw a fistful of dirt headed for his face and squeezed his eyes shut. His heart sank when he opened his eyes to see Masamoto up and in a solid ready stance. His arms were still trembling, but everything else looked perfectly fine. Strangely, he held a kunai between his teeth. Takuma realized what had happened because he had done it before. The next moment, he felt a foot smash into his knee from the side, destroying his balance and forcing him to kneel awkwardly. Takuma wanted to laugh because of how familiar it felt. He had fallen into a trap. Masamoto had first pretended to be hurt, then took real damage from his augmented diving punch to sell it, and lured Takuma in to have a possibility for a dirty sneak attack. Masamoto weaved hand seals before grabbing the kunai in his mouth. The metal sizzled before the blade turned a glowing red with wisps of flames burning on the surface. He brought down the scorching kunai down at Takuma's outstretched thigh. Takuma was forced into a vulnerable position, but he wasn't defenseless. He gritted his teeth and stopped the kunai with both his hands. The kunai didn't cut him, but the ninjutsu burned the skin and flesh of his hand. Masamoto had a sadistic smile as Takuma screamed in his face. "Hot enough?" Masamoto said, eerily calm. Masamoto didn't try to force the kunai as his arms were still recovering from Takuma's augmented hit. He released the kunai, and so did Takuma, who truly realized that he was back to fighting a real ring fighter when Masamoto struck him in the throat. Takuma felt his ability to breathe to go away, but he didn't panic. It had been a while, but he was a ring fighter too. Masamoto performed a spinning sidekick and smashed it into Takuma's jaw. Takuma swayed dangerously and the world felt like one massive marshmallow beneath his feet. Masamoto pulled out a kunai and went in to gut him. Takuma moved his hand in kunai's way at the last moment to successfully save his stomach. "Respect, brother," said Masamoto, sounding strangely genuine about it, "but this is the end." The last thing Masamoto saw before he blacked out for a moment was the crazed look on Takuma's face before he headbutted him in the face and he sagged to the ground. When he came to after a couple of seconds, Masamoto felt a world of pain and disorientation so extreme that he instantly vomited. His nose was broken, he had orbital fractures, his lips was split, his face was just one bleeding mess. All of that was from a single headbutt. Out of pure instinct, Takuma's chakra rushed to augment his forehead. It was the first augmented headbutt of his life. Takuma completely ignored it and put some distance between him and Masamoto despite seeing the state of his opponent. He needed a moment to get his head and balance straight and knew a ring fighter of Bishop's level wouldn't go down so easily. He looked down at the kunai-shaped burn wound branding his hands. His palms flared at the slightest movement. He clenched his fists. The more pain he felt, the clearer his head became. He looked back at Masamoto. The man stood up and stared Takuma down as he snapped his dislocated jaw back into place. Even his messed up face couldn't hide the anger he was feeling. Weaving hand seals hurt, but Takuma did it without letting it show on his face. Water style, water clone jutsu. The water rose from the wet ground, forming a moist mass that took the shape of Takuma's body contours, morphing into a perfect clone of himself. "Scars," said Takuma, assigning the role to himself. "Takuma," said the clone, doing the same. If one of them was having a difficult time ending the fight, then this ought to solve that problem. Chapter 215, Takuma's B-rank ninjutsu. Toradesu looked between the two fighters, and the speed of his fan grew slower as the fight progressed. Most direct confrontations involving shinobi were short affairs of a few minutes until one party was defeated, or the fight broke up because one party decided to escape. Other real-life factors changed those time observations, but the median range of durations was consistently short. Seeing Masamoto unable to wrap up the fight quickly told Toradesu that he had underestimated Takuma's combat ability. The injuries on Masamoto were proof of his misjudgment. He had expected Takuma to take on a beating for provoking a Chunin, but Masamoto's state was out of his expectations. He glanced at Anko, who was occupied with the fight. It seems you won't get to fight Masamoto, he said. Ah, I was looking forward to playing with him. Look how angry he is, it would have made my week, Anko snorted with faux amusement, but her worry for her Jonin slipped between the curtain of her sarcasm. She eyed Toradesu with a look. You better not stop me from interfering in case of an incident. I will protect my team. You underestimate him, Toradesu said, watching the water clone form beside Takuma. I know Takuma well enough. Masamoto is the one I don't trust. I can tell he's the petty kind, they can be particularly nasty fellows. Anko looked directly at Toradesu as she said the words. Toradesu found the veiled insult equal parts amusing and adorable. Why do you think he's doing this? Is it simply for something lowly like revenge? You must have signed off on this, Toradesu asked. He's doing this for you, said Anko, surprising Toradesu with her answer. For me? Pardon me, but I didn't ask for this. Didn't you though? I asked you to put Team 9 on the precursor mission, but you made it clear we weren't getting it when you gave Takuma a dressing down in front of Shirakumo. He blames himself and wants to make it up to the team. He went behind our backs. Net profit. Toradesu disagreed with that, but couldn't say that he was hoping to exploit their allied nation by having them fork over a portion of the extracted gold from the mines. They still would have recaptured the Gojiro gold mines for the hidden steam, but they would have done so with some demands. Toradesu would have spun a political web for that to happen, but when Benza brought them the plans for recapture and destruction of the mines, it was after he had consulted with the powers at home. Toradesu was completely cut off and didn't even get the chance to convince them to keep the mines running, much less put pressure on the hidden steam and the land of hot water. Anko continued, this is a showcase for you that Team 9 has 2 members with a field combat Chunin's fighting ability. Anko wasn't a field combat Chunin with her specialty residing in information extraction, but the snake student was anything but not deadly. While not tested, Anko was among the strongest Chunin in Camp Banana. He's making a case for you to consider, appealing that you set aside your personal feelings and appoint the best team for the mission. We didn't lose any members in Gojiro Gold Mines operations, we are equipped to gather intel out there for the subsequent recapture mission, and we obviously have enough firepower. Toradesu tapped the bottom of his chin with his closed fan and shook his head. I'm sorry, but this just looks like a child's petty revenge to me. People can have multiple intentions, sir. I mean, who doesn't? Toradesu watched as Takuma and his clone cornered Masamoto like it was a street-side brawl. I still don't think I will give it to you. I didn't like the snake very much. And you think I love him, sir? Anko scoffed. Madmen like him hurt the people closest to them the most, she said in a quieter voice. She took in a deep breath and audibly exhaled. And I don't care if you give the mission to me, sir. I don't care anymore about your misplaced grudge or the mission. Is that so? Toradesu smiled, calling her bluff. It is. You just told me I have a new job waiting for me back home in the TNI department. Anko smiled refreshingly at him. You just made my day, sir, and for that, I thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when we return home. I know a killer corner joint that serves sweet bean soup and dango to die for. I prefer my food to be spicy. Anko laughed. No wonder we don't get along. Scars. Takuma. Takuma and Clone stood next to each other and communicated their role to each other. Clone only had 10% of Takuma's chakra and was a level inferior in terms of physical capabilities, but other than that, they were completely identical. Water style, 8 tentacles. The water tentacles formed behind their backs. Opposite them, Masamoto breathed out a jet of fire that fanned back to form a ring around him before splitting into 9 orbs. The orbs split into 2 different orbits that crossed each other, forming an X shape. Fire release, Fox fire. He's quick, but he doesn't like to move around, so we have to be on the move, said Clone. Takuma eyed the fire orbs rotating around Masamoto and felt that they were rather similar to his water tentacles. He wasn't familiar with the jutsu, but he could guess that the fire orbs had considerable range and speed, and that any contact with them would burn harshly. Allocate half of the tentacles for defensive purposes, Takuma said to Clone. Clone scoffed. I should be saying that. Your scars. Let's go. Takuma and Clone were on the move. They went into diverging directions with the intention to flank Masamoto from either side in a pincer movement. Masamoto's eyes moved between Takuma and Clone. He assumed a stance, and the moment they were close enough, the fire orbs broke from their stable orbital movements and flew erratically. 6 orbs shot toward Takuma while Masamoto took 3 orbs with him and charged Clone. The tentacles behind Clone jolted into action. One whipped the first fire orb away from Clone. 3 tentacles tried to envelop the second orb in an attempt to extinguish it, but the third orb pushed the trapped second orb. The second orb was smaller, with the tentacles having done some damage, but it drew closer to the third orb and in a moment swelled back to its previous size and intensity. Clone made a note of it and clashed with Masamoto. There were no quips exchanged as the two fought. Masamoto was more aggressive and the ring influence showed in his style. His body shots looked for the liver and kidney, frequent kicks were aimed at the joints to disrupt the balance and take out the base, and he was more than willing to trade damage for opportunities to inflict more and worse pain. He noted that this must be what others felt when they fought him. The fire orbs acted like extra arms, just like his water tentacles did, and Masamoto used them viciously, targeting his face to damage his eyes and ears. Clone felt the heat near his face, but the water tentacles kept the fire orbs away. Clone, like an ice skater on the rink, was constantly on the move as he targeted Masamoto from both sides. Masamoto was quick, but he wasn't light on his feet. Clone exerted himself to jump around and push his speed even further, turning the pressure so Masamoto would make a mistake. He was on the hunt for a counter opportunity. Alas, Clone was slower than Takuma and Masamoto was difficult to pressure. Less than 10 seconds after their clash, Clone pulled back away from Masamoto. Masamoto wasn't confused and immediately turned and pulled up a block. Takuma smashed a devastating augmented cross into his arms. Masamoto held his ground but was forced to skid several meters back. He growled in pain as he flexed his arms to stop them from trembling. Clone shot back in from behind with a flying augmented kick to Masamoto's head that his opponent parried and redirected skillfully. When his feet landed on the ground, Clone jumped again for a spinning kick. Masamoto tried to pull back, but 5 of Takuma's tentacles wrapped around him from behind, holding him in place. Clone slammed the kick into his shoulder and he jerked, still trapped within the water tentacles. Clone tried to convert his one hit into a chain combination, but 3 orbs shot toward him in quick succession, all blocked by the 3 remaining water tentacles. The other 5 slipped off Masamoto as Clone was sent flying. The fire orbs were heavy as cannonballs. As Takuma stepped from behind to stab Masamoto in the back, another orb rushed toward him. The tentacles moved to intercept it, but it pulsed dangerously and exploded. Takuma's body spun through the air, the tentacles plunged into the ground, slowing him down. Takuma rose unsteadily as the tentacles snaked around his body to cool the burns. He gazed at Masamoto. The man was rolling on the ground, putting out the fire from his own explosion. His clothes were ruined, and the skin on his back was charred and angry. Fuck, Takuma touched behind his ringing left ear. He raised his left hand to his right shoulder and snapped the dislocated shoulder back into his place with a wince. It didn't surprise Takuma that Masamoto was willing to trade damage, but not to this degree. It was something the ring did to its fighters. Genin who walked out of the ring were much more willing to trade injuries, a dangerous habit to fall into on the field. Takuma was trying to hammer down that same instinct to this day and assumed that Masamoto, who had retired by the time he became Scars, would have done the same. Has he not done so yet, or is Masamoto taking greater risk on purpose? Takuma wondered. If it was the latter, then why? Takuma exchanged glances with Clone, and both ran toward Masamoto again in a pincer movement. Masamoto was breathing heavily on his knees. The remaining fire orbs mobilized, and a pair whizzed towards each of them. Takuma tried to dance around the fire orbs, but now that he knew they could explode, he kept his distance and was always ready to jump away at the moment's notice. Clone, on the other hand, decided to experiment. He ran around looking like he was trying to get past the fire orbs. He came very near the fire orb before jumping away to a dead still. The fire orb bobbed after him but halted halfway. Clone looked at Masamoto, who was now frowning. He grinned before yelling, 10 to 12 meters. Takuma jumped backward until he was more than 12 meters away from Masamoto and immediately weaved hand seals. Water release, wild water wave. Takuma had purposefully overcharged the jutsu. It had double the range and the water retained much of its damaging pressure. The jutsu barreled toward Masamoto, who was clearly injured as he was still kneeling. 2 fire orbs shot towards the wave of water and exploded, neutralizing the ninjutsu. A light splash of water washed over Masamoto, leaving him drenched. Masamoto finally got up, and the 6 remaining fire orbs pulled back closer to him. He started, "You think you're—" Ding! Masamoto froze up with a jolt. He groaned in agony as a harsh sound pierced his ear, and he began to see clones of Takuma pop around the field. One of Clone's tentacles was holding a scuff bell. Jinjutsu, Bell Clone Jutsu. Takuma immediately took off toward Masamoto. Just when he thought he had a freeway, the nearest fire orbs moved, giving him a scare. He looked at Masamoto, who was still frozen up from the Jinjutsu. Then he noticed that the fire orb was moving erratically and much slower. It seemed that Jinjutsu only froze up the body, and the mind was affected, but not completely. He learned more every day. Takuma clicked his tongue and jumped away just a moment before the fire orb nearest to him suddenly exploded. "He's free!" Clone shouted. Masamoto shook his head, trying to shake off any lingering effects. It was unclear if exploding the fire orb snapped him out of the Jinjutsu or if he exploded the orb after he snapped out of it. He turned a glare towards Clone, sending 2 fire orbs chasing after him. Clone put himself far outside of the fire orb's range and was thinking about baiting Masamoto by stepping in and out of the range and occupying his attention so that Takuma could breach and get close to him. During that thought, one of the fire orbs struck the second from behind a moment before exploding. The second orb absorbed the explosion, growing bigger, and shot beyond its tracking range toward Clone. He thought he was safe as long as he was outside the range, and the sudden collapse of that logical conclusion made him freeze up. He watched it pulse and grow brighter like all the other orbs did before exploding. A split second later, Clone snapped into action and punched out toward the orb just as it was less than a meter away from him. Chakra Augmentation, Second Form. The chakra bubbling inside Clone's arm traveled to the front of his fist and then shot out in a directed beam of concentrated chakra that struck the fire orb before it could hit Clone. It wasn't as powerful as the usual augmented strike and took more chakra to perform, but it added extra range to his melee attack. The fire orb, heavy as a cannonball, being propelled by an explosion much like a cannon, had an overwhelming force behind it, and for a moment, it looked like the second form punch failed to stop the bull run, but then it was smashed away into the air a moment before it exploded. Clone pulled his arms up in protection with a pleased grin. He felt the heat but little of the explosive force. It was the first time the second form punch was used in battle, and it was a success even though he had yet to test it in spars. On Masamoto's side, he looked up to see a flurry of kunai and shuriken tearing in his direction. He narrowed his eyes and caught explosive tags fluttering behind a few kunai mixed in with the bunch. He sighed, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 of the remaining 4 orbs met the weapons in midair. They exploded and the barrage of projectiles was blown away in all directions. Metal shards and broken hilts clattered across the field. Masamoto looked ahead and found Takuma missing. His pupils shrunk, and goosebumps erupted across his bare skin. He turned around and felt the ground beneath him shift. Takuma broke through a crack in the ground. The last remaining fire orb flew toward Takuma, who punched out with a weaker second form augmentation and sent it a few meters away. Takuma slashed Masamoto across the chest with the kunai in his other hand. Blood spattered over his face as Masamoto stumbled back. Takuma struck with his kunai again, but Masamoto grabbed the blade, cutting the inside of his hand. He muffled his grunt and kicked Takuma's legs from under him, followed by a stomp to his chest, pinning him to the ground. The fire orb rushed in from the side, and Masamoto jumped away. Takuma saw the orb glowing brighter. He couldn't get up to run in time, so he took the next option of leading hand seals for Earth style, Earth and Dome. He knew the jutsu wouldn't make it time, but it was his only option. Just as the orb expanded, a second away from blowing up, Clone came flying in. He enveloped his body around the orb the moment it exploded. Clone blew up into a mass of water, and in his last moment, his body blocked the explosion that would have hit Takuma. While the fire hadn't touched him, the force of the explosion sent him flying and he smashed his elbow against the ground. His vision swam. He spat out the blood pooling in his mouth as he got up and fixed his gaze toward the blurred figure he assumed to be Masamoto. As his vision settled, Takuma saw Masamoto weave hand seals, the gash on his hand dripping with blood. A layer of visible blue chakra covered Masamoto's body. Takuma looked closer and saw the air around Masamoto's body shimmering with sheer heat. The grass around Masamoto's feet burned, turning black with embers. "Takuma!" Anko yelled from the sidelines. "That's a B-rank ninjutsu, be careful." Masamoto threw his head back, flexed his entire body, and yelled to the sky. The chakra layers sparked and surged into a blazing fire, surrounding him like a scorching aura, trying to burn everything and anything within its reach. Steam rose from the ground around Masamoto, the moisture being burned, and within a couple of seconds, he was standing in a smoldering ring. A fresh coat of sweat erupted across Takuma's body, running down his face and evaporating before it ever hit the ground. 100 thoughts flashed across his mind as he ran simulations on how the fight would go. The result was the same every single time. He couldn't win, not against this. Chapter 216, Ninjutsu Training. Team 9 ran to Anko, worried and apprehensive. Anko herself looked nervous as the waves of heat and chakra washed over her and felt the danger Masamoto posed. She herself felt danger from Masamoto as he was now. She didn't know if Takuma would be able to defeat him. "Anko, you should call the fight," said Iori, putting a hand on her shoulder. Anko glanced at her team before turning to Toradesu. She asked, "What is that jutsu?" Just from the chakra saturated the environment, it was clear that this was a B-rank ninjutsu at the minimum, maybe even higher. It's fire style, chakra mode, a B-rank ninjutsu of the supplementary category. He's coating his entire body with a cloak of fire chakra. In theory, the jutsu is fairly simple. The fire incinerates any attack thrown at him, and it allows him to scorch through his enemies with a very potent ninjutsu. A term used to describe fighting styles that incorporate the use of ninjutsu and taijutsu. This jutsu has limitless potential. The Reikage uses the lightning version of it, lightning style, chakra mode. In fact, it's his signature jutsu. He's arguably the most powerful shinobi currently alive, and his use of that jutsu is heavily responsible for that. Toradesu looked at her. "Your boy is in danger, Anko. Both of them are close-range melee fighters. And Masamoto just got an extreme boost to his taijutsu. You might want to listen to your team's suggestions, call it off," he said without the usual lightheartedness in his eyes. Anko turned her gaze back to the fight. Takuma had his raised hand up in front of his face to protect it from the sheer heat, and it looked like he couldn't even stand properly from the fringe effects of Masamoto's jutsu. "Anko!" Iori urged. Protecting her own was Anko's responsibility as their leader. In her opinion, Takuma had already proved his value and Team 9's virtue for the benefit of Toradesu. He didn't need to prove himself more than he had already shown. But the truth was that none of it mattered anymore. He failed his academy graduation test twice, Anko said to Toradesu, recalling Takuma's file, what he told her, and something she heard from Kumiko. "He told me that you were there for the third attempt, which he passed, but what's surprising is that they didn't give him a chance to get on a Jonin team because his grades were piss poor. They pushed him into the Genin Corp without allowing a Jonin to check him. I don't think that boy, who was denied that basic opportunity and then managed to climb his way to a leadership position in the Uchiha's Den, would appreciate anyone telling him what he can or cannot do. Anko crossed her arms and returned to the fight, much to the wonder of Toradesu and the astonishment of her team. Inside, however, she was struggling to convince herself that she'd made the right choice. The smoldering heat made Takuma wish he had at least kept his inner vest on. He absently wondered if this was what working in a smelting factory felt like, but reined his focus in. It was tough to stay focused right now. He had lost a lot of blood, was dehydrated, and was dealing with dozens of injuries of various seriousness. "You're good as dead, kid," said Masamoto. The flames around his body roared as he pointed at Takuma. And then there was him. Takuma took a hot breath and weaved hand seals for the water style, hidden mist jutsu to alter the playing field and give him some cover while he spent some time thinking about how to proceed. He quickly followed with water style, 8 tentacles, grimacing as lances of pain shot up and down his elbow. 2 tentacles merged into one and wrapped around his hurt arm to support his injured elbow. He had done it for his out-of-commission leg during the assassination attempt, and luckily for him, his arm wasn't completely disabled nor did it bear half of his body weight, so 2 tentacles were enough for support. The remaining tentacles covered as much of his body as they could to provide any protection against the oppressive heat. His ears were damaged, dulling his hearing, and in any other case, he wouldn't have used the hidden mist jutsu as he relied on his ears to traverse under the fog, but Masamoto had turned himself into a walking light bulb, one that could easily burn him to ashes. Takuma pulled out 3 shuriken, intending to see if Masamoto's chakra-covered deflected solid metal. He got himself in the position and was about to throw the shuriken when he noticed the visibility improving by the moment, and in just a few seconds, the mist had dissipated, turning increasingly thin. In front of his eyes, Masamoto went from a mass of light to a blurry humanoid figure, coated in angry flames. He's heating the mist into vapor, Takuma gasped in astonishment. Masamoto turned to face Takuma, who saw his grin through the translucent flames. "Found you," he grinned before breaking into a sprint, heading straight for Takuma. With the mist neutralized, Takuma had no choice but to face the threat head-on. He immediately fell back, keeping a safe distance away between them, and threw 3 shuriken. Masamoto laughed, and a ring of fire burst out of his body. It passed through the shuriken and they lost all their momentum, burning cherry red and sinking to the ground. "I don't like running, scars," Masamoto yelled, stretching his words. When Takuma didn't reply, Masamoto punched out a dense cloud of fire with a smoky trail. For a moment, Takuma wondered if he had thrown fire-style fireball at him. He broke it apart with a second form punch. "But can you do that like this?" Masamoto jabbed in quick succession, sending half a dozen burning fire clouds toward Takuma. Masamoto deduced it right. Takuma couldn't use his augmentations in quick succession. He jumped around to evade the fire clouds, but in doing so, he let Masamoto close the distance. The flames around his arm morphed into a rough gauntlet, much like his previous ninjutsu. Takuma jumped to the side at the last moment. The flaming gauntlet struck a glancing blow to his shoulder. Takuma felt the force travel around his torso and spun like a top before slamming into the ground. Through the nausea, Takuma thanked higher powers that they fought on soft ground instead of concrete or tar roads. He could smell his burnt hair, but he didn't have time to worry. Running wasn't an option, so he pulled out a kunai and stood his ground. Masamoto looked irked that Takuma had gotten up. The chakra cloak that had subsided to a modest fire flared back to its peak ignition as Masamoto surged ahead. Takuma pushed his body to the limit, dancing around Masamoto. His chakra cloak granted him dangerous power, but it didn't fix his habit of not moving around enough. Takuma ducked and rolled under Masamoto's high-intensity assault. He jumped back and forth, going in and out of melee range to force Masamoto to move around. It was painful. The tentacle armor protected him from most of the heat, but it wouldn't last for long. Masamoto's elevated strength, his ranged fire clouds, and the fire's blinding light were hindrances that Masamoto took full advantage of as he stirred through Takuma's defenses. He gave Takuma the ring treatment, his shoulders and knees were given repeated beatings, he had to protect his calves and thighs from searing kicks that had struck him one too many times, he had to protect his face from sudden attacks that would then be followed by quick body strikes that hurt his organs. Not to mention his elbow, Takuma did all he could to make sure Masamoto didn't damage it even further. Takuma felt the fatigue building up in his aching muscles. He could no longer see properly from his right eye because of how swollen it was. His breathing grew labored as his offense built on the continuous movement to break through Masamoto's weak points wasn't doing much damage, not enough to pull him down to Takuma's level. As the exhaustion set in, his mind grew heavier, and so did the desperation to find something to turn the tide. He had one more untested weapon in his arsenal, but he needed time to weave hand seals and carefully direct his chakra. Option after option rushed through his mind. He dug deep into his previous fights, looking for anything he had done that would work, but everything failed. Even bombarding Masamoto with explosive tags wasn't viable. But then his augmented headbutt came forth and center of his thoughts, and Takuma felt an epiphany open up his mind. He didn't need to augment his 8 points of contact, 2 fists, 2 elbows, 2 knees, 2 shins. He could augment anything with striking power. Takuma dug his feet into the ground and charged at Masamoto instead of being forced to move back. Masamoto was all the happier to have his target come closer and up the heat, every step of his leaving behind a burning footprint in the grass. A trail of fire lit up behind him and the two met in a sea of flames created by their fight. Takuma readied an aching shoulder and summoned chakra toward the tenketsu points near his shoulder, arm, and upper chest. Masamoto pulled his arm back and swung it hard for a haymaker that hit Takuma straight in the face, but in the same moment, Takuma bodied Masamoto with an augmented shoulder charge more powerful than any taijutsu attack he had ever used. Masamoto didn't fly away over the field, instead, he blasted down to the ground. The air was knocked from his chest, and his eyes were on the verge of popping out as he made a crater around him. Takuma, however, was blown back for miscalculating and overloading the augmentation, along with Masamoto blasting him with fire. Unlike Masamoto, Takuma flew away, hit his head on the ground, and was dragged for meters until his face and neck were buried in dirt. But there was no time to moan about the pain. Takuma slowly pulled himself up to his knees, wheezing and coughing all the dirt he had in his mouth and nose. He no longer had any strength in his legs and core. He saw Masamoto get up, looking hurt and angrier than before. With the blood flooding down his face and the burns all over his body from the earlier explosion, he looked absolutely terrifying. The dim chakra cloak roared as though responding to his overflowing rage, and he thundered toward Takuma with earth-burning stomps. The tentacle armor didn't make it out intact from the impact, and he had to bear the awful pain from his elbow as he weaved hand seals. He joined his trembling hands together, with only his index and middle fingers stretched out to the front, making the colloquial hand gesture for mimicking a gun. A globe of water formed in front of the finger gun. Water release, spirit water wave. Bang! A pressurized water bullet, as wide as his finger, shot out of the water globe. It immediately broke the sound barrier with a sharp snap. Masamoto, who was watching his hand seals and expecting water release, wild water wave, didn't change his path, confident in his chakra cloak's ability to shrug the ninjutsu away. He froze, caught between the thought of holding confidence in his cloak or jumping out of the way. In the end, he chose to rely on his cloak's defense. The bullet penetrated the fire cloak, sliced through his shoulder, tore a chunk of muscle, and shattered his collarbone. Masamoto screamed in agony and dropped to his knees. He shuddered and whimpered in pain as he held his useless shoulder. Takuma took in a deep breath. His head hung for a moment after he saw the water bullet hit his target. Hope filled him as he raised his hand and readied another shot. Bang! The bullet didn't fire, and the globe splashed down to the ground. The jutsu failed. Takuma expected that to happen when he fired the first bullet because he had only used the jutsu a few times with great failure during training. Come on, come on, come on, he muttered to himself as he weaved the hand seals for the water release, spirit water wave again. He looked up and saw that Masamoto was back on his feet. Bang! The moment the water globe formed, Takuma took his shot. But this time, Masamoto was ready for it. He squared his guard and thrust his hands forward, a wall of fire extended from his cloak. The water bullet pierced the wall, but lost most of its speed and power doing so. Still, it left a bruise on Masamoto's lower thigh, which he shrugged off and continued marching toward Takuma. The ninjutsu failed again, and Takuma felt helpless. He took out 3 kunai with explosive tags and chucked them at Masamoto. The fire cloak once again foiled his plans and burned through the tags before they had the chance to explode. "Come on, fall!" As though responding to Takuma's frenzied cries, Masamoto's knees gave out on him, and he fell to the ground. The burning cloak flickered like a weak bonfire on a windy night. Masamoto got up and dragged his feet across the ground to reach Takuma, who wasn't in the shape to avoid him. When he was a few meters away, the cloak flickered crazily and went out for good. "Fuck!" Masamoto cursed but continued to move closer to Takuma until he could no longer do so and sagged to the ground on his knees. He was still conscious but barely, and looked so exhausted that breathing was all he could do. Takuma, still on his knees, closed his eyes and let his shoulders relax. He had done it. He wasn't able to beat Masamoto, but he won. Chapter 217, The Scars. Takuma woke up completely naked with 3 Iryonin circling the bed he was lying on. He was completely naked save for the towel draped over his groin and hips. The 2, presumably Jonin Iryonin, were the ones in charge of healing him, with a Chunin Iryonin giving instructions. He closed his eyes and lay still, feeling uncomfortable about having his body in the care of someone other than Sango. He wondered how she was doing. She was probably busy at her new job. She never gave him her address, so he didn't have a way to send her a letter. He hadn't seen her since the day of the assassination attempt and wondered if her job took her out of the Hidden Leaf, which was why she couldn't visit him in the hospital, or if he was misunderstanding how close they were. She was his only Iryonin, but he was not her only patient. Takuma cracked his eyes open and was about to inform them that he was awake when they started to talk, so he closed his eyes and listened in on their conversation. "I wonder how he got all these scars," said one of the Jonin Iryonin. "Maybe he did it on his own," the other one replied. "You mean he carved these very obvious surgical scars into himself?" The first Jonin scoffed and hovered a scalpel over Takuma's body as evidence. The scars were just the right width for it. Someone opened his chest up to get to his heart. "There are scars on his side, usually seen in lung surgery," thought Takuma. "Look at this one under his chest, liver, scar tissue on right abdomen, kidney, and the cluster on his abdomen, digestive system." The second Jonin sounded uncomfortable as he said, "Earlier, I saw a long scar down the entire length of his spine. What was someone doing there?" Every time they mentioned one of his scars, Takuma felt a spike plunge itself into his head. It was the pain that he felt every time he looked at his body in a mirror or wondered how he even got them. One would think that he would have gotten used to seeing them, but the lack of understanding made it really hard to find closure. What the hell had happened to the kid? Every time that question flashed through his mind, he was punished with searing agony. There was a moment of silence before one of them turned to the Chunin Iryonin. "Is there anything on his file, sir?" The Chunin stayed silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Other than the mandatory check the Leaf Military Police Force made him do, there's nothing of note on his file." "There must have been an identifying mark section. What was on that?" "The 2 scars that start from his neck, over his collarbones, extending down his upper chest," the Chunin replied, pointing at the prominent scars. "That's it? And they bought it?" the second Jonin exclaimed. "They must have allowed independent checkups." The Chunin walked to a table in the room and picked up a file. "The name of the test administrator, here it's a Jonin Sango. Must have been someone who doctored the report to leave out the heavy scarring and probable operations done on his body." Takuma decided he'd heard enough. This was precisely why he didn't like Iryonin other than Sango. They pried too deeply into his life. He opened his eyes. The Iryonin didn't seem to notice, now engrossed with discussing his combat injuries that were more prominent than the original scars. Cosmetic healing wasn't Sango's specialty. "Focus on the burns instead of the scars," Takuma muttered, startling all 3 Iryonin. They jumped in their shoes, One of the Jonin even broke his Iriojutsu and had to recast it quickly under the baleful eye of the Chunin. There was a heavy air of awkwardness around Takuma's bed. He let the Irionin stew in it for a long, excruciating moment just because he felt like they deserved it for being so nosy. "How's Masamoto?" he asked. There was a curtain around his bed, blocking his view. But if he was in the medical building, Masamoto would be too. "Exhausted," the Chunin answered flatly. "Chakra exhaustion?" "Yes, he overdrew on his reserves." Takuma cracked a smile and got comfortable in the bed as he felt the terrible migraine subside. "So, where is he?" he asked. The Chunin gave Takuma a long look. "Do I need to move one of you away into a locked room with a guard?" "Not me," said Takuma with a smile. It didn't convince him, but that didn't matter. The Chunin's words told him that Masamoto was in the same room. Takuma wriggled his toes, tapped his fingers, and did a quick check of his body. Other than it feeling awful and heavy, which wasn't anything new, there were no major problems. "How long have I been out, and when will he wake up?" asked Takuma. He noticed the Chunin's look and sighed. "I just want to talk to him." "Don't worry, we won't do anything to each other as long as we're under your care, under your command, if that's what you're worried about, sir." The Chunin narrowed his eyes, and the two Jonin Irionin chose to focus their attention on healing, but their eyes darted around. "As long as you understand," the Chunin half smiled. "You are out for 2 hours. As for Masamoto, given his condition, he won't be up by tomorrow." "He'll be up in a few hours," he said. "Not likely," said the Chunin. Takuma closed his eyes. Before long, he was sleeping again. 6 hours later, Masamoto opened his eyes, much earlier than the doctor's expected time period. He squinted at the harsh light and groaned in agony from the pain in his shattered shoulder covered in hard plaster and splits to keep it stationary, along with a heavy layer of bandages. The Jonin on watch sounded the alarm, and the Irionin were all over Masamoto, who lay there, letting them do their work. He just stared at the ceiling and answered their questions until they were done and left him alone. "How are you feeling?" The curtain around Masamoto's bed was pushed aside, and Takuma walked in, rolling in 4 pole with him. He was covered in a gauze with medicine for his numerous burns, and winced with every step. "Not now, fuck off." Masamoto closed his eyes, an annoyed expression on his face. Takuma ignored him and pulled a chair beside his bed. "There's never going to be a later," Takuma said, sitting down with a throaty groan. "Let's talk now when there's no one to disturb us. If you're expecting some pathetic apology, you can suck my dick," Masamoto spat. "Your mama lied to you. That little knob you got is a clit, not a dick." Takuma chuckled, obviously enjoying his win. "I actually wanted to thank you. I was having a terrible time recently, but beating the crap out of you has been massively therapeutic." Masamoto scoffed. "I got my revenge, flipped your little scheme on its head, impressed a whole bunch of people, probably a Jonin as well." "It's been a good day," said Takuma. "And I got to try a bunch of shit on you that I hadn't tried in a fight, a good practice session." Masamoto opened his eyes and stared at Takuma, unamused. "Well, despite everything, you were stronger than me," said Takuma, surprising Masamoto, "but I still defeated you, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. I don't know about you, but my grudge is over, but if you mess with Anko or Team 9 again, I don't mind having a repeat of today. Don't get cocky, boy. You were lucky today, I know it, and you for fucking sure know it," Masamoto said with a nasty smile. Takuma stood up and smiled down at Masamoto. "Only pathetic losers blame luck, Bishop, but I didn't expect any better from you." The short yet meaningful conversation came to an end with Takuma walking away from Masamoto and running into the Chunin Irionin. "Told you he'd be up in hours," said Takuma. "Tough bastard, that one." He crawled into his bed and his jovial front faded away as he sighed in frustration. Bishop was right, he did get lucky. After dinner, Anko and Kamiko visited Takuma for the second time in the day. The first time, he was asleep, and they had to return without talking to him. Daiki had visited him before dinner and told them he was awake if they wanted to meet him. They got permission from the Chunin in charge and entered the room to see Takuma sitting on his bed with a pile of scrolls on his side table with 3 spread open on his legs as he read another one in his hands. Did no one tell you that recovery is an important part of the training? Anko clicked her tongue at Takuma. Rest, goddammit. She raised her fist as a threat. I am resting. I'm just reading for pleasure, said Takuma, putting down the scroll in his hand. And what does Jin and Takuma read for pleasure? Anko leaned to take a look. It took her a moment to process the complicated text. Jinjutsu? Huh. I didn't know you were into it. You only know 2 Jinjutsu, right? I know 6, only 3 of them have combat utility. I use 2, the third doesn't fit me, said Takuma. As surprising as it may sound, Jinjutsu is the topic I'm the most knowledgeable about. He was tested every Friday with the threat that if he showed no meaningful progress, Makoto would drop him as a student. It was just as, if not more, stressful as producing results with the narcotics task force. Takuma looked at Kimiko, who seemed confused by the gaze. What? She asked when Takuma didn't say anything. Nothing, he shook his head. Takuma was actually wondering if Kimiko knew that he was taught by Makoto. It wasn't a widely known piece of information outside the police force, but Arisu could have shared it with Kimiko. However, seeing that Kimiko didn't say anything, she either kept it to herself or didn't know about it at all. Anyway, Anko quickly moved on. Congratulations for beating that jackass. That jackass is in the room, Takuma whispered and requested Kimiko to draw the curtains around his bed. So? A jackass is still a jackass. Anko turned her head and raised her voice to the other corner of the room. She turned to Takuma. How are you feeling? It must be good to put such a show in front of everyone. A Jinin beating a Chunin leader, now that's a statement, a big one. The optics of it all do indeed look good for the team, Takuma said and looked down at the scroll in his hand. Anko stared at Takuma. And you don't look happy about it. Why? He glanced up at her and shook his head. No, it's not like that. I'm happy. I went to rub it in Masamoto's face the moment he woke up. It felt good all right, but, Takuma pursed his lips into a thin line, it wasn't how I imagined it would go. I did defeat him, but it wasn't a victory, not for me. Why do you say that? Asked Kimiko, confused. Because I didn't take him down, he dropped on his own, said Takuma, irritated. So what? It was a battle of attrition. You out-endured him, said Anko as she and Kimiko took a seat beside his bed. Out-enduring your opponent should never be an option, said Takuma, forcefully. It wasn't how he was taught to fight, he wasn't talking about Masamoto or the academy, he was talking about Ring. The philosophy was clear, take out the enemy before they took you out, there was no waiting around for the enemy to tire themselves out of the fight. And he very much agreed with Ring's philosophy. Stretching combat encounters is almost always a bad idea. The longer the fight, the more the chances there are for things to go south. That's not how I wanted this fight to go, he sighed. Takuma chewed on his lip, looking at the two, wondering if he should go into it. He almost decided to not say it and end the conversation, but decided to share it with the people he was trusting his back with, and despite the strange start, he liked his team. I noticed that he was being hasty, but there was no reason, it wasn't like I had the upper hand or anything, and he continued making all these decisions I couldn't figure out. I didn't understand why he was doing it until he used that last jutsu. He was running out of chakra, said Takuma. He noticed that the chakra cloak would frequently go dim as though Masamoto was trying to converse chakra. It didn't match up with how aggressive he was at that moment. He probably has tiny, average, chakra reserves like his dick, and that B-rank jutsu was in trying to end the fight before he ran dry. When I realized that, I turned to trying to keep the fight going until he was out and could no longer fight. I had no other choice, he was that good of a fighter that I had to keep running to win, said Takuma, displeased. He was well aware that there was no honor in a fight. There was nothing like a dirty move in a life-or-death battle. All that mattered was defeating the enemy and come out of it alive. But Masamoto put him in a situation where Takuma had to spend all his time on the back foot because he didn't have any other choice. It didn't feel good. As Masamoto said, he was lucky. He was lucky that nothing bad happened. One misstep would have meant Masamoto knocking him out with his absurdly powerful nintaijutsu. I'm sorry, Takuma, but I don't think I see a problem. Anko shook her head. You forced him to use a B-rank jutsu, clearly his special weapon. He couldn't beat you because you saw something that most would have missed. Believe me, that takes impressive observational skills, a nimble mind to do something with those observations, and a capable body to make those thoughts into reality. Takuma appreciated the compliment, but he couldn't smile and shook his head. He wasn't really upset about the fight. He was upset about what the fight meant. Roughly half a year ago, I encountered a rogue Chunin on a case for the police force, Takuma added. He was much stronger than Masamoto. It took 8 total Jonin to bring that guy down. He was dangerous. It was a valuable experience. It made me realize I had allowed myself to stagnate. The inception of the narcotics task force had shifted Takuma's priorities, and he began pouring most of his time into building and growing it, which directly tied into his career in the police force. He still devoted enough time to training, but somewhere along the line, the focus of his training turned to maintaining form rather than improving. In his 9 months at the narcotics task force before the farm raid, Takuma had only learned one new jutsu, the body flicker jutsu. That was the lowest since he began enough mission points to afford more jutsu. In that same period, the ring fights had stopped being a challenge. 2v1 was the most Subiru allowed, and none of them were ever ninjutsu category fights because no ninjutsu category fighter wanted to lose as it would hurt their inflated egos and their precious gambling odds. Soon enough, they stopped being a challenge, and Takuma one-sidedly thrashed his opponents and collected his winnings once or twice a week. I upped my training, but then the damned assassination attempt happened, and I couldn't walk without a crutch for weeks. The month leading to me coming here was an absolute waste, said Takuma. I wasted a lot of time, and that hurt today. Masamoto's the same type of fighter as me, primary melee range and secondary mid-range supported by ninjutsu. From the first clash, I knew he was better than me. I tried to double-team him with a water clone, but that failed as well. He only used 3 jutsu, Anko, but each of them changed his fighting style in a way that created more and more problems for me. Fire style, Twin Tiger Fist added power, overwhelming power, and some range to his taijutsu. Fire release, Fox Fire gave him a long range, allowed him field control, and multiple fight-changing explosives. Finally, Fire release, Chakra mode turned everything up to 11 and opened so many opportunities that Takuma had to keep himself running away. I fought Masamoto 2 years ago and he beat the crap out of me. There was no way for me to win, so I didn't take it negatively, but it was a hell of a motivator for getting stronger. I think he's the reason why I fight like I do today, because I was so overwhelmed that I couldn't do anything. I thought that if I could do that to others, I would win every fight. That was more of a ring thing than Masamoto, but Bishop was the one who made him utterly helpless. That was when Scar's aggressive fighting style solidified with no chance of going back. What he felt in that fight had left too prominent of an impression. I didn't think I would ever get to fight him, but there was this little hope, and when I got the chance today, I jumped at it. Takuma looked at Anko, shrugging. He didn't have the team's best interest on his mind then, but it was a happy coincidence. If I hadn't neglected my training, I could have gotten out of the assassination attempt without needing rehab, and that would have given me more time to improve, and I probably wouldn't have had to wait for Masamoto to run out of chakra to defeat him. He lifted the Jinjutsu spread in his hand and threw it further down the bed in frustration. I have been learning Jinjutsu for over a year and haven't done anything with it. I know all of this theory, learned from a phenomenal Jonin teacher, but it hasn't done me any good, and I only have myself to blame. He had allowed himself to get comfortable. Sure, he was proud of himself for becoming the first outsider, not Uchiha or their clan allies, to get a leadership position and a team of his own in the police force. After shedding tears from 2 failed graduation tests, sweating in the Jonin Corp, and bleeding in the ring, he had made it and accomplished something substantial. But he had taken that accomplishment as an excuse to stop the pain, the stupid fucking pain that came from constantly trying to improve and getting stronger. Takuma was always aware of the dangerous future ahead of him. He clearly knew that he lived in a dangerous world and that if he wanted to survive, he needed to get stronger to improve his chances. But Takuma didn't enjoy the process of getting stronger. He was tired. He didn't like waking up early every day to train himself until his bones hurt, then doing it again in the evening, and on top of that, spending every free moment trying to learn things that would help him as a shinobi. He liked his cabin in the police force headquarters and the tiny office space given to the narcotics task force. The job was time-consuming, but at least, he had a team to rely on, trusted people who could help him make something out of the narcotics task force. But constantly trying to get stronger and improve himself as a shinobi was lonely. He had to do it on his own without any help. Even Makoto could only guide him for 5 hours a week, so he was on his own. To not feel it anymore, Takuma deceived himself. He made himself believe that leading the narcotics task force was the best he could be doing when it was not. Chance comes only to those who are prepared enough to grab it. I fumbled it. You still defeated a Chunin, said Kimiko. Takuma scoffed. That doesn't mean anything. I killed a hidden frost Chunin on my way to Camp Banana without taking a single scratch. But he was almost killed by another one in the gold mines. Masamoto is a hidden leaf Chunin, she said. We're better. Takuma nodded, not disagreeing because it was true. The quality of shinobi of the Great Five was better than what the other smaller hidden villages produced, but Masamoto wasn't anything special. He had allowed Takuma to catch up to him in 2 years. Takuma didn't think he was a prodigy by any means, and if Masamoto couldn't keep ahead of him, then he was nothing out of the ordinary. However, Masamoto was special to Takuma. He had been a major influence on his fighting style 2 years ago, which Takuma appreciated a whole lot. And today, Masamoto helped him once again. There was no stopping no matter how much he hated it. He had to keep moving forward because there was no other way for him to survive. Chapter 218, Interlude. Arisu. Fuma Arisu, an officer of the police force, and the second-in-command of the narcotics task force, looked up from the intelligence file on her desk. At the end of the bullpen, Chunin Yakumi, the head of the narcotics task force, stood at the threshold of his office, motioning her to his office. She shut the file and walked across the bullpen used by the narcotics task force. As she entered the office and closed the door behind her, Arisu noticed 2 men sitting there. When they looked at her, she didn't recognize their faces, and neither of them had the police force insignia on their sleeve, which meant they weren't from the police force. Arisu, these people are from the Hot Waters War Commission, said Yakumi, pointing to the 2 men. They would like to talk to you about a few things. What things? She asked. About Jin and Takuma, said the bald of the 2 men. Oh, what about him? Arisu asked, crossing her arms. Seeing the change in Arisu's body language, the 2 men looked at Yakumi, who shrugged. He wasn't going to help them with Arisu. Takuma might not be working in the police force, but he was still a part of it, and Arisu and Yakumi wouldn't talk if it would be used against him. The second man got up and cleared his throat. He's not in trouble, Jin and Arisu. Jin and Takuma is being considered as a potential candidate for an important mission, and we need some information about his work here. You're close to him, and we're wondering if you could give us some clarity about it all. What kind of mission? Asked Arisu. We can't reveal many details, but it's dangerous, and thus, we need to verify if he's up for the job. We want to know his history with snitches, informants, and moles, those sorts of people. We know he was experienced in cultivating people into assets and having them feed information to your team. How did he get their trust? Arisu scoffed as though she had just heard a joke. First, Takuma is very good at cultivating assets, so if he wants the mission, give it to him, he won't disappoint. Now, trust really isn't a factor for Takuma. There are people who get attached to their assets, treat them as friends, which is fine and all, but Takuma's philosophy was the exact opposite. He sees his assets as nothing but what they are. Then how does he make them do what he wants? Leverage, she said. He liked saying that word a lot. It's quite straightforward for Takuma. When he finds a target that would make a beneficial asset, he would research them intensively. A lot of hours in field work. He would find everything there was to find about them, and then he would find something that would motivate them to help, and then use that. So blackmail, said the bald one. Arisu shrugged. Persuasion. Most people don't want to spend their next few years working in a lumber or mining operation, so they open their mouths quick and easy. Takuma made it worth their while, letting them go back to their lives to continue their jobs or choose new careers, and he would guarantee them anonymity so nothing came back to bite them. It's surprising what people would say when a few little conditions are met. He was straightforward and kept his word. Eventually, even with all anonymity, we developed a reputation. Open up, and we will give you a fair deal, she said. They had done it so many times that they had perfected the routine. Pick up, kidnap, the people from the streets and dump them in an off-site interrogation room so that no one saw them bought in. They would let the perps stew in the small room, letting their mind make up stories about what was about to happen to them. A lot of them would have scared themselves by the time the interrogation started. But those are low-level guys. Even if they fess up, there's often no evidence to back it up, said the man with hair. It looked like the guy had some experience in policing and interrogation. Takuma might not deal in trust, but there's loyalty or fear in many guys that stops them from parroting. Sure, there are people like that, but for most, you just have to find the correct leverage, said Arisu. One time, there was this higher-up guy we really wanted, but he had a reputation of being tight-lipped, and he was rich and connected enough, which got him out of all sorts of troubles even if he was brought in. We had no idea what to do, but this guy was really important. His cooperation would have made our case. So, what did you do? Nothing, we didn't do anything, but Takuma did a lot, said Arisu, sighing. The guy had a sister who ran an illegal whorehouse, real nasty stuff. She spat with disgust. Takuma found out that the sister was the guy's only family, and they were really close, so he helped another officer in the police force who was trying to get the sister. Takuma built a case for that officer against the sister and promised complete credit. Unlike the brother, the sister wasn't as careful or good at keeping herself clean. The man with hair nodded in understanding. He said, the sister became the leverage? Indeed. The guy tried to get his sister out, but the case against her was so solid that she was looking at a decade of hard labor. And to make it worse, Takuma pulled some strings so that if she was found guilty, they were planning to send her to the other side of the nation so that the guy would never get the chance to see her. Did it work? Yes, it did. The guy found out that Takuma was behind it and tried to negotiate just as Takuma expected. The guy first threatened him, then offered him money, but in the end, Takuma got what he wanted. Arisu smiled. In fact, that guy was giving the narcotics task force information from the inside. The case was going very well. They were supposed to close it in a month or two. I have a question, said the bald man. What happened to the officer who was promised the credit? Didn't he get screwed in the end? Instead of Arisu, Yakumi answered that question. The officer was furious that the case he had been working on for so long became a dead end because Takuma used it as leverage in a negotiation with scum. That officer even went to his higher-up, but they supported Takuma as well. The officer was pissed for weeks, but then Takuma gave a guy a case just as juicy, with all the work done perfectly. That helped in making it up to him, said Yakumi. The bald guy laughed. Let me guess, you were the officer? Yakumi nodded. And now you have his job, said the bald guy. That also helped, Yakumi laughed. Arisu sighed to herself. She liked it better when Takuma was the head of the narcotics task force. They were new and operated with frightening freedom because they didn't have an established culture like most of the police force. Everyone could do their work in their own way without getting bogged down by some convoluted process. It was chaotic, but the team was small enough to correct and sort out everything by the end. Since Yakumi had taken over, he had established operating procedures and due process, which had its advantages because the team had grown, but Arisu could see the narcotics task force slowly heading towards operating like any other department. Takuma is not above lying, harassing, blackmailing, entrapment, or anything, said Arisu, getting the conversation back on track. Once he wants something, there's not much Takuma won't do to make it happen. If he gets the information, he will use it to his advantage. So, if you want someone who'll hold people's hand and persuade them through charm, and inspire confidence with his personality, that's not him. But if you want someone who gets the job done, he's your guy. Arisu clicked her tongue and looked at the two men. This mission, is he going in alone? She asked. The two men looked at each other for a moment before saying that Takuma would be part of a team. Why do you ask? Arisu took in a deep breath. Nothing, I was just worried if he was going in alone. You said the mission is dangerous, she said with pursed lips. They seemed to be satisfied with her answer. Arisu was relieved that Takuma would have a team with him. She chose not to tell them about Takuma's excessive aggressiveness. When Takuma was running the narcotics task force, one of the most important parts of Arisu's job was to reel him in. Takuma's way of doing things matched his combat philosophy, to be aggressive. He was always in a rush, pushing forward without ever taking a moment to catch his breath. There were times he'd be so laser-focused that he got tunnel vision. At times like that, he needed someone to pull him out and make him aware of his surroundings. They talked for another 10 minutes before the two men from the War Commission declared they had heard enough and left. You didn't tell them about the other way Takuma cultivated assets, Yakumi said. Arisu looked at him. You never know how people will react. They could have thought he was colluding with criminals, she said. Threatening criminals with leverage against them wasn't the only way Takuma cultivated assets. There was another way he was known to do business, something that wasn't popular among the narcotics task force, but Takuma did it anyway because he was the boss. Since Yakumi took over, they abandoned the method. Maybe he was, said Yakumi. Then why didn't you say anything? Arisu asked with narrowed eyes. One of the first things Yakumi did after taking over was an internal audit to see how Takuma managed the narcotics task force because Takuma had refused to provide any help to Yakumi on how things worked. Officially speaking, every asset for the police force had a file in the system. The narcotics task force followed the same process and maintained files for their assets. They were highly protected, eyes-only documents that couldn't be removed from the office space assigned to the narcotics task force. Takuma was serious about the anonymity he promised. But Takuma also maintained unofficial assets that weren't filed into the system. They were high-level assets because of their identity and influence in the drug trade in the Hidden Leaf. Takuma had somehow gotten access to these people and had managed to rope them into helping the narcotics task force put away other big players. These people were high up in the drug trade, and Takuma didn't have any leverage on them. It couldn't be more abundantly clear that they were cooperating with Takuma because he was going after their competition. And he didn't log any of them into the system, keeping it entirely off the books, which looked extremely shady. It was a practice heavily frowned upon in the police force, and Takuma was using it aggressively. From one perspective, it looked like Takuma was helping them, which brought up an allegation against him. Was Takuma being paid by the people he was cooperating with? When he called it a true collaboration of the police and the criminals to put away other criminals, a good number of people in the team suspected him of colluding with criminals. Takuma was blind to his team's thoughts as he was so focused on targeting criminals. Arisu had to shove the problem in his face for him to look at his team, properly explain the situation to the team, and truly bring everyone on the same page. Some of them remained doubtful until the results started coming in, and the team could see what Takuma envisioned. Yakumi found out about Takuma's practice, and he could have passed on his findings to the higher-ups but didn't because a lot of ongoing cases, many of them close to crossing the finish line, were built on the foundation of Takuma's collaboration with his unregistered assets. If he had brought it to the higher-ups, they would have ordered Yakumi to dump all of them, and he would have been forced to start all over again. But Yakumi didn't want that because the performance of the narcotics task force would suffer, and all the blame would fall on the new and current head, who had failed to keep up the narcotics task force's bullish moment established by Takuma. So, while Yakumi ended all relationships with Takuma's shady assets, he never reported them to the higher-ups. Under Arisu's glare, Yakumi stayed silent. She walked out and looked at the bullpen with all her coworkers. If the people who worked closely with Takuma suspected him of being a mole and a corrupt sellout, then two strangers who knew nothing about Takuma could think of him as much worse. As she walked back to what she was doing, Arisu wondered what he was doing now. Things had ended on an awkward note, and the one letter he had sent had avoided any mention of the kiss. Arisu was disappointed he didn't write anything but relieved at the same time because she was scared of what Takuma would say and preferred for things to remain ambiguous. Arisu ruffled her hair in frustration. He better appreciate it, that idiot. Chapter 219, Getting Stronger. There's a common misconception among shinobi that chakra control makes them stronger, that by improving their control over their ability to mold and manipulate raw chakra, their jutsu will become more destructive or effective. This, however, is a misunderstanding that has propagated far and wide, Anko said as she slowly paced between the walls of a large room. What do you think? She asked Takuma. Takuma stood in the center of an empty room with nothing but his underwear on. There was a desk in front of him propped up tall on bricks till it was the height of a standing desk. There was a large tray on the desk with coarse sand of two colors in it, blue and red. There was a mound of the two colors mixed in the middle and two small piles of single-colored sand on either side of the tray. Chakra control helps in the efficient use of chakra. We waste a significant amount of chakra each time we use a jutsu. By improving control, the wastage goes down, and you're able to do the same with less, thus the perception of increased strength. His eyes were stuck to the tray as he answered, but in truth they always had that strength, they just weren't able to use it properly. Takuma pressed 8 fingers into the mixed coarse sand mound, and pulled away the grains of sand with the entire length of his fingers. He stared intensely at his left hand as the red-dyed sand grains fell one by one back into the mound. He winced each time a blue-dyed grain fell. He did it until only the blue grains were left and then turned to his right hand and did it again, this time with the colors reversed. When he was done, he dumped the separated sand into their respective piles. Anko said, "Correct. Chakra control doesn't make people stronger, it only makes them more efficient, and while it does increase their combat ability, we should be clear about the distinction." She then yelled, 30 seconds. Takuma, halfway through separating the sand through targeted chakra adhesion, dropped the sand back into the mixed mound, wasting his progress, and thus increasing his irritation. He moved to a fortified heavy punching bag hanging from the ceiling and threw an augmented jab. His arms, from the back of his fists to the top of his shoulders, his collar, shoulder blades, and his chest were covered in spaced-out smooth marbles through chakra adhesion. The moment he threw the augmented jab at the heavy bag, several of the marbles shuddered from the force and fell to the ground. The marbles were polished smooth, making them slippery. Even a slight disturbance in chakra flow would make the adhesion come off, and augmented strikes were all about creating large disturbances. The chakra for the augmentation flowed from his lower abdomen, going up to his chest, then to his shoulder, before going down his arm and out of his fist. More than 24 marbles were on that route, and if Takuma allowed the chakra flow for the augmentation to disturb the chakra flow for adhesion, the marbles would fall. Ugh! Takuma cursed. Every 30 seconds, he had to throw an augmented punch while ensuring that no marble came unstuck. The marbles coming free meant that he didn't have sufficient control over his chakra flow. The purpose of the exercise was to perfect the chakra flow for augmented strikes, to use the least amount of chakra for the most damage possible, to mobilize the chakra as fast as possible, and to increase the ease with which Takuma could use augmentations. He had gotten a nasty recoil from the augmented shoulder charge against Masamoto. It had opened a whole new dimension for Takuma in regard to augmentations, but it didn't change that he hurt himself, and thus needed training. Anko had set the short-term goal of using augmentations from anywhere in his body without getting hurt, and the long-term goal of backing every taijutsu attack with augmentations no matter the situation. "Pick him up," Anko ordered. Takuma huffed as he pointed his open palm toward the floor. Chakra strings shot out of his fingertips and attached themselves to the fallen marbles. His face twisted in strain as the chakra strings pulled the marbles up. One of the strings snapped midway, making Takuma sigh deeply. He recast the line and snagged the last remaining marble on the second try. When Anko had initially started training Takuma, they had devoted all of his time and effort up Takuma's physical energies to correct his energy imbalance. But she had also promised to help him improve his chakra control, and after interviewing him on how he had been training his chakra control until then, she had devised a regimen to improve his chakra control. Separating minuscule sand grains according to color and using chakra strings to pick up objects were 2 exercises Anko had in training for 1 hour every day. He did another hour at night in his own time. But that was not all in Anko's regiment. "Focus!" she shouted at him. "The waves are becoming messy." For water tentacles stuck out from the water mass on his lower back. The tentacles wriggled in a sine wave pattern, with each tentacles moving at a different speed, creating waves of varying frequency and amplitudes. It was an exercise much similar to tracing a square with an index finger of one hand while the other index finger traced a circle simultaneously, but with more complexity and difficulty. It required Takuma's constant attention to move the individual tentacles according to their own pattern, and any slip-up caused them to move at the same pattern and speed, which was a fail state. Sweat dripped from Takuma's chin as he focused on moving his tentacles. He had to become skilled enough with 4 tentacles before he moved up to 8, adding 1 tentacle at a time. It reminded him of his early days with water style, 8 tentacles. He had to learn how to control the jutsu by increasing them 1 at a time. "There's another misconception, a much more important one." Anko resumed her slow walk around the room. "Many shinobi believe that chakra control exercises increase their skill with their jutsu. They do not. Chakra control exercises only make one chakra control efficient. If they actually want to improve their skill with their jutsu, there's one surefire way to do it, and that is the repeated use of the jutsu." "Yes. I know." Takuma continued to separate the sand. The grains were too small, and when he tried to unstick one of them, 3 around it would fall as well. The intention behind the exercise was to improve minute chakra movements until he could unstick one color in a single go rather than slowly unsticking them. "You have already told me this, which is why I have a clone doing my guard duties for me." Every morning, Takuma made 2 clones, using half of his substantially large pool of chakra. One of the clones would do his duties for the day, clean the room, and wash his gear and clothes, while the other clone would read complicated jutsu text, study up on topics, make reports and notes, and in the evening, the clone would sit down with Takuma and teach him what he had learned that day like his own personal tutor. Takuma still had to do self-study, spend time reading and comprehending the concepts, but the clone made it easier to digest the topics. It wasn't the cheat-like shadow clone jutsu, but Takuma was getting his worth out of the water clone jutsu. The 8-tentacle exercise and the 30-second loop of chakra augmentation had the same concept of improvement through repetition. The tentacles held his chopsticks and bowls for him, they bathed him, and half of his kunai and shuriken throwing practice was done with the tentacles. He threw out 120 augmented punches during his hour with Anko and another 120 at the evening training with his duty clone barking at him like a training instructor. "Because you don't listen to me, I have to keep repeating myself," said Anko. Takuma pursed his lips. Anko was still upset that he had sprung the Masamoto/Bishop plan at her at the last moment, leaving her no choice but to accept. She didn't look like she was angry at him, but he knew that he was running on thin ice with her. 30 seconds. Takuma jumped to the heavy bag and threw an uppercut this time. "You're sweating too much, keep hydrated." Anko threw a water canteen at Takuma, caught by one of the tentacles. "Tastes a bit off, but thanks," said Takuma after he emptied the water canteen in one go. "Because it's Daiki's sweat," said Anko, "all natural." Takuma and his tentacles froze for a moment but then calmed down the next second. It wasn't salty, therefore not sweat. He shot the teasing Anko a look before going back to his training. "So, what are you doing after this?" asked Anko. "Rest," said Takuma, shortly, moving over to the sand tray. There were only 5 more minutes until the training session ended. He was going to rest and recuperate some of his chakra to train Earth-style, Earthen Dome a few times before his third physical workout of the day. So, you're free, that's good. As Takuma was separating the sand, most grains of both colors suddenly fell from his fingers. Thinking that he had made a mistake, he opened and clenched his hand before dipping his fingers back into the mound, which was when the marbles on the right side of his back hit the ground and rolled down the wooden floor. What the hell? Takuma frowned as he raised his hand to shoot out chakra strings, only to find that his entire arm had gone numb. He shook it off, but the numbness climbed to his shoulder, and he found himself unable to lift it. Within a few seconds, Takuma's entire right side was numb, and he fell to his knees, unable to stand. The immobility rapidly spread to his left side, and with great difficulty, he turned his body toward Anko as all the marbles on his body fell and bounced off noisily before rolling away. "Anko, help!" Takuma said with great difficulty as his mouth and tongue were also going out of function. Anko stood there looking down at him with a closed-mouthed smile. The smile struck Takuma with a revelation, Anko's water canteen and the off-tasting water that she dismissed with a joke. She had poisoned him. "Why you?" Takuma could no longer stand and fell to the ground like a marionette-less puppet. The water tentacles failed before his fall, and he found himself drenched and lying in a small puddle on the floor. He could only stare at Anko while fear gripped his heart. He didn't see it coming. Why would she do that? Yes, she was unsatisfied with his behavior, but not enough grounds for poisoning. "Oh, shut up. You're thinking too much." Anko squatted near and lightly slapped his face. "I'm not trying to kill you, you stupid brat. This is a training exercise, which is why I asked if you had free time. I like you, kid. Why would I want to kill you? It'd be a different matter if we didn't get along, though." A thin, yellow and black snake slithered out of Anko's wide sleeves and climbed up to her shoulders. The snake's slit eyes rolled this way and that as it stared at him with a low hiss. Then, to his surprise, the snake spoke. "Don't worry, kid." The snake sounded peppy as if this was all hilarious. "It's a mild paralyzing agent made from my venom. It's a tested recipe, so don't worry, you'll be fine in 3 to 4 hours, depending on your constitution." Takuma could only make pathetic noises, losing his ability to speak. "Do you remember when I was teaching Iori how to sober herself after drinking using chakra, and you wanted to learn it as well?" said Anko with a smile. "I hope you remember to do that because that's how you escape this situation faster. It's much more difficult than getting rid of the effects of booze, but you can get rid of this poison with that method, no antidote required." Takuma glared at Anko as she got up, doing his best to express the anger he was feeling. He fought against the paralysis and weakly flapped on the ground. Anko sighed and squatted back down. She gently stroked his chin, looking into his rage-filled eyes. "You wanted this," she said. Takuma wanted to yell and shout that he, by no means, wanted this, whatever this was. Anko chuckled. "You were so excited when I told you I'd teach you my teacher's methods. Remember?" Takuma stopped struggling and went still on the ground, staring at Anko. He did, in fact, react that way. Until now, Anko's regiment made sense in every way, and Takuma liked them very much because he could see the potential gains he would get in the future, but there was nothing uniquely Orochimaru about them except that they were all very smart and well thought out. "This is how Orochimaru taught me chakra control," she said. "You're lucky, Takuma, that the effects will fade in 3 to 4 hours. The snake he used bit me directly, and that venom was much stronger. It lasted 24 hours, an entire day. I had no way to stop it and ended up shitting and pissing myself while trying to burn the poison away with chakra. You probably might do that as well, but the chances are lower than mine. I don't want to embarrass you, after all." The snake laughed at Takuma from Anko's shoulder as she stood up. "I will be back in 3 hours to check on you, but I expect you to free yourself before that and come find me." Anko turned and walked away. She was out of Takuma's sight and at the door when she spoke again. "Get used to this. we'll be doing this every day from today onwards. A different venom every day, some more annoying than others. As long as you don't give up, I'll see to it that you compete with the likes of Irionin and Fuanin." The next thing Takuma heard was the door closing, and he was left all alone. For a few minutes, Takuma did nothing but lay limp on the wet floor. Eventually, however, he started to run chakra through his body to burn the venom's effect from his body. If Anko could deliver on her promise just now, he would do anything she asked of him. Chapter 220, Sent to War. 3 days after Anko had poisoned Takuma, forcing him to flush out the paralytic agent from his body with chakra, Takuma was bent over the toilet, puking his stomach out. He heaved noisily before hurling again into the toilet bowl. The venom Anko had given him today had him crawl on the floor and lay just outside the washroom in case he needed to hug the toilet again. The only thing not negative about the experience was that his water clones were resilient. While he was suffering venomous hell, his 2 clones were doing their thing. As long as he didn't suffer a mortal injury or got knocked out completely, the clones would stand stable. Takuma closed his eyes and rotated chakra through his body. His head was churning, and his body was on fire, making focusing on molding his chakra a miserable experience. But he had ample motivation to get the chakra moving. He could either burn the venom early or suffer through the combination of a hellish hangover and burning fever. A worried Daiki peered from the end of the hallway. "Are you okay?" Takuma whimpered as he flopped to the side, but managed to shoot a weak thumbs up to Daiki. He appreciated the guy, but there wasn't much Daiki could do to help. Takuma needed to see it through by himself. A few moments after Daiki left, Takuma's tutor clone walked past on his way to the room with his hands full of books, scrolls, and writing material. It was sunny outside, and the clone had been studying under the warm sunshine. "Lay to the side, you're inconveniencing the others by blocking the bathroom." Daiki and Takuma had 2 other roommates living with them. When Takuma didn't respond, laying absolutely still in his spot, running chakra through his body, the study clone pushed Takuma's body to the side with his foot. Takuma wanted to yell angrily but could only grumble from the heavy fatigue. "You better not try to skip the study session," said the clone before walking to Takuma's room. "Fuck you," said Takuma, flopping onto his side. Not really into self-assist, the clone spoke from inside the room. Takuma regretted giving Anko permission to feed him venoms because, for 3 hours, his day turned to shit, with his body betraying him constantly. He couldn't even blame it because he was the one voluntarily swallowing venom that put him in misery. He envied and cursed the duty and tutor clones for their normal days, while the original suffered through what he began to think was Anko's way to exact revenge on him. Takuma was about to grouch some words for his Chunin lead, when his face turned green with disgust, and jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, darting to the toilet bowl, looking like he would fall over any step. Daiki walked into the washroom looking impatient and hurriedly unzipped his pants, only to see Takuma hurling vomit into the toilet. His eye twitched before he ran to the end of the hallway and jumped straight out of the window into the overgrown garden outside. "It's okay, I'll do it outside," he said, but Takuma was too busy to hear his teammates' rushed words. 3 hours later, Takuma was forced by his roommates to clean up his handiwork in the washroom before they allowed him a bath. The next day, Team 9 was called into the war room to meet with Toradesu and Shirakumo. It was Takuma's first time in the war room, which was usually only reserved for Chunin and Jonin. A large circular table covered a quarter of the room, which Toradesu seemed to have delivered from home. The walls were covered in pages of reports, maps, and memos that were regularly updated to give the most current and correct view of the war. Toradesu and Shirakumo held daily meetings with the Chunin to communicate the latest happenings and changes at the war front. "Ah, our most problematic team," Toradesu smiled in greeting. "Thank you, that means a lot," Anko said, putting a hand on her chest and smiling back. The 2 Hidden Leaf Jonin weren't the only ones waiting in the war room. Hidden Steam's Tokubetsu Jonin Benzu and another man Takuma hadn't seen before were sitting close to each other around the table. He had long hair tied in a loose ponytail, attired in long face with a scruffy beard, and a lit cigarette between his lips. He was slumped in his chair as if the war room was his living room and the two Jonin were his pals. Turadesu didn't seem to mind, but Shirakumo's unapproving gaze made his opinion clear. Like everyone at Camp Banana, he didn't wear a uniform, nor did he have a forehead protector. But from his seat beside Benzu, Takuma guessed this was a hidden steam shinobi. The man looked at Takuma and flashed a lazy smile, leaving him surprised and confused. Takuma tried to search for the man in his memories, but failed. Perhaps the man was wordlessly greeting him, but Takuma definitely felt like the man knew him. His gaze then met Benzu's, but the two didn't go beyond small nods to acknowledge and greet each other. Takuma had gotten into trouble because of his association with Benzu, and it was better for them not to appear all chummy in the presence of the leadership, especially Turadesu. "So, what is this about, boss?" asked Anko with her feet on the table and balancing her chair on its hind legs, seemingly competing with the unknown man in terms of casualness. "It's not another resupply run? Give us something more interesting to do, would you?" Team 9 only did resupply missions, while other teams got other missions. The defensive captain in charge of the base's safety was on a rotation among the Chunin leaders, but Anko had never been put in charge. There was a clear divide between the responsibilities that made Team 9 isolated. "Alright, let's do something interesting then," said Shirakumo, sliding a folder across the table that hit the sole of Anko's feet. Anko glanced at Daiki, who hurriedly got up to hand her the folder. She opened the folder, and upon reading the first few lines, her legs immediately went off the table. Her eyes widened at the file's content, and she looked at Takuma, who tilted his head in confusion before realization struck him. Anko turned to Turadesu and held up the file. It was the mission file for the precursor mission that Anko had been trying to get for Team 9. "You're giving this to me?" she asked. "Don't get a big head, you weren't my first choice." Shirakumo interrupted the conversation before it devolved into a back and forth between Anko and Turadesu. He looked at Takuma as he said that, among all the teams, we found that Team 9 is the best suited for the mission. It seemed that Takuma's fight against Masamoto had done its job by elevating the team's value in the eyes of the leadership. "And what is this mission?" Anko asked and glanced at Benzu and the other man. She passed the file on to Iori, and Kamiko leaned into reading the contents as well. Shirakumo stood up and walked to a large map plastered over a wall. The map depicted the large border region, some of which fell under Camp Banana's coverage. It was marked with mini notes, pins, and threads marking the trade routes and roads. Shirakumo took a pointer stick and tapped on 3 marker points on the map. Hidden Frost has captured 3 major border cities and has established a chokehold on the region. The cities are the strongholds, and the small villages all feed into them. The villages and their farms sell their produce to the cities, which keeps them running. The villages can't stop feeding them for the fear of retaliation. They made an example of a small village and instilled fear by ruthlessly punishing the rebel elements in all the villages. "Oh, my God." Iori turned her face away in repulsion and pushed the file to Kamiko. "What?" asked Riku. Kamiko held up the file, and there was a particularly gruesome photo of what looked like a mass grave with the bodies of a dozen or more men. The entire Team 9 turned their faces away from the photographs. Shirakumo continued, "Other than the fact they're captured, the cities function as normal with the exception of a strict martial law. In over a month and a half, Camp Banana will mount a recapture on the Spring City of You, the first phase of breaking the chokehold." "So, you want us to target the villages that feed into the city?" asked Anko. That was the precursor mission Anko had been aiming for. There were small shinobi teams that traveled from village to village to ensure that the food and ration were delivered on time, and the fear remained strong. The plan was to hunt down that roaming team and cause some chaos to draw out more shinobi. "No, that mission will be assigned to another team," said Shirakumo. "Then what?" Shirakumo looked to Kamiko, who was engrossed in the file with wide eyes. Sensing everyone looking at her, she looked up. "You want us to infiltrate you?" she uttered, her tone doubting what she had just read. "Correct," Shirakumo nodded. "The mission's objective is to infiltrate the city and weaken it from the inside for the advantage of the main forces when we mount a recapture. Takuma leaned back in his chair and stared at the map and the spring city of you marked on it. Turn the enemy against themselves, said Toradesu, spread fear, doubt, confusion in the minds of the enemy occupying the city. Chip away at them slowly in a way that they don't know who's attacking them and how, so they have no choice but to doubt everyone, even themselves. Your objective is not to defeat the enemy but to wear them just enough that when the strong wind arrives, they blow over like a house of cards. Urban guerrilla warfare, said Takuma. Shirakumo nodded. Yes? Asked Anko. Your team is suited, said Toradesu. Mitarashi specializes in information extraction, which is an important skill for the mission. Muscles here is a ranger and experienced in stealth. You have a few in Nin, which makes her infinitely resourceful in most situations. The tiny girl and Take Torai are good muscle. He then looked at Takuma. You, of course, prove your worth as muscle, but you have relevant experience, which is important. How so? Asked Takuma. Torture and interrogation like your team lead, you have experience with field intel gathering, and you have done a lot of informant cultivation, said Shirakumo. You ordered my case files? Asked Takuma, not pleased that someone outside the police force was poking around in his work. And they gave you the files? He had done all of that. He was in no way as good as Anko when it came to information extraction, but he had some experience. He had done some field work for the Maiko Triad case, which he had then converted into a raid with the help of Arisu, which then got him the Narcotics Task Force, where he had done a lot more field work. And finally, he had cultivated so many informants in an attempt to reduce his dependence on Inomoto. You had to work in the police force, they treat everything like a state secret, Toradesu's side. Okay. I don't want to undermine myself, but I had power and leverage back at home. I won't be able to cultivate informants and curry favor with locals, they would never trust me because I'm not from that city. They will look me up, and the moment they don't find me, they will protect themselves, which means turning on me, said Takuma. Takuma wanted to curb the expectations before they decided to send his team into the enemy's den. If he promised something he couldn't do, he was actively putting the lives of his team members at risk. We're not stupid, kid, Toradesu scoffed. He pointed at the man beside Benzu. The man sat up in his chair and put out his cigarette in the ashtray on the table. My name is Gaku. I'm a retired hidden steam shinobi and a resident of you, said Gaku. Gaku will be joining your team, Benzu spoke for the first time in the meeting. He will be your local contact, the one they will trust, which you can use. As power and leverage, I fear you will have to build that yourself. Toradesu leaned forward with a smile. You wanted something interesting, you got it. Chapter 221, Death. The meeting in the war room continued, and Anko accepted the mission on behalf of Team 9. It wasn't like she had a choice, Team 9 was ordered to take the mission. After Shirakumo was done explaining, Anko took him and Benzu to the side to discuss more details about the mission. Riku and Daiki gathered around Kamiko to read more of what was in the mission file. Iori pulled Toradesu into a conversation about needing new Fuinjutsu formulas and supplies that she would need, and Toradesu looked serious about her points about the Fuinjutsu budget for the mission. Takuma, on the other hand, approached Gaku, who sat slumped in his chair, smoking without a care in the world. So, a retired shinobi, huh, said Takuma, what do you even do after it? Gaku stared at Takuma as he took a long puff of his cigarette. Takuma waited for the reply, but Gaku continued staring and took another long drag without answering. Is something wrong? Takuma asked, not appreciating Gaku's rude behavior. Gaku snorted. Oh, nothing. I've been doing nothing. I just retired. Really? Takuma sat down. You made enough money to retire? That's impressive. He didn't believe that Gaku hadn't done anything after retiring. Gaku's current physical condition wasn't that of a retired shinobi who had hanged his boots up. The man looked lazy, but Takuma could tell he hadn't let himself go. Money ain't that important to me, Gaku smiled sluggishly. If I need some, there's plenty of work for someone like me. I might no longer be a shinobi, but that doesn't mean I forgot all my craft, if you know what I mean. It seemed that Gaku had been doing some freelance work on his own. No wonder he was still in shape, thought Takuma. What about you? You're young. How long must you be a shinobi at the Leaf before they let you go? Asked Gaku. 10 years, said Takuma. A Jonin fresh out of the Shinobi Academy had to sign a 10-year contract of employment as a registered shinobi with the Hidden Leaf. A Jonin could only retire after completing the time on their agreement or sign 5-year extensions each time their contracts ran out. As for Chunin, a 15-year extension was a requirement for the promotion. Every Jonin had to agree to another 25 years of work for the village. This meant any Hidden Leaf Jonin was obligated to work for the village for 50 years. Which meant that if they graduated from the academy at 11 years old, they could only look for alternate employment when they turned 60. Of course, most Jonin were already fully retired years before that age, with the condition that they would have to return if the village needed them. Those still working had long since transferred to managerial or diplomatic positions. And? Do you want to keep being one after that? Asked Gaku. Takuma opened his mouth to answer but suddenly found that he didn't have an answer to the question. He hadn't ever thought about it before. Did he want to be a shinobi for the rest of his life? But he wanted to be a Jonin, which meant being a shinobi until he was an old man. Forget thinking that far, he hadn't thought about what he wanted to do after the Fourth Shinobi World War that he knew was coming in the future. He had been so consumed with the present, taking it one day at a time and preparing for the calamity, that he hadn't ever sat down to consider what his life would be after that. Gaku chuckled, seeing Takuma fall into silence. It's all right, you're still young, he said. You and I are going to be working together. Let's get along. I'll take the lead, I'm sure you'll learn a lot, kid. A laugh escaped from Takuma. He smiled at Gaku, fully understanding what had just been said. You're real funny, old man. Leave the work to the professional and do your job as a local tour guide, he nodded and smiled. The lazy smile on Gaku's face turned flat. I'm the native of that city. I know the people better than you ever will. Why do you think they called me out of retirement? Said Gaku. And I don't deny it, but if you're so good, then why are they sending us in? Takuma leaned forward, staring Gaku in the eyes. A team who isn't even from the Hidden Steam. What does that tell you? Gaku deliberately took another drag of his dwindling cigarette. I don't know what your problem is with me, but neither you nor I are the leader. Takuma pointed to Anko talking to Shirakumo and Benzu. That lady there is the boss. Whatever she says goes, we're only there to advise and follow orders. My problem? I don't think I'm the one who's the problem, said Gaku, scoffing. He got up and walked out of the war room without saying anything. Takuma muttered, What a weirdo! After the meeting, Team 9 sat under the shade of a tall tree. Anko leaned against the trunk while the others sat and laid around her. There was a certain somberness hanging over the group. They had just been ordered to complete a dangerous mission behind enemy lines without backup. One mistake could spell their deaths. I didn't catch much, but I guess first impressions weren't great with that Gaku fellow, Anko said to Takuma. I don't know what his problem is, said Takuma. He acted like I had wronged him somehow. I don't even know the guy. Is it going to be a problem? Not really. Takuma didn't need to be buddy-buddy with Gaku. Managing relationships and working with incompatible personalities was part of the job description. People would look down on him if he threw a tantrum whenever he had to work with someone he didn't get along with. Kimiko, you read the file. What did you see? Iori asked from her head resting on Riku's lap. Takuma turned to Kimiko, interested in what she had to say. He hadn't had the chance to read the mission file in the war room. Intelligence and knowledge were going to be his best friend on the mission. The more he knew, the better he could do his job. The intelligence we have is lousy at best. We have identified 2 Jonin, and have a rough tally of the enemy forces occupying the city, but nothing really passes the standard for good intel. U is a 3 square kilometer sprawl and, according to the last census, has a population of 35,000, 35,000. According to the estimates, there's one enemy shinobi per 100 natives, but as I said, nothing's verified. We don't know the enemy's total combat competency, how many Irionin they have, the health of their arsenal, or what their supply chain capabilities are. Kamiko shook her head. Nothing, really, it's not looking good. Obviously, her words didn't inspire any confidence in the team, but Takuma was glad she was being straightforward about it. Information gathering is part of the mission, said Anko, clicking her tongue. Camp Banana won't be operating alone on this operation. We don't have the numbers. Another camp will probably join the main recapture mission, but to prepare an effective assault, we need to know the enemy, and there's no better place to do so than inside the city. Anko turned to Takuma. Gaku is going to be a goldmine of unrecorded information. Make sure to get the most you can out of him about the city and the ruling class. Takuma nodded. That's exactly what he planned on doing, but he didn't trust Gaku. The man was hiding something. Takuma didn't know what, and he didn't have anything tangible to support his claim, but he couldn't shrug off the wriggling suspicion that there was something off about the guy. When do we leave? Asked Daiki. 7 days from tomorrow, Anko answered. That's not long, Iori groaned. I need to start preparing today. I need to make arrangements as well, said Daiki. Get me a list of what you need. I will sit with the Jonin and the quartermaster and make sure you get whatever provisions you need, said Anko. She turned to Riku. What about you? Riku shrugged. I'm ready to leave tonight. Team 9 smiled at Riku's nonchalant attitude. Whatever might be going on, there wasn't much that could derail Riku from her usual taciturn and collected self. It was a constant that they had come to appreciate. Okay then, let's start preparation. We have a long week ahead of us and a longer couple months after that. Takuma returned to his room after a long and tiring day to find both his water clones present. The tutor clone was preparing for the lesson while the duty clone was lying on his back, stuck to the ceiling. Thanks for leaving the bed, Takuma said as he plopped himself on the stiff bed. You look tired. New training? Asked the guard clone. Takuma responded as he removed his socks. We are going on a mission. Just Team 9 behind enemy lines. Information gathering and urban guerrilla warfare. We leave in a week from tomorrow. Sounds dangerous, the study clone commented. I don't feel it right now, said Takuma. It'll probably hit me when we get smuggled into the city. I feel tense, though. They're attaching this retired hidden steam shinobi to the team, mid to late 30s, as our local connect. I don't like him. One would think that talking to his own clones would feel strange, but it wasn't bad. He didn't have a mental connection with the clones, so he didn't know what they were thinking, but because they were literally him, he knew how their heads worked. He didn't need to hide any of his feelings or thoughts because he was talking to himself, and they would understand where he was coming from. The conversations were comfortable because he could guess what they would say. There were no surprises. Retired, said the tutor clone. Which means he's not from the hidden steam people on the base? Oh, I know that guy, said the duty clone. I know that guy. Pardon me, what? Takuma looked up at the ceiling in surprise. Yeah, he just came in today, early morning. We chatted for a bit. Nice guy, said the duty clone. Nice guy. Takuma exclaimed, feeling betrayed by his own clone. Fuck you. You mean, fuck me? Thanks, but I'm not really into selfist. I already used that joke, the tutor clone laughed. No, you didn't, you aren't even the same clone, said the duty clone. Shut up, both of you, Takuma grabbed his head. It suddenly became so clear why Gaku looked like he knew him. It was because Gaku had chatted with the duty clone in the morning. And to Gaku, it would have seemed like Takuma was being rude by pretending not to know him. Gaku wasn't at fault. The blame completely fell on Takuma's head. Why didn't he just say so? Takuma groaned with the urge to throw himself off the Hokage mountain. He had needlessly created the wrong impression on an instrumental ally who would be attached to the team for the duration of a very dangerous mission. He had done a disservice to his team and the camp by his actions. Ah, so that's what happened, the duty clone laughed on the ceiling after listening to Takuma's story. Just apologize to him later, said the tutor clone, finishing his lesson preparation. Come now, it's time to study. There's much to cover today, don't you dare slack off. Takuma sighed deeply. A couple days later, Anko gathered Team 9 in a room and dumped a thick stack of black paper and envelopes on the table. There was a long silence as Anko looked at the team with a difficult expression on her face. What's wrong? Asked Iori, worried. The others seemed worried as well. Anko's behavior was different from her usual bright self. The current her was even different from her rare serious self during important situations. She looked glum as she faced them. I haven't done this before, so I don't know the right way to do it, but here we go. Anko took a deep breath. We are going on a dangerous mission where the chances of death are high. Because we'll be going behind enemy line, there's a chance that if we're found, our bodies might not be found after our death. They won't find any mementos, nothing at all, so it's probably wise to leave something of you behind. I want every one of you to write letters to as many people as you'd like, she said. The team realized what Anko was asking them to do it. The mood of the room changed in an instant. An awkwardness settled in as they looked at each other with uncomfortable looks. I'll suggest that you guys also draw wills for your possessions. I'm not doing any of that, Daiki interrupted her, looking both deeply uncomfortable and somewhat angry. Daiki, I understand this is not something easy. Daiki stopped her again. I'm not going to die, so there's no need for this. The usually gentle giant exuded a feeling of sharp prickliness that if he was forced, he would blow up. You all are free to do so, but please leave me out of it, said Daiki, leaving the room and leaving the team in an even more awkward situation. Kamiko walked to the table from the wall she was leaning against and silently picked up a bunch of paper and envelopes before wordlessly leaving the room. Takuma stared at the papers. He understood where Daiki was coming from. Writing those letters and drafting the will was, in one way, accepting the prospect of death. That was a difficult thing to accept, even in their occupation. Takuma didn't want to die, but he knew he could die on missions, but even he found the prospect of writing a memento letter to his friends daunting and unpleasant. But as Anko said, it was probably wise to do it. So with a deep breath, Takuma took the step forward towards the papers and envelopes. That's the end of this tale for now. We've caught up to the story, so any further parts will take a long while to come out. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 12.